Welcome in. It is leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour as we celebrate our 30th anniversary here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are fired up and ready to go. First live show of 2024. Good Time Gang is here, and I mean everybody. Adler is here in the TV room handling things, and thank you, my friend, for being here. And also to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's up, boys?
I want to be the first one here to look at you two and just say Happy 2024.
There you go. That's it. You're done with it.
I heard a breakdown, and it was on ESPN,
you say
actually.
Merry Christmas, too, why you?
And one of the guys was like you, Greg, and he claimed that yesterday, and this is when I heard it, it was the last day for anybody to tell him Happy New Year's or that he would tell anyone else Happy New Year's. He goes, he said, I give you New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and the day after.
Oh, well, that's fair.
And he said, after that, I'm done.
Yep. That's right. And definitely don't tell me Merry Christmas, obviously before this.
Yeah.
Are you okay with people saying, I hope you had a good Christmas?
Yeah. But that's got a
delayed.
limit.
You delayed that.
Well, that's only
you
about I'll give you 3 days of that.
Mm-hmm. So the 29th, you're done with that, too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
What about you?
By then, I mean, you don't remember if you had a nice one or not.
What about, you know, how some people will pull in New Year's Day, too, and they'll just use holidays sometimes.
Yeah.
And go,
I'll go to holidays a lot.
Hey, how was your holidays? Y'all good? Oh, yeah, we spent a lot of time.
Guys,
you okay with that?
It's January the 3rd. We're done with all that.
Okay. I'm just asking. You might bump into somebody you hadn't seen.
Since it's okay, I'll say this. I'm going to change a little. Since this is still like, we're in our case, we're showing up to work. It's Wednesday. Well, Helms worked yesterday. But besides that, I guess we can still, to the end of the week, if you want to, go, I hope y'all had a good holiday.
And I am.
All right.
I hope you had a good holiday. But Friday's it.
Friday's it. Okay.
Yeah. Friday at 1:30.
Right. And if you do not know and you haven't had a history of this show, that goes back to an old rant that Greg had about wishing people Happy New Year. He doesn't like it.
I like it, but I don't like it for 2 weeks.
And so now you'll hear people that sometimes call in the middle in the middle of the summer, and they'll go, "Oh, hey, Greg, Happy New Year." It's a reference
Happy
to
New Year
that.
shouldn't be said from this point forward. But now, if you Helm's saying,
if you want to ask about the holidays and stuff,
I'll give you the Friday on that.
Well, gee, sweet.
But but now this Happy New Year thing, that's what you yell at midnight.
Right.
Just saying.
Terry and I, and I know we got a lot to discuss here, and a lot of it will be on the main show because it includes everybody, but we were funny on New Year's Eve. I think we celebrated New Year's Eve at 9 p.m.
That's what we do.
Honey, Happy New Year at like 9. Can we just pretend it's midnight? Good night.
We went to midnight at the beach.
Oh, party.
I'm in the minute of midnight. Hey, all right, Happy New Year. Going to bed. I'm done.
Yeah.
It was 12:15. I was already in the bed.
I'm proud of you for staying up.
Yeah, I was struggling.
There's been years where we'll celebrate the Eastern time zone, which means it's 11 Central.
Yeah,
we'll pretend it's midnight and go to sleep. I didn't even make it to that. We were just like
I think
out.
we're asleep by 9:30.
Yeah, we were home alone, and it was just like,
we straight up watched a little New Year's Rockin' Eve. Of course, it was weird.
You could. So how do you watch?
But then the one out of Nashville was good. Leonard Skinner played like 5 songs.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's good.
The one out of Nashville was good.
Yeah,
watched it too. And that was the real countdown of the same time zone we were in.
Yeah,
the New York one is an hour ahead.
That's right, buddy.
But anyway, so I did stay up by 12:15.
How'd you do that?
Well, because I was at the beach.
Okay.
If I'd have been at home, I'd have been asleep.
Yeah. Well, if you something like that you don't have to wake up early that morning and you can actually sleep like a normal person. Yeah. You can stay up a little late.
Yeah.
And I know that was referenced in the group text from Rick and Bubba that their schedules changed a little bit. Where now, because naturally we're built to staying up 11 to 12, sleeping to 7 to 8, and if you've had an extended period of time off without any other responsibilities, then sometimes you kind of fall into that sleeping schedule. And now things have changed.
To mess that up.
Now things have changed.
Mine was shocked this morning.
Yeah.
Clock went off, and I went, that isn't real. That's not, can't. I did wake up one time. It was just 10:30, and I thought, okay, I got a minute.
That is good. I like that. When you look over at the clock.
When you look and it's 5 minutes before your clock goes off.
Right. Now, I know Adler said that he had a clock that shows the time up on the ceiling.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
And to where you don't have to try to find the clock. Yeah, it's like the blue time is digitally up on the.
That's
on
just
the
weird
ceiling.
to me a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah.
I
don't see here. Get that going. Is that weird? Does that work weird for you? Because I was thinking about that because I'm always trying to look over to the clock and see what time it
So
is.
now you look up.
I am kind of like Batman. It is really like that. It's kind of like that's how
Commissioner
I am.
Gordon is calling you out.
Yeah.
He got you up early this morning.
Oh,
Yeah.
very. Oh my goodness, y'all. Yeah, I don't know who I am
I know
right now.
I bet.
But yeah.
Does that mess with you at all?
No, I'm telling you, and we talked about it on the air. I got several emails from people being like, "Yeah, I like my projection clock. It makes a big difference."
Well, that would be easier than me
Is that how they
stammering
say
and
it?
turning because the other one's in my face and it's bright, and I turn it, and then I got to turn it to look at it.
That's what I'm screaming.
I should ask for one of them for Christmas.
I love the anticipation of grabbing the phone and going, please, please, please.
Yeah. What time is it? What time is it?
Goodness, it's either a kick in the gut or it's a okay.
I had a little of both last night. I woke up at 11:45 and felt fantastic, and thought, goodness gracious, you have that thought where, well, if you feel this great now, just wait till 4.
Yeah.
And then I woke up at like 3:47, and it was set for 3:50, and I'm like, dang.
Complete.
So I had
complete
both
reverse.
experiences in one evening.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I started
Throw
my
a pee in the middle of that. You got
Oh,
to
know.
I started my day off great. So my routine every morning, I wake up and I'll stumble over to the counter in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll mix a field of greens with a little shaker, drink it, then get in the shower and start the day. First time this has ever happened. I go to all right, so I get the field of greens out, and that's kind of a mix that we've talked about here on the show. I put it in the shaker. And then when I went to put the field of greens down, for some reason my left hand hit the shaker, and it spilled everywhere.
Oh, no.
I'm talking about on the counter, off the counter.
See, now you're off your time frame.
Oh.
Because you got to allow cleanup time
Before
that you did not allow.
Oh, I'm on my hands and knees with a towel.
That knocked you off your
Oh,
hose.
yes, and it seeped into underneath the refrigerator and in the
night.
cracks, and then the dishwasher's going, what
cuss?
about me?
Did you
I mean,
cuss?
I'll tell you this. I cleaned so much, and then I thought it was it, and then I found something else. I cleaned so much, I had to get a cleaner in behind it so it didn't get all sticky.
This is one of those where you go, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
The more you look, the worse it
Right.
gets. You're
I'm
like,
well,
what?
heck.
The thing that was weird this morning for me, and I don't know why her mind was like this, but Amanda woke up as I was leaving. She said, "Hey, can you go and put the clothes that are in the washer in the dryer?" I don't think I did that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're probably dry by now.
Well, I go in. No,
They're all stuck to the wall.
No, but this was just last night. She said, I
Oh,
started
okay.
the washer.
Got it.
Can you? She goes, I don't think I put the ones that are in the washer in the dryer. I go in there, the washer's empty, and everything that's in the dryer is folded and put up. So where was her mind?
Oh, wow.
I
during
get it
the middle
if
of
it
the
was still
night.
in the
I know.
I mean, I can see that, but it's been folded. Now, that's a whole nother level.
She
I
lost
was like,
time, all time.
Yes, and I was
jump
just
time.
thinking, what in the world was she thinking when she asked me to
Good
do
night.
that? Was that a dream, or was this something that just was? I don't know.
That was a complete miss.
Yeah,
Well, we're here.
yeah.
And we thank y'all for being with us. 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
The holidays are chaotic. Make your everyday a little easier with Raycon. Raycon made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like their everyday earbuds. This past year, they introduced PowerTech products like their much-loved Magic 180 charging cable. Raycon offers high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, free shipping, free returns, buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this: Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. January is no time for the same old meals. HelloFresh is here to kickstart 2024 with enticing flavors and fresh ingredients paired with easy-to-follow recipes and delivered to your door. They'll keep your taste buds guessing with their most expansive menu yet. Over 45 delicious recipes to choose from each week. Right now, get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba,
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour as we celebrate our 30th anniversary. And we appreciate all of you being with us. And it's our first live show of 2024. Good time gang settling in. Adler here. He's got things rolling, making sure everything is dialed in, ready to go after some time off. It's funny because we've all communicated and all been here, but at different times. So, we come and go because we share responsibilities for best ofs and stuff. But as far as just all being in the same room. It's the first time since the big year ender that we've done that, so we're all catching up a lot off air, and we'll go through that and hash a lot of that out through the main show today. I know that we're all trying to write stuff down in chronological order because there's just been so much that has happened. One thing that happened for me and my family that it was way back when was the Birmingham Bowl.
Oh, wow.
And I was along with a good friend of the show with Fox 6, the Fox affiliate in the Central Alabama Birmingham area, J.J. Pruitt, who played for your dad, Greg, and we played his tribute to your dad and some of the commentary he had to talk about. We discussed that at the game, but it was a lot of fun. Got to meet a ton of Troy and Duke fans. It started at the pep rally the day before. I was with our flagship station, WZZK. We did a remote at the pep rally, and everybody was coming in to Uptown, which is just outside Protective Stadium in downtown Birmingham. It's an entertainment district. There's a lot going on, a lot happening, hotels all around. So everybody was kind of getting in and getting settled. A little chilly, but it started out just a great evening. And then the next morning we were back. And let me tell you, both fan bases showed out. They support their teams, and I know it didn't work out for Troy. Duke seemed to be clicking a little bit, and every time Troy would kind of get something together, something would sputter and kind of kill the drive. But it was a lot of fun, and y'all gonna love this. One of my responsibilities was to be up at the Winter Wonderland. They had a
You and Frosty?
Santa Claus was there.
Okay.
Kids could get free pictures with Santa.
You got yours.
They had a snow machine.
Oh.
They had, you can meet all the Frozen characters. You could
and here's in the middle of
you
it.
could write Christmas cards to the veterans, and Santa was delivering
How was
that
the
to the
weather
VA.
that day? I can't remember.
It was very, very nice, but it was windy.
Okay.
And so the snow machine would struggle at times because it would be up on the South Terrace where it's open, and so that wind loves to grab that area and just kind of blow right on through it. And so snow would kind of sometimes be going out into the stands, but it was a really good time, and got to meet a lot of folks. I heard a lot of stay-in-its. I got to see a lot of y'all, and it was just a good time.
My nephew was there.
Yeah.
Pearson used to intern with us.
Yeah, he bumped into
He's
me.
a closet Duke fan. Didn't know that.
I didn't either, and I want you to know that
He's a big basketball guy, which is probably where it originally started. But he was there to support. He said his seats were in the middle of all the Troy people, so he actually had to move. He's afraid he's going to get harassed.
bumped into him. He came. So I'm over on the Duke side, because I know we love to talk about our Little Link Conecuh sausage promotions. They didn't do the Little Link, but we did have a Conecuh sausage gift pack to give away to both a Troy fan and a Duke fan, and so it was Duke's turn, and I was in the middle. I'm talking about a sea of Blue Devils and everywhere. So I come up out of that, and there he is.
Yeah.
He's standing there. And I had no idea that he was a Duke fan.
I didn't either.
Until that moment.
Yeah.
He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "What are you doing?"
He had his Duke stuff on. He was ready.
He was fired up, man. But it was a good game.
Yeah, he said it was a good game. He said everything went good. Said you did a good job.
Oh, well, it was a lot of fun.
Said
and
you cussed a little too much.
No, I had a great crew with me. They always do good. Jeff, the cameraman, I have him at a lot of the UAB games. That's some tough work when you're trying to communicate with the group upstairs, and then you're trying to it was on I think ABC, so you're trying to communicate on media timeouts with the satellite truck and get all that together. So sometimes it's a hurry up and wait, and then sometimes it's just a hurry up and run through the stadium, but it's a lot of fun. It was good. Met some folks that knew y'all, and met some folks from Jacksonville State that some way back fans of the show that said they were there from the beginning, and it was just a good time.
A good day.
That was the Saturday before Christmas.
Wow.
Just that goes way back.
It's been a minute.
It has.
See, and we can even go further back. Until you brought that up, I had completely forgot I went to New Orleans.
You sure did.
You did.
And sent me a snap of you in the hotel room looking out.
Yeah. Does that feel like it's been forever ago?
Yes, it does. Great. I would not have even brought it up this morning if he would have just said that about a bowl game.
How did that go? Because I know it just turned out
a lot of fun.
It was just
me and Braden. Which
he was going to have some friends go. But
great game.
It was.
Boy,
now,
what is it?
Really, the last 5 minutes of the game, with 5 minutes left in the game, we were kind of like, golly, we're about to lose, and we're going to have this long ride home, and that's not going to be any fun. and just the
Yeah.
finish, phenomenal.
It was fun.
A couple things stood out to me, and it was a great guys trip for he and I. We had a good time, and we spent a ton of time with Bubba. We'll talk about that side of it when he joins later. That was fun. I think Bubba single-handedly got Braden back into the game.
Oh,
Like I really
good.
do.
Good.
Like because I was, I'm kind of a relaxed guy when I watch games. I don't get too hyped, and I'll cheer if something good happens. But other than that, I'm kind of just sit back and enjoy the game. Bubba does not do that, by the way. Bubba is into every play.
Yeah.
And so at one point, I realized Braden and Bubba are having a wonderful time together. They're screaming at referees and officials, and they're. I mean, it was funny, like to see. Like I asked Braden. I said, "Hey," I said, "You're kind of quiet the first half, and then the second half, you really got into it." He said, "Well, I didn't realize Bubba got into it so much, and that's kind of the way I am." And I'm like, "Well, good."
Well, so I saw a group text, Helmsey, check your email, and he offered an upgrade for y'all. Were you already in your other seats?
Well, it was right before the game started.
Okay, so you did get that before.
Well, but I was playing the whole I'm staying with the common man.
Okay.
Yeah. But we had good seats where we were, and I was around some friends too.
Okay.
And so I was like, I kind of want to hang out with them, but at the same time, then they got the same upgrade that I was getting, so we all went.
Okay. Well, that worked out.
There you go. Let's all go.
But I got a question to ask y'all about something that was going on in the game for the common man, and I had never heard this before. And conversation broke out. We may not get out much. That may be all there is to this.
Oh, yeah.
Possible.
But I got a question about Bourbon Street too.
Oh, all right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh couldn't agree more. That's why they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you're a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy tasty recipes delivered to your door, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free, because HelloFresh knows that you're not just hungry at dinner time. In fact, they're here to meet your every mealtime need with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, and desserts that can easily add to every order. HelloFresh also helps you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, making sticking to a routine easier than ever. This year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go, to power tech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like their everyday earbuds. This past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping, buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The folks at MyPillow know how to make top quality products and save you money at the same time. Known for their amazing pillows, we know that, including the latest innovative MyPillow 2.0. They got so many other top quality, well-priced products for you too. Here's just a few examples of what they got. The popular Giza Dream bed sheets are at a great price of $24.98. They've got terrific down comforters at 33% off. Duvet covers up up to 70% off dog beds, pet blankets, $19.99. Their towels are made with a special cotton that not only is super soft, they're super absorbent, and how about that? You'll love them. Now, the 2.0 pillows I mentioned earlier, they're made with a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. They come with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee, and of course, it's made right here in the USA. MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other radio deals for you when you use our code BUBBA. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. The folks at MyPillow know how to make top quality products and save you money at the same time. Known for their amazing pillows, we know that, including the latest innovative MyPillow 2.0. They got so many other top quality, well-priced products for you too. Here's just a few examples of what they got. The popular Giza Dream bed sheets are at a great price of $24.98. They've got terrific down comforters at 33% off. Duvet covers up to 70% off. Dog beds, pet blankets, $19.99. Their towels are made with a special cotton that not only is super soft, they're super absorbent, and how about that? You'll love them. Now, the 2.0 pillows I mentioned earlier, they're made with a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. They come with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee, and of course, it's made right here in the USA. MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other radio deals for you when you use our code BUBBA. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA. MyPillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on the kickoff hour. I'm Speedy. There is Greg, Helmsey, Adler here. Rick Bubba join us right after top of the hour for the main show. A lot to discuss, a lot to break down, recap. We're in the middle of doing that. This portion of the program is sponsored by BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You know, gyms love this time of year because this is where everyone gets refocused and, I need to get back to exercising and stuff. Well, BuyRaycon.com/Bubba says, well, if you are one of those that want to do better, maybe you're getting on walks, running, working out, their earbuds are perfect. They are premium audio with a great price point. You're not going to pay that premium price point that you are with some of the other competitors, but the quality is the same or better. So their earbuds look, feel, sound even better. They optimize gel tips that they have there. They're perfect for inner fit. These earbuds are so comfortable. And right now, if you are interested in that, they got thousands of 5-stars reviews, by the way, tens of thousands. Go to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You're going to save 20% off your order. If you own a company, maybe you want to stock up your employees. Maybe you have a college student. You can send them back to college with them. Or you're just one of those that, like I just said, need some for yourself, depending on what you're doing. Go to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba today. Save 20% and enjoy those earbuds. They're going to be nice. Or you can go to RickandBubba.com, look under the sponsors button. All right, so we're in the middle of recapping a number of different things, and we'll kind of be floating all over the place here the rest of the week, just remembering things that happened during the break. Helmsey took his son to the New Orleans Bowl.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, where Jack State was playing, and Bubba had gone with some friends as well. He got there a little different and had his set up a little different as well. You were upgraded from common man to that elite status.
Yeah, we sat with him the second half.
Yeah. But you said that you had experienced some things while you were.
Well, first of all, everybody's asked me about Bourbon Street and all that. We didn't venture down Bourbon Street. Now I did. What's funny is we were walking to get something to eat that night. And it was a nice night, a little chilly, but it was nice. And so we were walking around. I was kind of giving him experience of just the, downtown area, whatever. Right. And we got to where you make that turn on Bourbon Street.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, hey, he said, hey, because it was crazy. He said, what's going on down there? I said, here's the deal. I said, you've heard everybody. You're going to hear people here, and you're going to hear, anytime anybody brings up New Orleans, Bourbon Street. There will probably be a day where you venture on down there. It ain't going to be with me. Yeah. I just can't do that. Mm-hmm. And so we're going to stay away from that area. We're still going to have a good time.
You could have went to a nice restaurant.
And we did. We did
crawfish.
we did all that, like breakfast the next morning and stuff like that when it started opening back up. And there was actually, not, all those people had went to bed or still sleeping. But that morning, I couldn't really, I get up early no matter whether we're on vacation or not. And so I got up early and I thought I'm going to go on a little walk because I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to keep him up if I, don't. So I went downstairs, got some coffee, and started out on a little walk. And I ended up walking through there.
Ah.
And what I was amazed
different
by.
Experience that time of day.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah.
And what I was amazed by is the cleanup.
Yeah.
They had so many.
Oh, they hit it.
Street sweepers, and they had pressure washers, and just truck after truck of cleanup. And I thought to myself, so this is y'all's every day. Mm-hmm. This is how this place gets cleaned up every single day.
Well, and thank goodness for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So did experience it, walked down there, got more coffee. By the time I'd got down there, I'd run out of coffee, so I got some more, and then I headed back. But we had a great time. It was a lot of fun. And we'll recap the game and stuff with Bubba later. But the other thing in the game that caught me off guard, and I'd never had this happen, didn't know this was a thing, and this may fall under the category of I just need to get out more, okay? Yeah. But when I went to the concession stand, if that's what you want to call it, Brady and I got I got a bottle of water. I think he got a Sprite, and he got a piece of pizza, and I think I got some kind of peanuts or something. They took the top off the bottle and handed us the bottle and wouldn't give us the top back.
What? Are you serious?
Wait a minute. It seems like I've experienced that.
They wouldn't give you the top back.
No, they removed the tops from the bottle in the Superdome and give you your drink. They do this, Speedy. Here's the bottle. Here it is. They take it off and they tell you, "Hey, we have to remove the top. So sorry." And I'm like, "What?" And I was like,
people throw them everywhere.
I think it's to prevent if somebody throws something on the field, it's not going to be full of something.
You think? Okay.
But this is what they did. They did this and they set it down, and I grab it. And I don't have a top. And so I'm walking around. It's full.
I like to put the top on it because I may not want to finish it right there.
Right.
Water.
I told him, I said, your cleanup crew is going to hate us because we're going to spill it. But,
that is weird. I wonder why.
I didn't put up too big of a fight, but I thought. Then I got to noticing everybody, no tops. And I thought, this is stupid. This is the dumbest rule ever.
Is it so you won't take a drink out with you, like put the top back on it, put it in your bag or something, and go out?
I think it's all about
throwing
it on
onto the field.
Yeah.
Huh. That is.
But so y'all haven't experienced that?
No. Been to a lot of games, but I'm on the working side, so I'm never sitting there watching it. And I don't know. Maybe they do that.
It's the first time
at the games I work, and I don't even know.
It may be just be a Superdome thing. I don't know.
Could be.
But I was completely like, what? And I even, the guys that were sitting with us at the time, I was like, hey, they removed y'all's top? And they was like, yeah, we've never heard anything like this before. I'm like, this is crazy. And, of course, Braden's got a Sprite or whatever at my feet, and I'm thinking I'm about to kick it over. And some lady did kick it over, moving at some point. Yeah. And I'm like, see, this is ridiculous. Like,
bad call.
I don't understand this at all. So
they also, someone is saying here that the tops they're able to do inventory as well on, I guess, what they sell. They have to turn the top.
So the scanning, the barcode is not enough for us.
I don't know.
That's dumb.
We would be manually counting tops.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe that's not it. I have no idea.
I was told at the game it was because of throwing heavy items on the field of play.
Well, maybe.
And maybe we just had the crowd was not like it is at a Saints game or a SEC championship. I mean, not SEC championship, but a bowl game, Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
So that we may have just been under the same rules as them, and I don't know. I just never experienced it, and I didn't like it at all.
I don't like it either.
Wanted a top to my bottle.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. We want a top.
Yeah.
Got to have a top.
Like to have a top, please. Thank you.
Yes, please. I would like a
You don't
top.
mind.
But great game, great experience, and we. I wish Amanda and the girls would have. I know what you're thinking when I say this because it was a good guys trip, but I do wish that Amanda and the girls could have went because it was Jacksonville's fans showed out, and it was a community of it was just at the hotel, you have the Gamecock walk and all these things that we experienced at a bowl game for the first time ever. Yeah. It was a history type thing for the university. And so all that was excellent. And I saw a lot of people I hadn't seen in a long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Friday, let's go back here as we're hopping all over the place. Friday the 22nd. Okay.
Wow.
I'm doing the best ofs. And I knew what I had in front of me that day, but I was going to try to pull it off. And we've discussed this before. Matter of fact, I think I played a best of that day where Rick treated the day like a game to see, if he could win the day. And that's when he had to give Big Love a haircut and pick a tree out. And he actually won. It was a close game, but he actually won. I had to do the show, go get my parents, and get back for a remote by 3.
Yeah.
Well, if you do the math, the show ends at 10.
Yeah, you got to get it. No wasted.
And it takes 2 hours to get there, 2 hours to get back. You start doing the math.
You're cutting it close.
You're one slow down on the interstate or something from
Which
happening.
can happen.
Yeah. And so, and it's important, too, that when the show's over, you're organized to where you can leave. But that was my last day that week to do best of, so I'm trying to get everything organized. Because sometimes if you're coming back the next day, which I did a lot that week, I just was like, leave things the way they are. I'm going to be the one back next day.
Yeah.
But I had to kind of clean up and get ready. So I hit the break, the go-to-break bed that it ends the show. And then I run and I waited a little bit. I run in there and I drop the feed to Denver for our Comrex and all this. And so I fly out of here. I'm on the road. Boom. And I don't hit one problem. I pull up at 11:55. My parents are standing there, and I felt like that was a touchdown, because I wanted so badly to update y'all, but I didn't want to be that guy that was updating y'all on vacation when you're just trying to enjoy yourself.
So the front end of it.
So the front end was fine. My parents, which were key, were standing there.
Yeah, they got to participate.
They had, you don't want to pull up, nobody be ready.
Yeah. Huh? I thought you said.
And so
you made better time than we expected.
Well, you're here.
Right.
We're not ready.
So I'd called them, and they were like, okay, we'll be ready to go. I'm like, look, don't be worried about pulling bags downstairs. Y'all don't need, just if you'll have them zipped and ready, I can grab them.
Yeah, I'm strong.
So my dad's standing in the garage. He's just standing there, and I pull up. He goes, "Hey, good time, whatever." And I'm like, "Okay, this is
what
a
if
good
it would have been
sign."
somebody else pulling up?
I don't know. He knows.
I mean, I'm just asking. It's a legitimate question, Greg.
I've asked him if he really isn't blind because I think he could just.
What if he'd been tricking you all these
this
years?
whole time? Yeah, because he walks around like he's not. It's a really it's amazing.
Let you in on a little secret.
Yeah. So I pull up and they are ready. He goes, "I've already got the waters out because they got to bring their own water."
Oh, of course.
They don't
I love
want
that.
You don't.
Yeah,
want,
I love
they
that.
got
Get
either
in your water.
Nobody's still in their tops.
No,
No.
no. They've either got their water jugs, which they'll bring 2 or 3 of them, or they'll bring their own little water bottles in a little bag. And I'm like, Dad,
Picture your mom with a Stanley.
Y'all got a lot of water.
Dad, we got plenty of water, but I'm glad you got your own.
You don't want to dip into your stack.
No. So when I return, it won't take much longer here, but we're up against the break. I'll let you know, did I make it back? And I'm going to tell you guys, it was a good game. The game of the day is I consider a game, but that was crucial for them to be ready.
Oh,
Now they had some bags, and we had to get it all in there, but I'll discuss when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you haven't switched to MediShare yet, 2 big reasons to at least consider it and why it makes so much sense right now. Number 1 is inflation, which is just affecting everything. It just makes sense to say, okay, where can I actually save Well, you can save a lot in one fell swoop if you switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month. Secondly, your conscience. MediShare members aren't forced to pay for things they don't support or believe in, and that's a big deal for a lot of people right now. They want their money to actually help people. And one more reason, you can trust MediShare. It's been the gold standard for healthcare sharing for more than 30 years. It works, and members love it too. It has double the member satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. So now's a great time to consider making the switch, and they are very easy to talk to. MediShare has great customer service. You can call now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here's the number. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Paid for by Up-Level Rewards. Paid participation and other terms and conditions apply. Add your portrayal.
Hey, where did you get all that cash?
You mean this $750?
Yes, that $750. Where did you get all that cash?
Since it's January, I went to JanuaryCash750.com and got $750.
You got $750?
Yes. Just go to JanuaryCash750.com this month and follow the simple instructions on the site. Once you finish, the $750 is yours.
It's that easy to get $750?
It is, but only in January. You just answer the basic questions on the site, complete the deals they show you, and get $750 sent to your Venmo or PayPal.
I'm always short on cash. I'm going to JanuaryCash750.com right now to get my $750.
Ready to get your $750? Get started right now at JanuaryCash750.com. Remember, this offer is only valid in January, so go to JanuaryCash750.com. Just go to JanuaryCash750.com. Follow the simple instructions and get your $750. Go to JanuaryCash750.com. That's JanuaryCash750.com. Don't wait, it's this month only. Go to JanuaryCash750.com. JanuaryCash750.com. JanuaryCash750.com.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but I'm so glad I did. I was paying way too much for cable. I wasn't finding the shows I wanted, and the prices kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. I get to see all my favorite stuff in one spot, anytime I want, anywhere I want, for just $25 a month. Plus, Philo's got unlimited DVR, so I never have to miss anything. It really is the best deal in TV. Try it out for yourself. Go to philo.tv. That's PHILO.TV and start your 7-day free trial now.
You're all set with your Medicare prescriptions, Mrs. Brown.
This is not just low-cost copays at Walgreens.
I can actually help you set up 90-day refills if you want.
This is having a partner you can trust. Get low-cost copays, 90-day refills, and delivery from your neighborhood Walgreens. This is being independent. Together. Walgreens.
Restrictions apply. For details, see walgreens.com/pharmacy.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 8 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Good time gang here as we celebrate our 30th anniversary on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick Bubba will join us right after top of the hour for the main show. But right now it's the good time gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsey, Adler here as well. And we're off and running. And we appreciate you being with us. So we're just recapping a lot of things. This is if somebody asked us how our holidays were, this would probably be part of the discussion. But I was discussing on the 22nd of December. The 22nd and the 23rd were real busy for me because I was working the Birmingham Bowl on the 23rd, and it was 11 a.m. kick. And Friday, though, I worked the Best Of show, and I had a live remote at the pep rally the day before, and that was at 3 p.m. But I needed to get my parents from Huntsville to Birmingham for the Christmas weekend, and I knew that the window was closing, but I needed to get them on Friday because if not, then Saturday I'm having to go up after the Birmingham Bowl, and then we're coming back in late. And plus I wanted them to be able to be there and just kind of relax and enjoy the family and river running around. It's just a fun time. And so we're in the middle of that recap. So the show ends at 10. I pull up at 11:55. They live in the southeastern part of Huntsville. And, I'm constantly checking the maps to make sure there's, you don't want to see a red line, not with this schedule.
No.
I pull up, parents are ready. Dad's got his water that he's got to have, even though we have water at home. They're going to bring their water. I've discussed their water jugs with them, and I'm like, Dad, I know y'all like the Great Value water jugs. We have a Walmart in Helena. I could just have them waiting on you. No, we're bringing our water. So they've got their water. They'll drink some water. But they said they've pulled back, so we don't have to stop because they know their schedule. So I go in. Mom's standing there. She's got her purse standing there. She said all the bags are upstairs in what would be my old room. I go up. I've got 2 hanging bags and 2 duffel bags, so I grab them, and I'm back down, and she's even screaming, Johnny, get out of his way, because he was just standing there, and he didn't know I was coming through. But
you were moving
I had to turn it around, and I mean quick, guys. And so I packed the car, and I want to say within 15 minutes we were backing back out.
That's good.
So now it's 12:15, and I'm going, okay, I got to get them back. I told Terry, if you could be on standby, there's a possibility. Helena, where I live, is probably a 25-minute drive with no traffic issues back into downtown. So if I pass downtown, which is where I need to be for the remote, go all the way home, and then come all the way back, you're looking at 40, 45 minutes or so that I might not have. So I get to about Gardendale. And I texted Terry, and I said, I don't want to mojo it because I haven't hit the big junction yet, but we're making some pretty good time right now. I can come all the way home. Yeah. I want y'all to know God shined down on me that day. I pull up at 2:05 at the house in Helena. Terry doesn't have to get out. Of course, I heard my parents out of the car a little bit. They needed to get their legs under them.
Squealed out on your way.
Right, but I had her under the arm. My truck's real tall. And it's if you're not used to that, you just trying to slide out of that and then get your feet under you. And so we hurry our walk in, and there's just dogs running everywhere. That's another discussion.
That degree, everybody.
There's just dogs running there underneath everybody's feet, and I'm trying to get them in and all that. I get back on the road at about 2:20, and I pull up at 2:55. Tough to find a parking spot. Around Protective when the cops have got every side road blocked off for this, and you're trying to figure out where to park. Finally, it was on the opposite side of the stadium, and that was a missed field goal for me. Yeah. But I park and do a slow jog all around. I walk up at 2:59 for a 3 p.m. remote, and I made it. I was totally exhausted. From just the hurry of the day.
The mental part.
And Mark is there. He's got everything set up, and got to see Mark Meadows, executive director of the Birmingham Bowl. They're coming by, and just everybody, and then people start piling in, and it was just a blast. But I get home, and we still have one more Dirty Santa gift to get. And for the win, on the way home from the Birmingham Bowl, I stop off and grab a gift on the way home.
Work that in.
And
that
we
was a bonus because you didn't think
no. That was just an extra. We scored.
So, hey, guess
when
what?
We
I
didn't
got
have
the
to.
gift covered.
Yeah, it got it covered. I walk in, and Terry's made just an unbelievable meal, and we're just hanging out, and it was just awesome.
Dang, Hallmark movie.
Hey, when I started that day, because y'all know, any of y'all, when you've got a lot on you that day.
And if it involves the interstate, I got hung in on the way back from the beach yesterday. I jumped off on the side road.
Was it around?
I ain't doing this.
Let me ask you a question, Greg. Was it around? Going to get real local here. Was it around Timberline Golf Course?
Yes.
I was in the same thing.
Yes, and it started even further back than that. In fact, the Timberline's where I got off and shot through Wilsonville, went home that way.
Okay.
Because it's like it was road work. It would get to moving, and then they'd shut it down.
Okay, because see, I experienced that, and it was a wreck at the exit, and it was a bad one.
Oh, okay.
They shut the exit down. I mean, the interstate down, and I was backed up for I don't know how long. I was actually mad at myself.
Well, I saw signs that it may have been the wreck.
I think if it was around
12 miles,
if it was around like 12 o'clock to 1 p.m.
A little later.
Okay, it was a bad wreck.
It makes sense to do construction during holidays.
Yeah, hopefully it wasn't. I've had to talk to myself before because I'll be like backed up.
Because I never got it. May have been the wreck.
And then I get up on the wreck and I'm like, so what am I mad about? Look at that. I could have been them. But it was so bad that they had you getting off the exit ramp and coming down on the other side because the interstate was shut down.
Oh wow.
And they were in a bind. The police officers were, because then you had everybody trying to exit, so now that's backed up.
Yeah.
And it was just a mess.
Ugh.
But I stayed in it for about 45 minutes. At some points, it wasn't even moving, just sitting there. It was a mess.
It's unreal.
I was mad at myself too for not checking maps before I left. That was a rookie mistake, and I got lazy.
I fell in the same. I got lazy about a lot of things the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Yeah. We've just started. We have a lot to talk about today, and Rick and Bubba join us next. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they go. Oh, Rare Earth. They were celebrating.
Rare Earth. When I hear that, I think of magnets.
Well, you should. So we have Matt Moultrie coming up here quickly.
That's for you, Tech.
There you go.
This morning.
We've got this.
Magnet.
We've got updates on stories. By the way, I did see the entire Aaron Hernandez thing, and oh my goodness, good gracious. But anyway, so I finished that up last night. Boy, that. I thought I knew.
I've heard enough from y'all. I don't even need to see
Look,
it.
I remember when we reported on the story, but boy, this really.
Yeah, it's worse than you think.
Well,
sick puppy deal.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, I walk away going, I think I completely get it. Now, I'm not saying that it's okay or it should have been this way, but at least I think I know what happened and the whole deal. There were some very interesting things about Massachusetts I did not know legally.
You talking about just the law in general?
Yes. Did you know this in Massachusetts? Okay, which we don't say very well. So let's say that let's don't do it to you, Bubba. Speedy's not here. Let's do it to him. So let's say Speedy is.
Thank you.
Speedy's in jail.
There's a price to pay when you're not here.
So let's say Speedy is in trouble with the law.
Right.
Okay.
And we all kind of halfway expect that before it's over.
So he and it may be this deal he's working today.
Right.
But let's
be the beginning.
But let's go back to this. So he is convicted. I mean, the jury says guilty.
Guilty. You go with.
Hey, guilty.
Judge is going to sentence.
So now Speedy goes to jail. Didn't know this in Massachusetts, Greg. This is the Aaron Hernandez thing. So Speedy goes to jail, but he has an outstanding appeal.
Mm-hmm.
I appeal.
Right.
Okay. And then he's put together. Then he gets charged with something different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which happened to Aaron Hernandez?
So that has to start up now.
Now, when Aaron Hernandez goes for his second murder charge, he now shifts to a much better legal team than he had the first time. And I think, by the way, if he'd had his second legal team the first time, he walks.
Right. And there's a difference.
Yeah, I mean,
no matter what their commercials say, there's a difference.
He walks because this guy The second one,
they're telling you one ain't as good as the other, but I'm telling you there's a difference.
Listen, they don't even have a person that says he's the one who shot him in the first one, including the two people there. They wouldn't turn on him. Okay? Listen, in the second one, they got a guy going, I'm in the car. I'll lean my seat back where he can fire on these other people. And this new lawyer gets him found not guilty.
Good night.
With an eyewitness this time, okay? So not guilty on the second one. Listen to this. Are you ready? Sadly, Aaron Hernandez will go to take his life in jail, waiting on his appeal for the first conviction. And you should have seen the family of the guy that they say that he was guilty of killing in the first one, because picture how this feels. In Massachusetts, if you die with an outstanding appeal, they acquit you of the crime. So they take it and wipe it off the books as if he's not guilty of any of it now. Wow. Because he never got to his appeal. So they just assume, what, the appeal would have gone his way? I mean, what are we talking about? So
Rick, that's only Massachusetts would come up with something that ingenious. So now does that mean his family can claim some loss of income?
I don't know. But I'll tell you what it does. I think it helps his fiancée, who was waiting to be his wife, and father and mother of his child. I think she ends up able to get more money on that. And they're saying that one of the reasons for killing himself may involve all of that his name would be cleared, and that his fiancée would end up being able to collect a certain amount of money and all that. So I don't know, but it's interesting because his reaction when he was found not guilty on the second murder charge. Because I'm thinking to myself, why is this such a celebration? Because you're still going to jail for life.
Right.
I mean, all you would have gotten was life again.
Right.
Which that seems almost, mundane. But anyway, it's weird. Of course, then the whole other element, Greg, well, oh my goodness, the other one.
Oh, yeah.
Which is another reason they thought he may have taken his own life is that.
Yeah, he got a friend in jail, didn't he?
Well, no, things were going public about maybe a friend he had
before jail.
Oh, really?
All out there.
Was that one reason?
Sports talk show broke it and got talking about it.
Why did he kill the first guy?
They never established a motive, never, and I really needed that.
Was it? I'm trying to remember, and I can't remember. Was that guy about to testify against him or turn against him in something else that had happened?
Some people say that. There were people, which I think you overruled, that you throw out in this special, that he had been abusive to his fiancee's sister. If you want to see a weird court scene, have two sisters on two different sides.
Wow.
One sister's testifying against the other sister's fiance and father of her child.
That makes for an interesting dinner at home.
It does, because hey, your fiance killed my boyfriend, by the way. So
goodness gracious.
So anyway, about a half a mile from here. Now don't forget, they go get him in Boston and drive him all the way back and kill him a half a mile from Aaron Hernandez's house. So anyway, they never could. No one could ever figure out. One of them was this other thing, that this guy was going to out him on some of his his sexual confusion.
Well, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't.
And then because the abuse, I think, is out because the girlfriend never ever sided with her boyfriend, saying, "Hey, he was a bad guy and Aaron killed him." And
so
she went against him. She said, she was like, "Hey, I want him put in jail for killing my boyfriend."
So what's more dangerous, to be a friend of Aaron Hernandez or to vape?
It is 6 minutes past the hour. How about you? A brand new hour has begun on a brand new day, on a brand new week, on a brand new year. For the Rick and Bubba Show starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. From the Big Boy Studios, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. As I mentioned, a brand new day on a brand new week on a brand new year. As today we celebrate our 30th anniversary and all that goes with that. Back from 2 weeks of vacation. Hopefully you enjoyed the best of Rick and Bubba shows and the Rick and Bubba replays while we were away. Hopefully you had a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, a Happy Hanukkah, whatever your case may be. The gang is all back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsey have given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler is back for the YouTube experience. And all the different ways you can get the Rick and Bubba Show live and archived have all been reestablished today. And however you're getting the show, whether that be live or archived, we're glad that you're here. We be missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, believe it or not, we're back again. 30 years plus. Well, here we are, huh?
30 years are done. We did it. 30 years. I mean, how about this? No matter what happens going forward, can't nobody take them 30 from us.
Oh, man, I tell you, something else. This morning, and I knew this morning was going to be difficult.
Yeah.
But when my alarm went off,
yep,
I thought I was having a nightmare.
Yeah, sure.
I thought surely, or I was being pranked. Surely it cannot be going off because I just went to bed. And I know we go through this thing about should you adjust your schedule or not.
Yep.
I know you do a much better job than I do during the year.
Yeah.
Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to be up pretty much the same time, give or take 30 minutes.
Yep.
I'm going to wake up no matter what. And I start out the holiday that way. And then I start moving back to a regular schedule like I'm a civilian.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
And I'm staying up to 11, 12 at night,
sure.
sleeping to 6, 7.
Yep.
Might as well 8 one day or two.
Right.
You know?
Watch out.
Yep. And before you know it, you're like a regular person, and you forget, hey, I got duty about to call. And I heard you yesterday say, or was it this morning? Say, I can't even remember.
Sure.
That you had gone hunting in the morning twice to try to acclimate
Talking about Speedy.
yourself.
Yeah. It was a text.
And see, for some reason, I did this crazy thing thinking, hey, it's my last day, I'm going to sleep late.
Ooh.
And I did it, so it was a hard.
That's the worst thing you can do.
It was a hard start this morning.
Yeah, that's the worst thing you can do.
Yeah. Somebody said, you'll sleep well tonight. I said, probably this afternoon.
Right. Well, it is 30 years, so our anniversary is today. It was 30 years ago today that Bubba and I came on the air as Rick and Bubba, 1994, early January. We're pretty close to the day this time, I think, because in those days we probably came back around this time. So I don't know if it's the exact day, but it's within 24, 48 hours.
Yep, absolutely.
So anyway, rickandbubba.com, go to the store. And you will see they've got it where it's easy to find. There's a bunch of Rick and Bubba 30-year anniversary merchandise, and obviously this merchandise will only be available and good this year. So because this is the only time that we'll celebrate 30 years, because anything after this would be more than 30. So anyway, go check those out. Some cool stuff. I'm drinking out of the 30-year coffee mug. Look, that baby's nice right there. Loving it. And you can see the other items. Did you see the cool lunchbox? I got it right here.
Rick, the lunchbox turned out awesome.
Did y'all notice this, guys?
Yeah, I'm ordering me one of them babies.
Adler's showing all of you a bit in the studio. I want the guys to see it. It's got all the CDs of 30 years, all the covers.
That's so cool.
On it, and everybody's autographed it here on the front.
Yeah,
so you get everybody's autograph with that. It's a collectible, or you can actually use it as a lunchbox. Also, we've got new socks. You know, this is all the crazy. I don't know about y'all. My kids that are in their 20s, they wear these weird socks all the time. So we got 30-year socks are available. I told you about the mug. I'm wearing the T-shirt. Here's the 30-year T-shirt. I've got it on. Sorry about that. Yeah, and then on the back, looks like it's like a concert shirt. On the back, it's all the CDs and best ofs of the year.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, these playing cards, I left them on the desk, I think. These playing cards are hilarious.
They are, by the way.
They are absolutely hilarious, okay? So this is just a deck of playing cards. It's got all of us as you know, on the suits, the different suits. It's all the members of the show. But the actual cards themselves are all phrases that we use on the show, and it tells you the definition of them on every single card. And those are fantastic. Yeah. They're in there on my desk. We can look at them.
That may be my favorite thing because it was so
cool.
well thought out.
Yeah. Well, if you're a fan of the show or you're trying to bring somebody in the loop, like it's almost like you get cards to play cards with, but Trivial Pursuit of Rick and Bubba all at the same time.
It's all rolled into one.
Like right there, see that card has BIP on it, and it tells you what a BIP is.
That's great.
Yeah, that's great. So those are hilarious. So all of those are available at rickandbubba.com. They'll obviously be limited time items, and they'll be they'll hang around for a little while. But and there'll be some new items that'll come out throughout the year too. Some different shirts and stuff like that. But the kickoff stuff for the 30-year, all there at rickandbubba.com. Now we have a lot to reset. If we go all the way back to the big year ender and start December 16th and walk through everything, we can. Now I know us pretty well. If y'all want to go chronological, we can. If you want to talk about the college football playoff just because it's on our mind and then go back, we can. I'm open to anything, but we'll get it all covered today. And your phone calls today, we are still on the number from the 12 working days of Christmas. So it's a 629 We Be Big. 629 We Be Big, and we'll definitely get some opportunity to talk with some of you because we missed you. I mean, my goodness, I got to the point I was ready to be back. I love what we do, and I love being with you guys, and I miss doing this, and glad we're back. So 629 We Be Big.
I was really thinking Rick and Bubba during lunch. It's got a real ring to it.
Well, I tell you. We'll come back and we'll jump into it. All the stuff from the last 2 weeks, your phone calls, and we'll update you on what's going on since we went away. All when the Rick and Bubba Show continues on the 30th anniversary edition.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right. Well, you know what the takeaway from all this is, including the lawyer that could have got him off. He said, I tell you what he's guilty of, hanging out with the wrong people.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 plus years.
How about that?
Well, Bubba's been sending me. Bubba's working on something, and I don't know how it's going to go or what it can be used for or whatever. But Bubba has gone into, because of the 25th anniversary, he's gone into, wait for it, the cassette archives of the early days, even before we officially called it Rick and Bubba, which it's easy to get a year on that because that's got to be 93 since we started as Rick and Bubba in 94. So if we're on this cassette thing you sent me yesterday, and we're talking about the show and we're not calling it Rick and Bubba, but yet you're there, then it has to be 93.
Greg, I cannot tell you. See, I've got literally, Rick, boxes of cassettes, okay? And I'm trying to get a good way to, because it's going to be a lot of memory and stuff, but I'm trying to convert that to digital. And I'm just kind of testing some different ways I want to try to do it before the tapes just totally disintegrate and the technology disappears. You can't find a cassette player to play it on.
Right.
And so I'm just doing some little test segments and seeing how much memory they're using and trying to figure all that out and the quality. And I don't mean to send all of them to you, but I will get to laughing
It was hilarious.
I get to laughing at some of them, and I said, "Oh my gosh, Rick has got to hear this." And yesterday we used to have a contest called Reader Board Roundup.
I have it. If you want me to play, can we play some of it?
Yeah, we can. Sure, we can. It's
Okay.
ours.
Okay.
But this is what I want you to hear.
The voices.
The beginning of the we do sound different.
This one we don't sound as
We're
different
not
as we do
chippy
on some
it.
others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what is funny about this is when we start the show, and to begin with, we're out riding around using a thing called a cellcast. We do the whole show over a cell phone. And we're out riding around.
You'll be
Rick's
shocked how good it
driving,
sounds.
and I'm riding shotgun. Speedy's running the board. And one of the funniest things to me is Speedy messes up a couple
The
times
intro.
early.
He messed up the intro above.
And then Rick makes a comment about it. It's just funny to hear it because I'm knowing everybody.
Well, what you hear is some things have never changed. Yeah. And our commentary about somebody messing up back at Master Show, hey, buddy, you know, all this
Get it
kind of
together.
hey, should we expect this rest of the show? I even made that comment. So Speedy's back at the studio because it's just the three of
And
us.
forget the quality. We're on the road, baby.
Look, and keep in mind, one thing you'll notice, this is when cell technology was still relatively new, which means it's going to sound really good.
Yeah, it sounds better than it does now.
Much better it does now because that band's got a little tight. Is that the right word?
Yes,
The right
yes.
thing?
You're
So-
correct.
So anyway, here's what you're going to hear in this 25-year flashback. We're in a van riding around, and we're trying to find marquees. It's something called Reader Board Roundup. It was really a good marketing idea, early days of marketing. And if you put something about us on your reader board, then we would give you a $250 advertising package.
Or give you, we'd talk about on there.
And we would
shout
give you a
out
shameless
and all
plug.
that.
And then we would make a effort to get in the van and ride around and read.
find 'em.
And find
Yeah.
them. And so we're looking
During
for 'em.
the show. Yeah.
So we're looking for them in this bit. Very, very cutting edge. Now, you're going to hear reference to all kinds of things because we're not really in syndication at this time. We're just
Pretty
on
local.
We're just on one station, and we're talking about the one station. And because I will reference the morning extravaganza, this predates 94.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
It probably was. I'll have to look at the tape, what I wrote on it.
But you can tell
the
we're
fact it came off a cassette.
Well, you can tell we're headed that way because I've got Bubba in there just like we're. Yeah, and undoubtedly the setup we had in the van was pretty cool. I think we were even going to take calls on it somehow.
Well, the Cellcast was an amazing piece of equipment back when we had analog cell phones.
Yeah.
But like you said, the bandwidth was wider, so it sounded better.
But at one time, you'll hear Bubba even say we have a crowd mic, and suddenly a mic gives you the outside of the van. So we got some mics sticking out of windows.
Now, Rick, I don't know if we were that high tech or I just took mine and stuck it out the
You may
window.
have.
But it was a little illusion there too.
Yeah, all right, so here, and we won't have to listen to the whole thing.
No,
We don't
but
want
it's
to.
just
you may hear commercials to begin with or something too. I don't know, but here is
it was commercials when it started.
Here's a flashback that predates 1994.
3.7 Q104, the morning extravaganza, out and about again.
Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. A lot going on. So, I mean, as soon as we get back, bam, everything is kicked back in, and everything that was put on pause is now back rolling again. Excited to get themanchurch.com back out on the road again. Those opportunities are available. Look at themanchurch.com for those coming up. We're sending out Lance Ingram from the Rick and Bubba Show with a brand new devotional that he and his wife just released. He'll be speaking coming up this Sunday. You can find all those details coming up at themanchurch.com. I'll be going out to Dothan, Alabama, coming up News Talk 103.9, Ridgecrest Baptist Church. Their second year of the strategy will start. I'll be there for their kickoff service for year 2 on January the 11th. And then excited to be headed up to Hendersonville, Tennessee, Long Hollow Church. Bubba's ham buddy, Robbie Gallaty, the pastor there. He'll be speaking. David Pollock will be speaking. They have a mystery guest they haven't released yet that's going to be speaking there. Scott Dawson also speaking at their men's conference January 26th and 27th. Find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. All right, so we've decided that we're not going to go chronological, that we're going to talk about the college football bowl games and the playoffs first. So we have some audio and video clips that Adler has too. Do we want to get right into the Final Four, or do we want to talk about Florida State and Georgia and all the commentary that went on about that and the state of college football, which I don't know why we're complaining about it. It all gets resolved next year. So there's really, I don't know why you even discuss it now. But
there's still a problem, and Kirby Smart addressed this after their game.
Yeah.
There's no other league or group anywhere where you have free agency that breaks out during the season.
Right.
And some of that I just needs to be changed. I mean, the window, really, I think the window for coaches changing and all that needs to be moved to the end of the season. You don't even talk about it, don't even worry about it till then you start that. And however you have to adjust the recruiting period to match that, it's fine. But this is crazy when you have people changing teams and opting out and getting in the bowl games are not even the same team that, won the opportunity to be in the bowl game.
Yeah, well, this is also the problem, which gets resolved next year. When you get to the Power Five, if you're not one of the Final Four, all the things Bubba just mentioned comes into play because the game doesn't mean anything. Now there was an opportunity, I think, that Florida State could have, decided as young men and players that we're going to show the world that we should have been in the four, even without our quarterback, and we're going to go out here and beat Georgia.
Yeah.
Now that's a big order.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do that. Now one of the things on the comedy side, I'm goofy. I get that. I know some of y'all don't think that we don't think through, some of the things, and things don't mean as much to us as they do to some people. But, Florida State sent us a bunch of swag that's really cool. And I had a day, didn't realize how close I was to the playoff and to the bowl games. And it was the perfect shirt for that day, and I put it on and was wearing it.
Yeah.
And Sherry and I were going out on the walk, and I had a Florida State shirt on. And I only put it on because it's a cool shirt.
It is really nice.
I don't have any issue with Florida State. I'm thankful to get the swag.
We like Florida State.
I'll wear any team really pretty much any time and be fine with it. But did not realize, I want y'all to think about how funny this was. I live in the state of Alabama. Everybody doesn't know that, I think. I'm walking around with this Florida State shirt on. All of a sudden, the guy looks at me and says, "So that's how it is?" And I said, "I'm sorry." And he goes, "So that's how it is?" And,
That's how it
and
is.
I looked around. I said, "I'm sorry." He goes, "So you think Florida State should be in the playoff?" And I was like, "Oh no, you don't think we should be there?" No. I promise. I just put the shirt on.
No, as a matter of fact, you did think Alabama ought to be there.
Yeah, I've been telling everybody that Alabama should be there, and so. But anyway, I drew a little flack for that. But
you ought to have been careful out walking close to a highway. With
yeah,
that on.
right.
Sure.
I just didn't think about it. It's a cool shirt, though. You'll probably see me wear it here on the show. It really is cool. But anyway, I think that now I have noticed that Florida State people act like that Georgia had no people that were out. Of course, they did, including the best player in college football, probably. So their roster was not as depleted as Florida State, but they had players that opted out and didn't play either, and then were hurt. But it was ugly. Do y'all want to hear what Kirby Smart said about it first?
Yeah.
All right. So here's Kirby Smart talking about 63-3 Georgia over Florida State.
People need to see what happened tonight, and they need to fix this. It needs to be fixed. It's very unfortunate that they, who has a good football team and a good football program, are in the position they're in. And everybody can say it's their fault and it's their own problem, all right? And everybody can say that we had our guys and they didn't have their guys. I can listen to all that. But college football has got to decide what they want. And I know things are changing, and I think things are going to change next year. And you know what? There's going to still be bowl games outside of those. People got to decide what they want and what they really want to get out of it, because it's really unfortunate for those kids on that sideline that had to play in that game that didn't have their full arsenal, and it affected the game 100%.
Yeah, that goes to the bigger point. There is an issue, major issue, and it's not going anywhere. And Florida State didn't help their self with all the laws. They look really silly right now because we file all these lawsuits, and then to your point, they don't even participate.
Right.
Yeah.
But to his point, these bowl games are not going away, and it's not going to get any better. If you don't make the playoff, it's actually going to get worse. To Bubba's point with portal and jumping here and jumping there, and it's just going to continue to get worse. So they got to make a decision on what they want to do, what they want it to look like, because there's going to be way more of this.
Yeah, because I would have thought that Florida State and Georgia still had something to play for to prove that if they make their case, they should have been in the four.
You would think so.
Yeah.
And especially after they acted the way they did. I mean, government officials filed lawsuits. We put millions of dollars aside as governor.
Right. Yeah.
And then you
don't participate.
Then you don't participate.
Well,
that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you can also, if you don't participate, then you can go, well, if we'd have played, we'd have won it.
Right.
You're no longer the victim. If you all show up and get hammered,
right?
Now
Yeah.
you have your excuse, and you can go, well, I didn't play. I mean, we would have.
Well,
if they would have put us in the playoffs, we'd have been fine.
Well, both of y'all make the point. If people are mad about your victimhood, they really hate you now.
Yeah.
Because now you're doing what Greg said and what Helmsey said. You're now giving yourself an excuse to forever say we were better.
Yeah.
How many did Georgia have opt out? Bowers,
one that really truly matters.
Rah didn't play.
Who?
They got a kid played Rah something that's a good player.
You know, the whole
Bowers
time.
did he opt out? Because I didn't see that game.
Well, Bowers has
He's
that
been
injury.
hurt.
He's been playing through.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
I mean,
get
I'm just asking. I'm not
Yeah,
accusing him of
they had a
anything.
few.
But I think
advised
what's
him
his
not
name,
to play.
McConkey, whatever. I think he was.
shaky.
But I think he played.
He
Didn't
And then you have
played
some that's
well,
going to go
though.
high in
How
the
many-
draft that played.
How
And I
many
think-
Florida
yes.
State have?
I
Like
heard
20?
20-something.
I heard
22.
22, I think.
And I don't know how
that might be
I don't know
wrong.
how many of them start.
If you were a
you know
scout
what
team
that
guy,
is.
you loved it. Hey, I'm gonna get to play.
Well,
I'm in.
Well, you saw, and even Kirby Smart said he actually advised, I believe it was a defensive back, not to play. And the defensive back played anyway. He just said, I just can't do that. So, I mean, but you're having those kind of conversations. Yeah. And if you think you're going to Helmsley's point, if you're going to have those conversations when you may be the fourth or fifth best team in the country, do you realize how little effort they're going to put into it if you didn't make the top 12?
Yeah.
Now you're going to put zero effort into these games. Yeah. And opting out becomes a lot easier when I'm number 15 in the country.
Yeah.
What am I proving now?
playing for?
Yeah.
Well, I understand the business decision part of this. I really do, but it's just the way I was raised, and I know you were too. I don't opt out of things. That just can't happen. I do admire I will say this. I admire Bo Nix for playing.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be a draft pick and have a chance at the NFL, and he said, I'm going to play. I love this team, and I want to be with him. I admire him for that. I thought that was very big of him.
Liberty got a little wake-up call.
They sure did.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah. I think that,
That game could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. And I saw where their quarterback had entered the transfer portal. So he thinks he can play at a bigger school?
He can.
They can play.
And he'll get money to do it. That's the craziness of this sport right now.
Yeah, you're right. It's pro football.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, I'm your host, Rick Burgess. We are mobile today, as the Who would say, we're going mobile. And I tell you what, folks, you are in for quite the show today. And, of course, riding shotgun in the bright red Q104 van, you know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bill Bubba Bussey! Morning, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, and the struggling one back at the studio, Speed Racer. Speed Racer. Nice work there, Speed. One thing was, I hope that's not an indication. No, I hope it isn't either. Rick Burgess, we are boldly going where no men have gone before today. That is true, Bill. We are the entire show will be mobile today. We are live, and when we say we're on the road, we really mean we're on the road. As a matter of fact, we're stopped at a red light at this very moment. Now, Bill, first of all, I don't know where we are. Second of all, why do I always have to drive when we do this? Well, because you're the lead dog. Where'd I go here? Go this way. Okay, we're going to go right. We're on Sachs Road over in Calhoun County, close to Addison. And we're between Sachs and Weaver, Alabama, Rick Burgess. Now, how you doing? What we're doing first off is we got a rumor on Reader Board Roundup, even though, Bill, it wasn't supposed to start till Monday. It actually does not start till Monday. Now, Rick, do we need to go over Reader Board Roundup, exactly what it is? Just quickly, if you have a Reader Board, marquee, whatever you call it, you've got to put something, some kind of message, and it can be us semi-endorsing you like we had Bolton Furniture in Albertville, who says our beds are strong enough to hold the weight of Rick and Bubba or something like that, and that's fine. Also, you need to put some kind of combination of Q104 Rick and Bubba, and it does help you if you have Mark Bass on there somewhere. And or Mark Bass, the luckiest man in the world, the man with a vision. That's true, because and what we will do is try to see them all. Yeah, you need to let us know where it is, and we'll try to send Speed Racer, or we'll come by and see it. Somebody will try to see them. You can fax pictures of them to us. Some people have already done that. Now, you get a free mention just for having us on your free plug on this state kickingest growingest morning show ever, Rick.
That's right, Alabama, and we'll rake some Georgia on.
Yes, we will.
But now, let me throw this at you. If you have the most creative message on your reader board, marquee, whatever you want to call it,
You might want to slow down right here. We're going to Weaver.
That's true. Well, I have donated to the city here many a time. But I will, if you have the most creative, you will win $250.
$250 advertising package.
Get your look.
And a lot of that running on the big dog.
On the big one.
Now, Bill, could we lose cell service out here somewhere?
Rick, it's possible, but it's just not likely because we all know that cell service covers like a blanket.
Well, that's a good point. Now, so that's Reader Board Roundup. We have a lot going on. While I've got attention, people, I need to pass this along to you as well.
Listen,
the first
it goes into different sponsors and stuff like that. So
it's funny.
So first of all, that was all on a cell cast. It was
riding down the road.
You put the headphones on,
right there on Saks
plug
Road.
in.
Yeah, and it would plug in, and it was all cell service. So listen how good cell phones at one time sounded.
Yeah,
but not anymore.
In that same space that our voices were, we have about 6 phones now.
Yeah, I was
digitized.
You can tell I'm transitioning out of Johnny Joe Jock.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah.
But when I got to the phone numbers, I jocked them up a little bit.
A little bit, but
five. If you'd have ever heard
9.
me, all that kind of stuff.
But the one you really jock it up is when Bubba's jogging.
Oh, well, see, that's our right.
That was even earlier.
We're to that's what we weren't in that one, but we were in the actual station there. But we created this. But that's after we're fully blown Rick and Bubba there. But what you see, I think this time period would be late '93. Because I think we're about to be Rick and Bubba because the stuff of you jogging and all that was like when you were still
feature.
Yeah.
Right.
Now we're moving into co-host and about to rename the show and get into what we're celebrating today and that's now fine. 25 years.
And we rode all over the place on a cell phone for 4 hours.
Yeah, we did. So if you can produce those and get them to me like that, we can play them pretty easy.
Good. That's funny though, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. 25 years.
I'm shocked it sounds as good as it does.
What if somebody walked up to us then and said, "Well, now one day y'all gonna be doing a podcast"? We go, a what?
You noticed we said fax us a picture. There was no email.
That's right.
Did you notice that?
Faxes. You had to fax it to us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba. Now,
Rick.
It may be tradition for. "35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show 30th anniversary today. Glad to be back. Our number 629 We Be Big. We're still using the number from the 12 working days of Christmas. 629 We Be Big. We'll chat with you. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Start the year off with this great American company. They're still about saving us money while providing us with great products. For example, the best bed sheets are just $24.98. My Pillow 2.0s are 50% off. My slippers are $59.98. Down comforters are 60% off. Kitchen towels are $18.74. And a great way to start your day with a 100% Arabica My Coffee, currently 50% off, and you get a free Go Anywhere pillow when you purchase that delicious coffee. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. So, however you felt about Florida State, Georgia, and all of this, the 4 teams that the committee put in, they delivered. Boy, that was 2
really good games,
outstanding college football games, and 4 outstanding teams, all proving that they deserve to be where they are. Now, everybody can sit back and say, well, what if? We'll get to all that next year. All I'm saying is, as someone who wanted to sit down with the family and enjoy college football, which is my favorite sport, I got to see 2 outstanding football games and enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, I agree. I know that, like I say, next year, I'm kind of relieved in a lot of ways that this is over and that we're going to have the top 12. From now on.
Me too.
And, we all grew up in the days where they voted. You hoped you got a number 1 and 2 in a bowl game because of the conference alignments. You hardly ever did. It was just an eye test thing. Then the BCS, which was a move forward.
Yep.
The 4 team is a move forward, and 12 is even going to be better.
Yeah, college football playoff action is so much more entertaining than the whatever bowl game that means nothing. And now, since nobody will play in them, they really mean nothing.
Yeah.
But anyway,
You just thought they meant nothing.
It was exciting. It was fun. I didn't where we live. I'd never seen Washington play. I saw Michigan play. Sherry made the point. She goes, you know what? I think of these 4 teams, we've probably seen Michigan play more than any of them. I just happened, the way my schedule worked this year in college football, I ended up watching Michigan a lot. And when I saw the Michigan-Ohio State game, I was like, you know what? Michigan is balanced. This is the best Michigan team I've seen. They've got it all. They're physical.
They're all balanced except for their coach.
Yeah, right.
He missed half the game.
Yeah, but
funny fella.
Yeah,
what a
He's weird.
strange year.
He's weird and unique, and I love him.
He has some weird mannerisms, weird comments. I mean, he just acts bizarre, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it felt good to see, and I know some of you in the North can go, here we go.
Yeah.
It felt good to see, and I know they get players from everywhere, so there's no true Northern teams, Southern teams anymore, but you know what I mean. It felt good to watch some of these other teams catch up to the SEC and be just as physical, just as athletic, and to see them play nose to nose with Alabama was good for college football. Alabama had every chance to win it. Thought they were going to win it. Expected them to win it. Michigan got the job done. Also, I expected Texas to beat Washington, and I was wrong about that too.
Well, you came within 12 yards.
Right, yeah.
Both games were really good. Literally went down to the last play of the game.
And that last.
Hey, how about clock management? You gotta get that under control. Washington, that almost blew the game.
Boy, it really did. And then of course Michigan nearly fumbles a punt into the end zone.
Oh my goodness!
To lose the game.
That's crazy.
So anyway, overtime. It doesn't get any better than that. Overtime, and Alabama goes with Milroe. There's been a lot of discussion about the final play. Nick Saban is going to kind of clear that up for everybody. He did in his press conference on what happened on the final play when Michigan stuffed Alabama to advance to the national championship game. Here's Nick Saban talking about their discussion of the final play.
Coach Saban, could you talk about the last play and what made that one the best one that you wanted to go with?
We called 3 plays. One they called timeout, one we called timeout, and the last one that didn't work. So the fact that it didn't work made it a really bad call. You know what I mean? So, but we called timeout because we had a bad look. We had a good look on the first one. They must have known it. But Tommy just felt like the best thing that we could do was have a quarterback run, which was kind of our 2-point play, one of our 2-point plays for this game. And the ball was on the 3-yard line, which is just like a 2-point play. So, but we didn't get it blocked, so it didn't work. We didn't execute it very well, and it didn't work.
No, first thing, I'm appreciative of my coaching staff for believing in me to have the ball in my hands on that last play. You win some, you lose some. This is all part of the game, you know. With anything, you know, all it came down was fall back to your level of training, and we just failed on that play. That's all it was, you know, because at the end of the day, I just trusted the guys up front for believing in me on the last play to have the ball, and unfortunately, we just missed, and we just didn't get in the end zone.
Yeah, and Michigan. You know, there's a lot of discussion about the snap being low and that made Milroe, kind of
Through the timing out.
lose sight of where the blocking was. But that very physical defensive front for Michigan also whipped some of Alabama's offensive linemen pretty bad on that play.
Yeah,
including the one that actually hit Milroe.
Threw him back into it.
And
on this play here, you can see that if the snap is to his chest, that he doesn't trip on the lineman and he follows the guard, and so
if he runs behind 77,
if he follows the pulling guard here, but his timing isn't off, then he beats all that mess.
The fact that 65 was taking his legs out from under.
Yeah, you can see it right here. If he could just He could have just. It's like it threw it off for like just a half second.
You think he's too quick for Zero? You don't think Zero can get him?
I think he probably breaks that, but you don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
It would have been tough. But if he could have gotten in right behind 77,
there ain't where he needs to be.
he just was supposed to bend it left.
It was a bad snap. He panicked.
Yeah. Now a lot of folks say it was a run pass option, but to hear them, it was obviously a run play because they sent the back in motion to pull that Mike linebacker out, and it looks like the snap, which seemed to be a theme of the.
I just don't think Zero takes him. I think he basically walks in.
I think he's so fast.
If the snap is right here.
Yeah,
he's in the end zone.
He's on 77's tail, and they're coming in. They're walking in.
The push from 5 was amazing
because everybody to the left is covering those guys, which you won't. You got to beat Zero. That's it.
Yeah. Boy, 65 gets whipped real bad.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
Real bad.
These plays work good with that chalk, but a lot of times if you get physical whip, that chalk ain't.
Doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't really
Penetration just blows it all up.
Yeah, I go back to, and I know you can't even bring him his name anymore, but Bill Cosby, when he said, I noticed with a piece of chalk, the coach was blocking all kinds of people.
Right. It really does get down to a game of one-on-ones, and you have to win more of them than they do. And they didn't win. They lost a bad one right there.
Michigan played well. Alabama had a chance to win it. It was everything you want. And, unless you're, a fan of one of the teams that loses, but that's no fun. But as far as college football, because let's face it, we've had some duds in the playoffs.
Boy,
I'm going to say
really
college
good.
football won this weekend because of the games, the quality of the games. And I know.
We all wanted the rematch, but I mean, it is.
And really, I thought we would see Alabama and Texas. I was impressed with Michigan. I was very impressed with Washington.
I was too. Let me tell you, Washington's quarterback, that son of a gun.
Boy, he can throw it in there.
That's as accurate a thrower as I've ever seen.
He reminds you of Jim Zorn. Yeah. Remember, it used to be with Seattle. He'd throw, and the ball looks funny coming out because it's got kind of an odd spin to it, being lefty.
But boy, he can sling.
But some of them don't have that. But his does have that kind of strange. But he could thread. He could drop
and
it in
his
the
receivers
bucket.
are as good as anybody.
Boy,
are good.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing about the quarterback for Washington too. Is that apparently he got hurt a lot early in his career.
Yes, he did. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, he's tore ACL. He's messed up shoulder. He's transferred. This is one of those guys, too, you love because he never gave up.
What's interesting, though, that makes him dangerous, and I think I texted to Bubba when we were still watching the game, is that you can tell because of those injuries he doesn't want to run it. But here's what makes it so bad. He can.
Yeah, he can.
So if he ever decides to run it, he's got that too.
Yeah.
And because he doesn't really want to, he doesn't go to it when he shouldn't. So when he goes to it, it's a backbreaker.
Yeah. Very Tua-like.
Yeah. So it was two great games. And so we'll come back. We'll let you, America, have your comments on that. We still got a lot of stuff to discuss back from for the 2 weeks that we've been gone.
And when is the championship game?
It's Monday night.
Monday night.
Yeah, Monday night.
So it will be Michigan, Washington. There it is. So
and they play in Houston.
Yeah, sure do. 629 We Be Big. We'll chat with you, America, when we come back. You can get all that out of your system. 629 We Be Big. Phone calls next. RickandBubba.com, the 30th anniversary swag is there in the Rick and Bubba store. Items to celebrate the 30th anniversary. We'll celebrate that all year long. Go to RickandBubba.com, go on the store. You'll see it right there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
School to fire a cannon when your team scores. But be sure the official is out of the way. We have an issue here.
And don't bring your own homemade cannon to the game.
No, I don't know who brought their own cannon. Hey, honey, you got the cooler? Yes. What about the chairs? Yeah, did you get the cannon?
You know how hard it is to get on the sideline anyway. Usually you got three people checking passes.
Now, I will admit.
How in the world do you get a homemade cannon down there?
I will admit, since it's a referee, I'm not as upset about this as I should be.
Right.
All right, but anyway, so it was in Maine Maritime Academy. We had an official that was standing there on the sideline. I do have good news. That non-life-threatening injuries. Sadly, an investigation has been launched.
You're going to have that.
Yeah. Apparently, according to the local sheriff's department, an alumnus from Maine Maritime Academy brought, as Bubba mentioned, his own cannon to the game and loaded it with black powder. Now, the school traditionally does fire a cannon loaded with a blank shotgun shell after its team scores. But in this case, this guy set it up the way you would have shot a cannon that has the wad in there and everything.
Yep.
Well, sadly, that wad that he put in there shot out of the cannon and hit the referee in the face.
Hey.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, look. Oh, he's got – look, I didn't know. Adler's got footage over here.
I didn't know we had footage.
Let me tell you, you're a little quick to put footage up, but you got it.
Wow.
Oh, down he went.
Oh, down he went, y'all. He got hit by – look, somebody back there fired that cannon
Rick.
and hit that referee.
I wonder if he had made a
believe
bad call before.
There's footage of that.
Watch the guy on defense when he realizes the referee is really hurt. Okay, watch the white uniform defense. The guy's looking over. He's looking.
He's calling for help.
Yeah, he said, "Hey man, I think this guy's really hurt. I mean, I think the referee's like really, really hurt." So they're calling for the EMT. The referee is standing in the back of the end zone because the team scored. We know that by the cannon shot. And so this referee is standing back there getting ready for the extra point. Boom. And there goes the cannon.
Wow.
And they did not set up the cannon the correct way like they normally do. Somebody brought their own cannon.
That is pointing out over the field.
Yeah. Well, see, this is what happens at homecoming. You get these people coming back for homecoming.
Wow.
Look, and down he goes, and it shot him in the face.
Rick, he's hurt.
Boy. What kind of Nimrod? I mean, but here's what I want to. Here's what
it looks like it's out in the middle of a field too. It doesn't like a normal setup.
Well, he's got it in the back of the end zone out there. What
well, I
is he
know,
doing?
but look at there's people. It looks
standing
like,
behind the goalpost.
Yeah, there's no bleachers there. They're just standing there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's old school.
Yeah.
That's the way smaller schools do it.
Yeah.
That's the way
like
I
it's
grew
out
up.
in the pasture somewhere.
That's small school living there, pal.
Well, here's the thing.
That's the way it goes.
Bring your own cannon.
Absolutely.
Let's go back to this, and undoubtedly, maybe this part of Maritime Academy, maybe they live in a world that we all once lived in.
Yeah.
The last time I tried to go to any ball game, I was checked coming in.
Yeah.
You know, making sure I didn't have a weapon. How did I get in with a cannon?
Rick,
Rick, I don't even think you get in there. That's like there's a house over there.
Yeah,
you
that's
can't
somebody
bring an umbrella.
It looks like you just drive up and you're there.
Yeah.
You know, there's no fence.
Well, you know, now on each
If
side.
they overthrow a pass the end zone, it hits people.
Y'all
standing
have to
there.
understand, we're very spoiled rotten when it comes to football in the state of Alabama, especially in high schools. I mean, they set it
there
up
is a
here
little fence.
like there is.
There's a fence there.
There
But
is a
it's a
fence
little-
there, but
this guy's inside the fence because he hit the guy with the cannon shot.
But look how close the fence is to the end line.
Oh, very close.
Oh, yeah.
Very close.
I mean, he takes a direct shot from a giant cannon. You see the blast.
Let me tell you
come
what,
out.
their end zone is so shallow once you get past the goalpost, they could literally be reviewing if somebody was inbound and tending to the person the player ran over.
could.
Yeah.
You know, they hit the fence, flipped over the fence. So, but how about this? How do you get in the game with your cannon? You know what happened? It's homecoming. So some alumnus, as the story said, brought their own cannon. So the official cannon is designed not to hit people in the face with anything.
Yeah, I would say, I'm going to guess, and I don't know that this alumnus may be, in their early 20s. You know what I'm saying? This is not your seasoned alumnus.
I want to ask everybody this. Let's say today I decide, I'll tell you what, I need a cannon. How'd I get one?
If y'all brought that up,
great question.
If Speedy brought that up, I go, Speedy, don't do that. Somebody's going to get hurt.
Right.
I mean, most people say, don't be fooling.
Somebody's
going
to break that big light that's up there.
And I'm
going to
say this.
Glass. That's what's going to happen.
You're a little delayed on your celebration.
Hey, we
I mean,
know.
you should have fired the cannon right after you crossed into the goal
Bring
line.
up Hattiesburg
where are they
again.
at there? They're not waiting on an extra point.
That's
are
what it
they?
looked like.
What happened? I'll tell you exactly what happened, guys. If y'all want to tell, y'all know what happened. All right, we got the official cannon. Okay, it fired when they scored.
Turn it up.
Yeah. Well, what happened was the alumnus that brought his own, he couldn't get his ready in time.
His fuse was a little long.
They're going, hey man, hurry up! They're about to kick the extra point. Boom! And he fires it and hits the referee right in the face.
Guys, I got to tell you, they blow.
Minutes to the top. 30 years of Rick and Bubba complete. Now rolling into the first day of year 31. So our 30th anniversary today. We celebrate with you. Your phone calls 629. We be big back from vacation. There's a lot to still come on the program. We haven't even gotten into going back chronologically through vacation and all that, but we will. And quite a bit happened while we were gone, and we all did a bunch of cool stuff, so we'll tell you about that. But let's get started with you. 629 We Be Big, whatever's on your mind. Greg's taking phone calls. Luke out of Dadeville. Luke, go ahead.
Luke. Happy New Year, guys.
Thank you, Luke.
Hey, I just wanted to tell y'all this morning I got in the car and I heard y'all say playing cards, and it was like a split second. I'm thankful I heard that because I went on y'all's store and I went ahead and ordered those cards as soon as I heard that. And, I'm assuming that Greg is the Joker. And I was trying to think through who each person might be.
Yeah.
And I just don't know who fits the Queen card, man. I'm like, who can be the Queen?
There was a discussion about that.
There was a discussion, so of course we gave it to Adler. But so anyway,
Thank you so much. Well, you had the hair for it. Thank you so much.
Now, Speedy, I finally went and got him off my desk. He's been looking at them. You talk
These
about
are
fun.
great,
these
man.
are fun.
These are they are funny.
It's a lot of the thing we went into, which we'll talk about. Greg is one of the Joker there, but we all kind of moved through the face cards. The Queen, we just put the 30th anniversary logo on it because nobody wanted to be the Queen. And then we had an idea of putting our wives on that, but then we remembered that we're actually married to women. And that women don't think any picture of them or any cartoon of them looks good.
Right.
And we actually want to have these ready by today.
Right.
So there you go. Went through that all through the holidays. I told Cher, I said, don't think I don't want to post pictures of you.
Yeah.
You just don't let me post pictures of you.
That's it.
Okay. Let's go to Jonathan, Birmingham, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Just wondering, it seems like people are real funny because a football team will come down to like one play that they could have done, or like when Michigan missed the punt, they caught it like just inches off of being a safety, and just one little play, and all of a sudden the whole perception is, oh, Alabama's not as good as they should have been, or Michigan or whatever. I mean, it's just people. I mean, Alabama had an incredible year, and I'm just trying to encourage the fans. I mean, and what do you think? You think Saban will win another national championship, and how do you think his exit strategy eventually will be from Alabama?
Well, I actually thought I went on record, and I still believe that if Alabama had won, and if they were to win Monday night, which they're not now because they're out, but if they had won the national championship again, I'm not even joking around. I think he would have retired.
Yeah, I think this was the worst thing for every college football team on the planet.
You almost needed
for them to lose that game.
Yeah. You almost needed Alabama just pull the Band-Aid off, let them win the last Final Four thing, and that way Saban would retire. Because I honestly think the Sabans of the world, don't forget that he did not have a good experience in pro football. I don't think he liked it. I don't think it was a good experience for him, and he's now coaching pro football
turning
again.
into it, yeah.
And I think all this transfer portal, paying players, I don't think coaches like him want to stick around and deal with that at his age, 72. But he's so competitive. The fact that Alabama didn't win it all, he's probably. I don't think he's leaving.
He's just not the kind. I don't think that would go out without going out on top.
Yeah, and I will say this: I think he and the staff with this Alabama team did one of the best coaching jobs they've ever done.
Yeah, from where they started to where they finished.
But to your point, in the press conference after the game, he said, "I feel like us coaches let our players down on giving them the best opportunity to win."
Yeah,
and that's what drives him.
That's what drives
again.
him.
Where he'll come back and go, all right.
Bill in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Bill, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are y'all this morning?
Good.
I just sat back watching the end of the game, and I can't help but remember at the Auburn game there was a play called the Gravedigger. Why didn't they run that last play?
Well, they were too close.
Yeah. And I did.
Well, whatever we got to come up with.
Yeah, I did hear from some Bama loyalists who said, so we can score on 4th and 31 and not 4th and 4.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, there was a lot of things that made 4th and 31 work, though, that a 4th and 3 is actually harder.
You got a lot of room.
Right,
there.
yeah. People are not just going to let you stand back there like you're playing backyard football on 4th and 3 from the 3. But anyway.
Should anybody ever let anybody do that again? Has that not been proven over and over and over? That's the way to lose a game?
Listen, I hate to say this, having a son that played center for a large part of his football time, I don't want to do this because I hated that feeling of sitting in the stands and my son make a bad snap. It's terrible.
Yeah.
And when everybody started going to the shotgun, it made life even worse.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been there, and I don't want to be hard on that kid, but some of you that have been critical of the play, if the snap, and this particular center has had a tough time. Now, great defensive fronts will make you have bad snaps.
Yeah.
But he's had bad snaps a lot this year. And that snap threw that play off from what it was designed to do. And that's not an excuse because, Michigan may have had a lot to do with it not being a great snap. I hate when people don't give the opponent credit when they make plays. So I'm not saying that.
I tell you that number 5 coming full speed, hitting that tackle made a big difference too.
So, Big Tate, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey boys, happy 30th, and I
Thank
want
you.
to tell everybody to have a blessed New Year.
Thank you, buddy.
What isn't it? I know everybody's talking about this Michigan and Alabama and what Milroe done, but how dumb! You look right in front of you. You got 15,000 pounds looking right at you, and you run right into it.
Well,
and you fall.
Yeah, but you didn't hear. Well, did you see why he fell? Did you see his offensive tackle being knocked through? You think you could run up in there if somebody knocked a man like that up through your legs?
Well, I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5" and about 305, so I doubt it. But
yeah, that's right. I doubt it. So, do you think? Yeah. So, did you think that? Have you ever played quarterback before?
Yeah, when I was about 9.
Okay, little different now. So
yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed when I'm in the stands, I do everything right. So thanks, Big Tate. Wow. when you get a snap like that, and everybody's coming at you, and this is the game, and you got to make a decision right now. But I noticed sitting at home on the couch, I scored.
If they execute it, he probably gets in.
Right.
So
I
that's
love,
about
I love it when people question the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
That just blows my mind.
Brandon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. ZZK, go ahead.
Monkey Grass and Green Acres, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Go ahead.
I hope everybody has a great New Year's. And whatever happened to old Willie and Wanda?
Every time we have an anniversary like this, people like you, it's almost like, all those mummy movies where everybody keeps going down there and messing with the mummy. Just leave the mummy alone. I mean, it's not good, Brandon. Don't bring that up.
We're not going to the graveyard at midnight and having a drink, okay? We're just not going to do it.
Right. Just let's let Sleeping Willie and Wanda's lie.
Yep.
But let me tell you, the Willie and Wanda relationship is a strange one. I have PTSD from it, but then at the same time, I have to kind of be thankful because it's probably one of the stories that launched this show. That we wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for Willie and Wanda.
Yeah.
So you have to think about that too.
I say we find them and bring them back. 30 years.
Boy, Helmsey, I see
RBU in our future.
Right. I see the reasoning behind that.
It sounds good. It's a lot like that blocking on paper.
Right.
Thing, that chalk sounds good, but real life.
When we come back, we'll go back through the last 2 weeks that we've been gone and unpack the story starting next.
Rick and Bubba.
Bring a cannon in a theater one time and it didn't go well. I hate to bring that up, but
no, you're right.
That's a giant.
Really
Helms, it's not a cannon; it's a giant hot dog.
Yeah.
Hey guys, hurry up! They're about to kick the extra point. Oh my gosh,
that is terrible. That is terrible.
Is the guy okay?
He non-life threatening. That doesn't mean it's not bad.
He may lose an eye.
He might. He might.
Yeah, guys, non-life threatening, and now look how much that leaves.
Know.
Hey, that leaves
There's
a lot.
Big gap there.
Okay, you're not going to die. Am I disfigured?
I guarantee you this. He's not calling a ball game tonight or tomorrow.
No.
Do you think they banned all cannons brought by alumni?
I believe that'll do it on cannons.
Check out that picture.
Come on, Adler. You and your pictures today.
Wow, look at that.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
What happened there?
Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up.
Well,
things.
I don't see an update in the news on it. Most all of them are the same story.
Right. Things happen, guys. It does. Right.
You know what? We could have been in the story. That's the sad part.
I know, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're not.
Radio show kills people at auditorium.
Guys, that was almost the end of this show. It'd have been over. If you kill people, at your 20th anniversary tour, your show's over.
I'd be selling medical devices.
Everybody goes, that's enough.
Yeah. I mean, the lawsuits alone.
Wow,
guys, I mean, it was don't think.
Please don't. It makes me, it'll make me, I get a little bit anxious about
Thank goodness the people that actually got hit with these shards of glass were big, huge fans of the show. And inches, if not centimeters, could have been, I mean.
Helms, this is a story about a referee who got shot in the face with a cannon.
accidentally.
Now you've pulled us into it.
Well, because we fired a cannon
Right.
at a giant
But what I'm saying is,
chandelier.
Can I tell you what's often left out? Now, number one, we've covered that it was a gift.
We
from,
did that.
It was a gift from Germany to Hattiesburg. We've covered that.
Yes.
We're no longer on
Came
the air.
over on a boat.
Yeah, we're no longer on the air in Hattiesburg.
No.
Everybody take a note of that.
We've paid a price.
Okay, we paid a price for that one. We had insurance, event insurance, thank the Lord, that replaced the glass. Some people were slightly cut by it, and they didn't care. They got in line, and we signed the pieces of glass,
Which was sometimes with blood on it.
Right,
Yeah.
and dab one guy's back to get the bleeding to stop.
Right.
Okay, and gave him and gave
One
him
Band-Aid.
and gave him a new Rick
No
and,
exaggeration there.
no exaggeration, and gave him a new Rick and Bubba shirt for the one that was torn.
Yeah.
Okay,
Correct.
all right.
See, that was easy. Rick, the one that was cut.
Yeah, but here's what's left. Here's what's left out. Praise the Lord, it didn't fall, because that would have been multiple days.
Oh my!
All right, so praise the Lord, it
Rick,
didn't fall.
don't even bring that up.
All right, it didn't fall. But here's one thing that we often forget, and this is God looking out for a bunch of idiots. Okay, and thank you, Lord, for that. Okay, I can't imagine what it must be like to deal with the frustration you must deal with on a daily basis, dealing with us. And you've already got on record that you regretted making us at one time in the book of Genesis. All right, so here's the thing: we have to provide promotional tickets for all the friends of Given Theater. Those people won't come to every show, and they didn't come to ours. The majority of the dangerous glass hit on the only empty seats in the building.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We don't talk about that enough.
We don't.
Except for that one guy.
Right. Well, he was sitting near those, but the promotional seats, if people are in those seats,
Oh boy.
they probably are not standing in line ready for an autograph. You probably become that defensive player.
Cannon in the face all over again.
I remember preparing myself not to be forever damaged by the scene I was about to see.
I know it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We welcome back. There he is. He's been on mic number 2 for 25 solid years. It's
The Rick and Bubba Show
here we
is a
go with this
federally
again.
protected trademark.
No, we
We
don't.
just
Stop that.
thought you'd want to know.
Yeah, I mean, why
All
don't we-
rights reserved.
Why don't we always tell people that? Is the Trade Day T-shirt still out there? All right, there's Bubba. All right, so
Rick, I am just so glad to be here, and hopefully, probably not 25 more, but we'll do all we can.
it'd be tough. I don't see us living that long, but
Yeah,
maybe. You never know. I mean, we might make that. I don't. Even if we made it, would we be mentally and physically able to do it?
Right. That's probably a better question, and I know some of you are answering that to yourself in your car right now.
Yes.
So just keep that to yourself. Okay.
How about this? Like we say, look, we may be only 55, and you go, hey, tell me the model of this car. Well, it's a 55, but boy,
it was drove like a New York cab driver.
The owners have not. It's got a lot of miles on it. Bubba, a high-tech update. Got a lot of stuff here on the high-tech. Hey,
technology.
Everybody. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being here from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, celebrating our 30th anniversary today. Happy anniversary. 30 years ago today, it all began. 1994.
They didn't think we'd keep showing up, did they?
Nope. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsey, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back for the 30th anniversary. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and it's kind of odd when you say that because I will actually turn 60 in March.
Yep.
So I've been doing the show as long as I had not done the show beforehand. So
and I'll turn 60 in October.
That's a strange habit to be
We
in.
both turned 60 this year.
Yep.
Hey, another thing I need to mention.
Time to quit having birthdays.
Because it happened while we were gone. Rough Patch, the new Rick and Bubba CD, which you got 30th anniversary items in the store today. A lot of you are grabbing those. Some really cool items. Also, we have our CD, our new one, Rough Patch, and it went to the digital world while we were gone. So you can now stream it and get it wherever you get streaming. So hard copy still available, but if you're not a hard copy CD person, most of you aren't anymore, you can, all the streaming services have Rough Patch now. I saw it, checked on it while we were gone. It's out there. So Bubba, let's look at, let's go chronological now. So when the big year ender was on the 15th, we started
seemed like a long time ago.
Our vacation on December the 16th. And that weekend coming up, Greg and I have not had the opportunity to come back since the memorial service and the graveside service. Though most of you know now, our dad passed away on the early wee hours of December the 13th. And so Greg and I came back, did 2 shows, and then, we went into all that. So we haven't had an opportunity to look back at the memorial service. The graveside service was, just our family, just the immediate family. And that's the way Mom wanted it, and I think we all wanted that too, to have kind of a special time, just us. So we did that, and then on that Sunday, we had a memorial service at my home church, Valleydale in Birmingham, for any who wanted to come and kind of remember Dad, and players and coaches and friends came from all over. And Valleydale was kind enough, now keep in mind, these were people working, hours that they normally are not working. They were kind enough to stream the memorial service because we knew with the Christmas coming up, the New Year, some people would want to be there and couldn't be there. So there's been over 11,000 people that either watched it live or have watched the archive. If you would like to go back and watch the archive, you certainly can. We've put that in show notes today at rickandbubba.com, and you can see that. And Greg, you and Angie did a great job. I kind of emceed it. You and Angie got up and talked about Dad and did a great job. I was dropping in some Dad stories. It was funny that after we left, one of the things that Sherry said to me, she began to run a list of stories that we didn't cover, and I said, "Baby, if we'd have covered if we'd have covered all the stories, we'd still be there."
Yeah, I couldn't decide what to tell, what not. There's so many.
We would still be there, and of course, got to hear from one of Dad's coaches and then one of his players, and we didn't get to see everybody because there were so many people there, and it was just a whirlwind. But just thank you, and we have received cards, emails, comments on social media, texts from.
And I've tried. If we didn't get, I've tried to answer all. They've been read. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And they really helped, and it was awesome. But if I missed you, it wasn't on purpose. It was just trying to keep up.
And the all-star staff y'all had with music. On one stage together. You kidding me?
Yeah. Brad Ryan there playing a little fiddle, and Michael Adler overseeing it, Kirkwood Bullis, Linda Adler. They just did a great job. And it was a beautiful, beautiful time together of remembering. And Mom has been so comforted by all of you and all the stories and the influence that Dad had on so many. The odd thing for Greg and me and Angie is that, and it was an honor, it was never anything wrong with it, is to realize that, we shared our dad with thousands of people.
Mm-hmm.
And for many people, he was their father figure as well. And so that was that was kind of really cool to realize that. It's a good thing. We never were like neglected because of, everybody had him as a father figure too. He balanced all that beautifully. But it was great, and it was good to get to share a little bit. We had people, which to me is always the most important thing, had people make decisions to follow Christ that day and repent and were redeemed. That was great. And I've had many others since it's been out on on that YouTube channel for Valleydale. But we went ahead and put it in show notes today, so you won't have to go search it. But it's there if you want to go watch it. And kind of an interesting weekend, and we'll unpack going hunting and stuff with and Dad and some of the stuff that went on when we get into the hunting stories. But Jacksonville State, Bubba, I know you got to go. They were in the bowl game in New Orleans, and all that was happening in the same weekend, which was kind of an odd thing.
Well, we ended the year very busy. We had a concert at Jack State, and we had this coming up, which honestly none of us saw coming ahead of time. But it was my first time to go to the Superdome. And the R&L Carriers New Orleans Bowl, which Jack State got to go, their first bowl game, and won in overtime. Very exciting, thrilling. Helms made it, and we got to hang out some. And just a good trip. We enjoyed it. We didn't go down to Bourbon Street. We had some folks in our group that did, and they got pushed in a corner and tried to pickpocket them.
Oh, yeah.
It's
not a pleasant place.
Yeah, I was told, Bubba, you were wise not to go down there. I said, well, I saw it once. That's enough.
Yep.
But we ate at one of the best restaurants I have ever eaten.
Oh, yeah, man.
And let me tell you, my wife's a very picky eater about what she wants to eat. She declared it the best restaurant she'd ever eat in.
How about that?
Drago's? Am I saying that right? Drago's? Drago. And their specialty is this. It's a barbecue oyster, and I thought, well, I'll try one to be nice. Oyster's really not my deal. And I tried one, and before I knew it, I had a pile of shells that looked like a basketball, sitting on the table. And I was like, good night, it was good. Did I get carried away?
Well, that was kind of a thing, too, when you guys were there, and I got to see my children more than I normally would have.
There it is.
Because of,
I'm going to learn how to cook them bad boys.
Oh, yeah, that's the Russian from Rocky's place.
That's funny. But anyway, so we actually watched the bowl game, in its entirety, sitting there at the house, mourning Dad and watching that was kind of cool. And so
what a week, for the Jack State fans to lose Coach Burgess, who had done so much for the program, and then see them take this next step forward in college football, playing in their first bowl game, and it being in the Superdome of all places.
Well, I tell you what blew Greg and our mind, too, is that there were players and coaches that went to that game in New Orleans, and they drove hard all the way to be at that memorial service.
Yeah. I saw several of them were trying to get back.
Well,
Michael Helms one of them.
Well, and here's another thing, too, that was special is, and Braden even asked me about this on the way home, he couldn't believe how many people stopped us to tell Rick, Greg, and Angie a story. Just say, hey, I'm praying for them. Hey, we love that family. I couldn't take 10 or 20 steps without hearing it, which was phenomenal. And Braden getting to hear that and see that, he was like, wow. So he meant a lot to a lot of people.
Well, and it was good for his own grandchildren and great-grandchildren to kind of, the ones that are old enough to kind of know what's going on, because you forget that Dad, he didn't coach again after 97.
So they never saw him.
So our kids were really, even our adult children, were very young when his coaching ended. So some of that influence, don't assume they saw it.
No.
Because all they knew was it was Pop. They let him play in his office. They didn't know really what was going on, and they weren't there really for the glory years at all.
No.
So anyway,
the story y'all told about Taylor going with him to the office and would be in the coaches meetings and stuff. It was really good.
He, of all people, everybody's going, who's going to keep him? He goes, let's let him go with me.
Yeah,
you do realize you are. He goes, no,
and he was the only one that's coached so far.
Yeah, that's true. That's weird. Maybe it influenced.
I love Greg and Angie were my favorite parts of the whole thing, and because I never get to see them in that form. I hear Rick, I'm here you speak all the time, but to hear Greg and Angie from the heart up there, Amanda brought this up, and I'm so thankful that Speedy and I didn't sit close to each other because we would have made. There's things that goes on in these type events that you're just hope they go off right. Okay, you're just please work out.
Right.
Those steps, y'all made Amanda so nervous.
Those steps were
with those
they
steps because they were steep.
They were tough.
They were so steep, and she was she thought somebody was going to fall.
I did too.
And but it was a wonderful afternoon.
Well, and Greg, of course, you hear him on the show too, and you did great. And so
you did, Greg. You really did.
But a lot of people were so thrown They've never heard from Angie.
No,
and
she did so good.
And she did such a good job.
Well, it had everything, and because you heard from a former player, Coach Houston. You heard from all of that, Angie and Greg, and then you finish it up, Rick, with your message, which was very powerful, and it just had it all. It was just a very special day of celebration.
And Amanda said this too. At one point she looked at me. She goes, "I've met Coach Burgess one time. Would they please stop rolling those pictures? I'm in tears the entire time." She said, "Rick and Sherry are probably looking at me right now, going, why is she continuing to cry?"
No, it was. Look, and some of it we talked about, but we'll come back. We'll finish that up. We got other stories from vacation too, but just a heartfelt thanks on behalf of the entire family, all of us here on the show, for all of your kind comments, cards, letters, texts, calls. Just thank you for that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going to start with a California police chase. We have a lot of those, seems like. A California police officer was forced to abandon a high-speed pursuit of up to 120 miles an hour because his Tesla police car was running out of power. Fremont officer Jesse Hartman was chasing a felony vehicle wanted in connection with a crime in Santa Clara when he noticed his vehicle was getting a low battery. He spotted the car parked in the lot of a business and confirmed the license plate was correct, and he attempted a traffic stop. The driver took off at a high rate of speed, followed by the Tesla and other units, including the California Highway Patrol, or better known as CHIPS, Rick. After the Tesla's warning, Hartman relayed to the dispatch, "Just slowed down to 6 miles of battery left on the Tesla. I may lose it here in a second." He asked for another police officer to take the lead. Other officers did take over the chase, which soon ended because it was deemed no longer safe due to unsafe driving maneuvers by the suspect. So I guess the guy just got away. Is that over here? Meanwhile, the Tesla Model S patrol car was taken to a charging point in the area and later returned to Fremont.
They did tell the officer driving the Tesla battery car not to feel bad. It happens to everybody.
Now, Rick, the department could not comment on exactly.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
The department could not comment on exactly the reason why the car was not fully charged at this particular time during the shift. They said this unfortunately happens from time to time in our vehicles, even that run on gas, if they are not refueled at the end of a shift.
Well, yeah, but it just feels odd. I understand about gasoline because we all deal with it, and you know how far you can go and all that.
Well, and on the charge how far you can go.
But it just feels weird that my vehicle is giving me the same signal my cell phone's giving me.
I know.
Low battery. I just.
Well,
I mean,
I think, Rick, what you'll see
you ever
is
had that feeling when you're waiting on a call, like something really important, and you look down and go, "Gosh, my battery's going down." And about the time it goes out is when I couldn't get in touch with you. Well, yeah, I had low battery.
I think what you'll see, Rick, is they'll probably change some of their policies on charging. And I have one I thought would be, very appropriate. Let's just say every time the police stop to get donuts, they charge the car.
Oh, Bubba.
And then it'll be fine.
That's Bubba. That is not Rick. That is not Rick.
Why is that looked at as a negative?
Well,
I don't think that's a negative.
Oh yeah,
Bubba.
Tell that
to the officer. Like donuts.
Tell that to the officer that pulls you over.
And so do I. What's the big deal?
No,
I would charge up when I stop to get donuts.
Well,
I think they ought to have a charging station at the donut place.
I'm going to ask you a high tech question here, buddy. Okay.
All right, come on.
Yes, I love technology.
So I'm going to ask you this question. I know, and I don't know how it all works, but you can tell me. There's the, hey, let your battery run all the way down before you charge it. There's the, just put it on the charger every time you're not using it. Which one of those is the positive? Like some people say that one. Which one? There's supposed to be one that's better for the battery than the other.
Rick, it is a little confusing, and it all depends on what kind of battery you have. Okay. There's some batteries that need to be deep cycled, and that is charged, run all the way out, then charged up again. There's other batteries that you don't want to run all the way out,
That's my question.
and some of those. And then there are batteries that you don't want to charge fully, and that's the lithium they don't want to be charged totally. They want to be about 80%.
Well, what's in the vehicle?
Well, I don't know.
What about the iPhone?
The iPhone is probably, I don't know exactly. I would guess lithium now because it's so small and so light. And most of those batteries have a way of they regulate how they charge them. But if you overcharge them, the ones that you hear catching on fire are usually the new lithium type thing.
I'm just saying,
lithiums you're not supposed to get them wet either. They'll flame up if you get them wet.
I'm just wondering if we go to the thing of, hey, when you're done with the car, put it back on the charger. Is that good for the car?
I think probably with that car, it's probably more of a deep cycle deal. But I'm sure they account for that. They have computer things now that watch the charging and tell it, when it's supposed to charge or not, or all that kind of stuff. And you know what we're going to do? We talked about this earlier.
I know what a full tank of gas does.
Yeah, we're going to do a podcast on the Tesla, and we're going to take one out for a ride and get the lowdown on them. Because I would love to have one.
We're back 22 minutes past the hour, looking back over vacation. Thank you all for being with us. We'll get more of your phone calls in at 629 We Be Big. So a lot of things are back after being on hiatus for a couple of weeks. The Wednesday Bible study, actually, because of none of us expected our dad's earthly death to happen when it did. We actually now have been 3 weeks off on the Wednesday Bible study. It'll be back today. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. We're in 2 Corinthians, and we'll pick right back up where we were at the last Bible study, and so that is back today at the normal time, and the archives and all that will be right where they always are on a Wednesday. So anyway, check the link if you missed the memorial service. Again, a big thank you on all that. And Bubba, I one of the things that we tried to do, I know you did too, while we were on vacation, is we did a little deer hunt. Now,
Rick, we did. Let me say one more thing about the New Orleans Bowl.
Okay,
before we move off that. It was so, and Helms had talked about this earlier, to see the crowd turn out and the excitement, and to see that program go from when I first remember watching games, because I lived not very far from the stadium my whole life. Back when there was kudzu behind the concession stands and we had no end zone seats. And the big thrill when you were a little kid to see a field goal hit the line where people were bringing food out to see if it knocked Cokes out of their hands.
That's funny, yeah.
To see them playing in the Superdome was such a surreal moment. The marching Southerners absolutely owned that dome.
Yeah, they did.
Anytime the other crowd got up, the other band, they just shut them down.
Do you know?
I mean, the band is always a big asset for a team, I think, far as the crowd and being able to control emotions and turn the tide. But I tell you, if there was a true 12th man in that game, it was the band. And Hams, you agree, man? They were absolutely overwhelming.
They were. It was a lot of fun. I want to thank you personally for a couple reasons. One, I left Common Man World for a little bit and got in the suite with Bubba in the second half of the game.
He's just like everybody else.
But and that's, I'm one of these, I was down there with my buddies and all that, but I also got my son with me. So I'm thinking, you know what, he needs to experience this too, whatever. But I wasn't prepared for how much Bubba changed Braden's perspective on the game. And what I mean by that is Braden was having a good time, but Bubba took it to a whole different level. And I'm not talking about the food and the drink and all that, but just the excitement. This one right here gets into a football game. I didn't realize he got into football games in Jacksonville State events the way he did.
He was raised near the stadium. He's getting buried over there by it.
And Braden was happy that I brought him finally into an atmosphere at some point that day with somebody that was excited as he was.
Right.
And he said it on the way home. He goes, I loved watching that game with Bubba.
Yeah, Bubba. Well, look, this was a big moment for the Bill Bubba Bussey Jack State world. I mean, it was.
They were talking schemes and plays and officials, and I thought, this is excellent.
Right.
I'm just sitting back.
It was just an emotional week with Coach Burgess and that, and and you're trying to process all that from you being a kid to this, and it's just it was almost overwhelming, really, all of it. But it was a great trip.
and we were guests of a good friend of ours down there. So it was fun. I'm glad you came up.
I appreciate you offering that up.
That made a lot to have you guys up there because we got to spend a little time together.
Listen, if Bubba's at a game, you end up with good seats.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Well,
2 years
I've
on that.
noticed, so to your point over the years, I'm realizing the reason why I'm mistaken for Bubba a lot is people kind of take the name Bubba and they associate it with a certain life versus another life. And when they see all how highfalutin Bubba is in his life, they think I must be Bubba.
I know. Well, listen. I walked into a suite, and it's Bubba and the CEO of Coca-Cola.
I know.
And Riley Green, Randy O. And I'm like, we're sitting there, Braden goes, that's that Riley, he's such a pro. And he's going around, he sees us, he comes up. I maybe talk to Riley once every 6 months and text once every 6 months. That's it. Riley came up and acted like we hang out all the time. Just gave Braden a ton. And so on one of the things on the way home, he goes, Dad, was that Riley Green?
Yeah.
That was hanging out? And I was like, yeah, it was.
Are y'all ready for the shocking statement of the day from me? Are you ready for the shocking statement of the day concerning this game for me? You ready?
Yeah.
Nobody's expecting to hear what you're about to hear come out of my mouth. I actually have watched the Marching Southerners' performance at halftime. I sat down and watched it on YouTube. Does that shock you?
It does a little bit.
Okay. Would you like to know how that happened?
I get it if you were there.
Would you like? Well, that's why it's shocking.
That's why it's shocking.
Yeah, that's my point.
I did too. I elbowed out of the way because they performed before the game, and I was like, "Hey, did they do halftime too?"
Short. It wasn't very long. At halftime. That was a short performance. But they're one of the best bands in the country, bar none. Regardless of
size.
Let me tell you,
in the hotel room, that was awesome.
That moment that morning was pretty. That's when it really started hitting me that this was a big deal. Was the fact that they did the Gamecock walk at the hotel, had everybody come off they had a line from the elevator out to the bus, and every time a player, this went on for like 30 or 45 minutes, they had a little issue with the elevator. When you've got thousands of people and 20-something floors of elevators.
Wait on it. Would y'all like to know why I watched it?
The band alone trying to get down was 500-something people. Okay.
Yeah. Because
imagine that elevator.
My nephew plays in the Marching Southerners. Jacob Bodine is in the Marching Southerners.
I did not know that.
And went by to say hello.
That helps me a ton, though, why you went back and watched it.
And his mom and dad said, "Oh, by the way, have you seen the performance? You can see it right here on YouTube." And we sat down in their house and watched.
See, it's not shocking. It's not shocking anymore. Really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it. That's about the only way I would have done that.
Makes sense now.
Yeah. I was about to be impressed, but now I'm not.
Not either.
But it's cool for Jacob.
But there's a reason. I mean, it's shocking.
Now it's a good one.
Yeah. You didn't know I had a nephew in the Southern.
I didn't.
My daughter was in there. She was a ballerina.
So was Sherry Burgess. My wife was a ballerina. Our sister was a ballerina.
I thought
Amanda was a cheerleader.
Yeah.
Let's just throw it on out
Throw
there.
it all. Let's stay in cocky.
I went for 12 years.
Bubba went for 12 years.
Bubba.
I did the Playhouse for the football players every Thursday night.
You did?
Yeah.
All right.
Did that.
Easy.
I had the All Request show on 92 Jag.
Right, yeah, on Little Fridays.
Oh, boy. There wasn't little in there.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
High tech. I don't think you're going to save the planet driving it.
No.
But they're fun to ride in.
So it looks like in the iPhone and in the Tesla, it's lithium ion.
Yeah, lithium.
Okay. Which one did that fall in? Don't fully charge it?
Let it go all the way down first?
No. By definition, lithium does not want to be fully charged. I know I'm going to get hate mail on this and people disputing it, but
well, Bubba, I think the
this.
donut comment got you there.
Well, no, it shouldn't.
Your little donut humor.
Why does donut humor should donut humor make anybody mad?
Policemen don't like to be stereotyped that all they do is sit and eat donuts.
Well, Rick, there's a lot of other worse things you could stereotype somebody to.
I know, but nobody wants to say my car just got broken into and the guy's putting a donut down.
I think everybody eats donuts. And policemen, a lot of times, when they take a break, they stop to get donuts. What's the big deal?
I just, in general, they don't seem to like those jokes. I'm just telling you. I'm not saying they should or shouldn't.
Of all things.
I'm afraid you're trying to go on how the world should be versus how it is.
Well, would it be let me ask you this. Would it be a good time for a policeman to charge his Tesla if he's taking a donut break?
It would.
Okay.
Because you certainly don't need it.
That's kind of the end of that.
Yeah, it is.
Any break.
We're just saying when you take a break, charge it. Of course, now you told us it's a lithium. You told us not to charge it all the way.
Well, the computers that handle the charging can look at the battery and they can tell. And they keep it. But I think it's the lithium that you don't want to overcharge, and they'll take a little off the top if you give them too much. Early morning travelers at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport got quite a show this morning. Some of the passengers, before they took off this morning, looked out their window and saw a naked man on the tarmac.
So we don't just have somebody on the tarmac. We have a naked somebody on the tarmac.
He is naked as a jaybird. The incident happened around 5:30 a.m.
A.M.? Early and naked.
According to several published reports. The naked man who was cornered up and held on the tarmac, face down, I might add.
Oh, boy.
He said he was robbed in the area before making his way onto airport property, according to the Birmingham police.
Well, there he is.
After airport employees stopped the man, he was taken into custody by airport security and Birmingham police officers. The man's name has not been released, but police did say that he has an outstanding felony probation violation warrant on him in nearby Shelby County. Of course.
Has anybody seen Speedy?
Of course, that was.
He's been known. So
we understand it did not cause any major delays at the airport. They did have a Delta mechanic walk around the plane before they pushed back to take off, and they decided everything was safe to go forward with the flight.
What kind of damage old naked gonna do?
Yeah,
well, you never know.
You never know, Greg.
I mean,
I'm probably not right if I'm walking around at 5:30 in the morning.
Clearly, he got robbed. Somebody stole his clothes.
Every stitch. Every stitch of clothing.
They couldn't get his wallet out of his pocket. They just took his pants and his shirt.
He's clearly on something. He's walking around naked.
Well, you know, when you don't have any clothes on, getting on to airport to see he's being held face down. Yeah. Nice view there to the captain of that plane,
I'm
though.
telling you. Don't you know the captain got the look and said, somebody's on the road.
And you know there has been no telling.
Wait a minute. Is that guy waving us in? Wait a minute.
You know the people on board too was getting all kind of pictures for social media. You know,
yeah.
I mean, there's 100
they're
cameras.
There's
him, there's 100 cameras everywhere you go.
This guy has no vest on. What my goodness?
That ain't all.
But look, how
those are not flashlights.
How do you get on airport grounds with no clothes on? Because you know there's fences everywhere.
Yeah,
there's
you
razor
don't just
wire
walk onto the airport.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you don't go climbing over a fence nowadays.
Somebody please tell me seriously how you get on the tarmac. It's not that easy to get on the tarmac. So I hope.
And if he'd been robbed, what's he doing on the tarmac?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. I don't get it. Well, we'll know more in the next few days.
All right. So another bizarro story, and I didn't know this story.
What a view right there.
Right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Birmingham.
Let me tell you what you don't want is for that story to get out and somebody looks up and says, well, there's my son.
Face down on the pavement.
Well, there he is. There's
well, it could be worse.
Hey, kids, I know why Dad didn't come home.
Yeah, there he is.
So anyway, are you familiar with the story of Carson King?
Rick, just off the top of my head, no.
All right, so
is that the send me beer money guy?
Yeah. So
I heard about
undoubtedly. Well, here's the thing that gets me about this. I can't believe the times we're living. It's easy to get money these days.
Oh yeah.
So he holds up a sign. Now think of all the things that are about to collide together about modern day times. Okay. So he puts up a sign on ESPN's game day asking for beer money. And here we go. We are back. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Our number 629 We Be Big. We'll try to get some of your phone calls in as we kind of roll through stories while we're away. We've covered a lot. Don't forget the Rick and Bubba archive. You can watch us archive on our YouTube channel, or you can catch the podcast audio archives every day on parts you may have missed. TheManChurch.com in full swing. The switch flipped on. This Sunday night, Lance Ingram, you know him best as Dr. Lou here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Liberty Hill Baptist Church, Clanton, Alabama. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. Be there for a man church. Go see Lance Ingram coming up this Sunday night. On the 11th, I'll be at Ridgecrest Baptist Church, the land of News Talk 103.9. This is year 2 for them. I'll be kicking that off. Kevin Derryberry, who Bubba loves who?
He loves Jesus, Rick.
That's right. He will be at Hope Hole Community Church in Hope Hole, Alabama. You know where Hope Hole, Alabama
I
is?
have been through there several
Have you?
times.
Drove through there yesterday.
Did you really?
I did.
Kevin will be doing the praise and worship, and will be bringing the message for that man church. And don't forget about the man church conferences. I'm going to say this again. We went through this last year when we did our first one ever. It sells out. And then we had people calling the show, emailing the Tuesday night before the conference, wanting hotel rooms and tickets. Don't do that. Okay, again, be ready if you want to go. So February 16th and 17th, Robbie Gallaty will be speaking. I'll be speaking. Rich Wingo and also Andy Blanks and Hooten will be doing our praise and worship again. We'll be introducing our 2024 resources, men coming from all over the country, Birmingham, the Wright Center, Sanford University. If you want to be at that, about 20% of the seats are left. Go ahead and get them. Plenty of hotels. We're going to have it in Birmingham this time. But then also coming to Starkville. Hello, 96.1. Granger Smith. You remember we had Granger on the show. Mm-hmm. He's got his book out. He walked away from country music. I've been watching some of the Bible studies, some of the speaking engagements he's doing. He's really doing a phenomenal job. And he'll be speaking in Starkville at our Man Church Conference on Friday and Saturday of the 8th and 9th of March. James Spann, if you've never heard his testimony, he'll be speaking. Scott Dawson will be speaking. I'll be speaking. Andy Blanks, and, of course, Chuck Hooten doing worship there, too. That's March 8th and 9th. About 25% of that room is still available. So as we go ahead and get that done, get your hotel set up, and we'll see you either both of those or one of those. Find those at themanchurch.com if you don't have tickets already. So, Bubba, the hunting, plenty. You hunted a lot while we were gone, right?
Hunting. Yeah, I got out there a few times, and a couple of times just kind of sit around and looked at trees. You know, I require a certain amount of that, you know, just hanging out.
I know that you know, when it gets into the hunting world,
out there roughing it on the
we're
wild.
all, you know, with us coming off of you know, everything with Dad that we mentioned, and Greg talked about it, I talked about it at the memorial service. Dad certainly loved coaching football and considered football, American football, to be the greatest sport ever invented, and all the things that come with football. But his love of the outdoors was, I mean,
that was his deal.
I mean, Dad and Camo, and we told all those stories. So Greg, by a flip of a coin, has his world famous 308. And
y'all, wait a minute, y'all flipped the coin.
We flipped a coin for it. Yeah, we flipped.
Agreed.
That was funny what you did at the memorial too about the guns.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's hilarious.
That,
blame Greg for everything.
That was Bubba's favorite things I did with Dad when he got Alzheimer's. But
I had everything.
But anyways, what's he doing with it? I said, well, you know how he is. So I'll never see that again. And by the way, apparently your nephew is following your footsteps. In our family, Brody is you.
Oh, so
if Brody borrows something, you'll never see it.
Consider it gone.
He's quite the texter back too.
Oh yeah. Not a lot of return.
I'm still waiting for that one before his wedding.
So anyway, so Greg has Dad's gun. Now you have to understand, and for some of you, it's going to be, you know, when we grew up in Alabama. If you saw a deer, and some of you that live in Alabama now, you can't believe what we're saying.
Yeah.
Because just like Sherry and I the other day, I'm not making this up. From where I'm sitting to the call screening room, okay, and for those of you who've been in here in the golden ticket seats, that's not how far you think that is. It's not very far.
Yeah, 10 yards maybe.
I'm walking by with my cup of coffee on one of our mornings. I look out, and there's 3 does standing in our driveway just eating our plants, looking at me.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have thrown a rock and hit them. So, and they don't even care. And so I said, you know what? If I was sitting out there in the ladder stand right now, I'd be thinking I'm having a good day. I've had 3 does come by. Mm-hmm. But anyway, when we were growing up, there were no deer, and for someone to see a deer out in the wild was unbelievable. For someone to actually kill a deer was what, for somebody to kill a good buck.
Yeah, any antlers at all.
Any antlers at all.
Because you couldn't kill those then.
No, so Dad, you know, he came up where if you saw a spike, you shot it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember many spikes coming home and 4 points and 6 points. I don't ever remember seeing one that was really all that.
No.
I mean, and so Dad was like, I go out there to kill. And so that was the attitude he always had. And so when we decided to go do some hunting over the break, you know, Dad was fresh on our minds. Echoes of him were everywhere. And, of course, we would all do the tribute, which everybody in this room who ever got to hunt with Dad got to see him do. if you came in and you had breakfast, about 10:45, 11 o'clock, he's going to do this. Hey, I ain't no biologist or anything, okay? All right? But I'm going to tell you what I do know. We ain't going to shoot one sitting here.
And ain't going to run through the
goes,
kitchen.
If one comes running through the kitchen, I guess we might. And he's ready to get back out there. And so letting deer walk, and Greg told one of those great stories at the memorial service. Dad had no concept of that whatsoever. And so Greg and I, even on the hunt, now again, where we have hunting land, this is not premier. You hunt the best genetics that you have access to.
Yeah.
And we don't have the kind of deer you see in the black belt, and we don't have the kind of deer you see, in your Kansas and
Up north.
Iowa and all that. I mean, we just don't have access to those kind of deer. You get inside a high fence, if they've got good genetics and whatever, and they've shipped deer in, you can
manage the herd.
Yeah. And we hunt on 365 acres. So and we only hunt about 300 of that. The rest of it's pasture. So, I mean, there's no way to manage, really, unless you can get everybody around you to get on the same page, and that's not going to happen. So, but we, Greg and I, for some reason, Greg especially, we were letting deer walk. And I don't know, I mean, deer that really, for where we are, I mean, it was like and we kept getting on ourselves like, what's wrong with us?
Yeah.
And then it hit us. Greg has Dad's gun. How could you, of all people?
He would have been so mad at the one I let go.
Greg,
if that gun could talk.
I sent everybody. See, we have this.
Well,
do you remember last year?
It was only a 5-point, but it's one of those that's going to be a 5-point his whole life.
Well, he's gigantic.
And but that ain't why I didn't shoot him. I didn't shoot him because it was almost dark and I didn't want to fool with him. And that's pitiful.
It is.
Dad would be so mad. Taylor, my son, because he killed an 8-point. He looked at. He said, "Why do you even come? I mean, why are you here?"
Right.
I said, "I don't know. Evidently, that's a good point."
This 5-point, I sent all y'all pictures of it. The 5-point it's Big Six's son. It's that same genetic where they only have one kind, and I mean, but it's way up here. And our genetics where we hunt, it's more high than wide,
real high.
And so anyway, I let one walk, and you know why? Camp House breakfast.
Yeah.
I let one walk that was a shooter where we are, and for Camp House breakfast, and I started thinking this is really going to mess up Camp House breakfast.
Yeah. Well, there's so much going on. If we could start with the first hunt that led into y'all letting things walk. In the first afternoon hunt, it was Taylor taking a nice 8-point.
Yep.
But let's talk
like
about
his
the fact that he had a lot of his dad in him, and he didn't think he'd killed it.
Right.
Okay,
No, that happened.
And he had already said when we pulled up, well, I don't see anything. And there
just
was
like what you went through with Greg.
Yeah, and if it was up to him, we'd have gotten in the side by side and gone back.
We were about to leave, and I said, "Let me walk off in here and look around."
Yeah, and it was a great shot. It just didn't.
And he was
it didn't
laying
bleed or anything, and it was laying right there. Yeah. All right, so you have that. Then the next morning, I have to come back and do the best of, but I'm still on the text message group because I wanted to see what was going on. And y'all got bucks running everywhere.
Yeah.
And then you said,
it's fun.
Guys, I think I just saw an 8-point. I think I should have taken it.
No doubt I should have.
And,
no doubt.
And then we start that. And then that same day in the afternoon, he let the other one walk that stood broadside in the middle of the field.
And then Brody had let one, and we were at Rick's house for Christmas, and Taylor come up. We were three standing there talking to you, and Brody, he come up. He goes, "I'm the only one to pull a trigger. I don't know if I'm going to hang out with this buddy." He said, "This is the no trigger people."
But in three hunts, y'all could have had 3 rack bucks taken.
Yeah, probably 4.
Yeah, possibly.
Probably 4. You're right.
Yeah, and so I went back. I stayed in that. I went back on the 27th.
That's it. Yeah.
And I went back with a new attitude. And I was like, ain't no way I'm letting one walk.
I was in the same boat.
And I think it's possible. It's possible. He looked very close that the deer I let walk because of Camp House breakfast made the mistake of coming back.
Yeah. No, it was revenge time.
Yeah, and he checked that same scrape again, and I said, "Not today, my friend."
But we had them moving everywhere. It was fun.
Dog.
It was fun. They were moving everywhere.
They were.
It was, and we come back. I'll tell you about something that happened with it too, because everybody's been talking, and I've been trying to bring you into the world of Camp House. And there's Camp House Rick, and then there's Civilized Rick. They're 2 completely different Ricks. There's Family Man Husband Rick, and then there's Camp House Rick. And these 2 worlds are getting closer and closer together. Yeah. And so I'll tell you one of the things that happened, because we all have these things that we can use, because we've said this on the air. If you're a married man, I'm watching my sons figure this out now. If you're a married man, the account only has so many hunts in it. You can't just keep pulling hunts out.
Right.
You got to use them. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so he received $1.4 million. $1.4 million, which he says, hey,
beer drinkers out there.
I'm going to donate this to charity.
It's just a goof.
Yeah, and he's donating it to University of Iowa hospitals and clinics.
Well, that was the thing. It started as a joke. He gets all this money coming in, and he realizes, hey, this is not going to look good, so he parlays it into a donation, and you think, well, that's good.
Well, and then here comes the second part of the lie.
Wait a minute, didn't Anheuser-Busch match what he?
Yes,
I think so.
And took it to 1.4. So he got $350,000. I think.
And they matched.
And they but keep in mind, you just hold up a sign on game day for beer money and get $350,000.
Is it that easy?
So anyway,
where's game day this week?
So then, but here's what else you have to do in the times we're living in. Now, keep in mind, this is a college student, okay? So now everybody wants to go to his Twitter where everybody found him to donate beer money to him. And we've discovered that when he was 16, he's also got some tweets out there that are racially insensitive. And he's had to write a letter to Anheuser-Busch. Let me tell you when you know that times are weird, that if you say something mean on Twitter, you got to apologize to a beer company.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, but
they took their donation back, right?
No, they're going to make the donation, but they're disassociating themselves with him.
Well,
they said they were going to make their donation.
He has to go back and apologize. Write a letter. We have the letter here in the story. And he says, it was just 10 days ago that I was the guy in the crowd holding up a sign looking for beer money on ESPN Game Day. Since then, so much has happened, especially when I announced all the money will be donated to the Steed Family Children's Hospital in Iowa City. Thousands of people have donated, and today the account is at $1.14 million. Goodness. Much of this happened thanks to social media. It has the power to bring people together for common good. It also makes your life very public. He said, and that's why I want to share with you that 8 years ago, I think he's 16 at this time.
Yeah.
When I was a sophomore in high school, I made some social media posts with my friends that quoted a reference to the show on Comedy Central, Tosh O.
Tosh,
whatever it is. One of those posts was brought to my attention by a member of the media today. I have no recollection of it, and rereading it today, 8 years later, I see it was an attempt at humor that was offensive and hurtful. I am embarrassed and stunned
16 years old.
to reflect on what I thought was funny when I was 16 years old. Hey, buddy, most of us are embarrassed to reflect on what we thought was funny at 16 years old. I want to sincerely apologize. Thankfully, high school kids grow up and hopefully become responsible and caring adults. I think my feelings are better summed up by a post from just 3 years ago, which I also posted. Until we as a people learn that racism and hate are learned behaviors, we won't get rid of it. Tolerance toward others is the first step. I'm sharing this information tonight because I feel a responsibility to all people. So he's saying, just 3 years ago, you can tell I felt differently about what I did when I was 16. Now, keep in mind, we're having to figure out the character of the man who held up a sign, "Send me beer money." Okay, we're so concerned about his tweets. There has to be an official apology. A beer company has to disassociate with him. After, in the middle of all this, there were over $1 million raised for a really, really good cause. And all of that is not the story. The story is now that, hey, when this guy was 16, he said some things about a comedy show on Comedy Central that would be deemed by today's standard very insensitive.
But look, in a related story, the Des Moines Register, they're who dug it up. It was a newspaper and reported it. People are threatening them, mad at them.
Saying this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, they've had to hire security to come to their building because people are threatening them for digging this up.
I'm kind of glad to hear that. I don't want anybody to be hurt, but I'm glad that they're having to experience some discomfort because this is the time we're living in now. Here's a guy. It turns out to be a funny story, then kind of a touching story, and then all of a sudden we have to try to destroy this guy for something that we found that was 8 years ago when he was 16. That there's been no indication that that's the person he remained Would anybody like to be judged for the rest of your life on you at 16?
Especially about a joke.
About a joke. And I understand he's only 8 years older than that. It's not like some guy in his 50s saying, y'all really coming against me about something 16? But still.
A lot happens in 8 years.
Yeah. Oh,
And it was
it all goes to back.
about a joke.
Look, not a lot changes in 8 years once you get maybe post 40.
Yeah.
But 8 years from 16 to 24 is a huge change.
Monumental. Yeah.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba is our sponsor, and many of you have responded to America's #1 meal kit. And why not? Nobody does it better. You talk about preparing meals and grocery shopping to a different place. HelloFresh.com/Bubba says, breakfast, many will say, is the most important meal of the day. And what if you could get a free breakfast item for the life of your subscription? Meaning if you stay a subscriber to HelloFresh, breakfast is free for you the entire time. As long as you're a subscriber, you get a free breakfast item with every single order for free. So go right now, look at the delicious meals they've got available for you. They send you everything you need. Great recipe cards. They're easy to follow. You can follow those. They put all the ingredients in there, so it's not just a shopping list. It actually has everything you need to make the meal. And one breakfast item per box for the life of your subscription right now. Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we love documentation. You took a great deer to start the season, and so we were hunting over this Christmas break, and I had started getting mad at myself. In honor of Dad, I was not going to let another deer that for where we hunt was a shooter walk. And I don't know why we were doing it. We're letting Camp House breakfast. Greg didn't want to fool with one at the end of the last
It's really
hunt.
not a big deal.
So anyway, everybody was laughing and talking about, which I don't think about this. If you remember back when Dad was coaching, and Bubba, you can remember that, of course, Greg, is, he was like a lot of coaches. They have these basic things they're going to say when you interview them, and they're not going to give you anything.
Right.
And so we were documenting life at Camp House. So I actually killed a deer that day. And so I'm doing a little deal, and I had people saying, you sound like your dad at doing some sort of interviewed after a game or whatever. I didn't even pick up on it, but I started listening to it, and it's pretty funny. So here it is. When we brought him in after we took a deer that day. Here it is.
Guys, now this is what we're talking about. We've been letting you follow along with the hunt down here at Burgess Farms today. This is a 8-point we've been looking at, and we've seen him walk a couple times. We was worried about this crab claw, so he's letting him walk a little bit. But today, he came back to check his scrape where I was sitting, and I said, you know what, for our genetics here, this is a good deer, so we're going to take him. So it's a good day here at Burgess Farms, laying one down. I know if Dad, he'd been mad that we were letting any walk, so Dad, here's one on the ground for you. And you know what, it's got some good tines on it, and this is going to look good mounted up there with the rest of them at Camp House.
That was part of the reason that I did it, because inside the room at Camp House, when you walk in, every either antler mount or deer head in that room has been killed on the actual farm or the land. Mm-hmm. One has not. One of them is one of Brody's deer from Dream Ranch or whatever, and I'm thinking, if we could take one more, now you could literally stand in here and say every deer in here. Yeah. And of course, up there were Big 6, which is just an antler mount. We could have put Big 5 if Greg had not. Just I don't know. A huge. I mean, it's a huge deer. But I fell into this dilemma. So now, and here's Speedy with us. Is this us coming in?
Yeah.
Here's Speedy.
Okay. Let's go, birds.
You know what? We're looking at it. They have a crab claw. We think it's bigger than we let walk.
Okay. Yeah.
His time took a lot longer. You sound like me. I had a lot of deer on me, man.
Yeah.
Did you hear big 300 bark?
I did. It barked out.
Hey, when that 300 goes off, and everybody knows.
There was no wondering. Hey, who was that?
Who was that right there? So anyway,
there was no doubt.
So we had hunted your standard, Bubba. Hunt one afternoon, then hunt a morning, then hunt an afternoon. and then everybody was going to go home because you've only got so many hunts in the account.
Right.
And I'm full blown Camp House Rick now too. I've had Camp House breakfast. By the way, I've got some summer sausage. I meant to bring you. I'll bring you. So anyway,
I've got some off that deer.
Right.
Excellente.
Yeah, oh yes. And
we plowed through several deer over the holidays.
So and I know you were hunting your place when you could and all this, and so Brody, my son, is right now my go-to to get more hunting days. You use your children.
Right.
I did this, when they were little. If you tell your wife you're going to take your kids hunting, hey, they're all about it, especially when they're younger and they need a little break. But now they're grown, so it makes it a little harder, but it's still something kind of special.
Yeah.
And so Brody, because of him running his business, he didn't get there for any of the first 3 hunts. So he kept saying that he could hunt on that additional day, which would I think have been a Friday or a Thursday, I can't remember. So Sherry has gone to some production of the Nutcracker with my sister, my mother, and our niece, and so I get the call from Sherry, and I'm wrapping up. Everybody's about ready to leave. She goes, "Well, did Brody ever get to hunt?" I said, "No, he really didn't." I said, "Never got here."
There we go.
I said, if I could hunt one more day, he probably gets here. And
probably get a good job.
And she goes, "Are you just going to stay down there?"
Oh,
I said, "What now?"
As a matter of fact,
she said, "Excuse me." She said, "Are you just going to go ahead and stay another day?" I said, do you what now?
Who is it?
What? I said, "Well, now he's trying to get here, but that's it." I said, "But you know what? I've been here enough. I'm coming home." And she goes, "Well, no, why don't you stay and hunt another day with him?" Not going to. He could have gotten down here. I miss you, and I'm ready to be home. Not going to stay here unless, of course, he probably won't get to hunt, this
is probably it.
Rut's about over.
Rut's almost
big
over,
deal.
and he probably won't get to hunt, but I'm not staying.
He's always got next year.
Right.
You always got next year.
I got him set up. I mean, we kind of got these deer figured out right now. I'll probably be able to put him on a good one, but I'm not going to stay because I need to come home. Been down here too much. Been down here too long.
Easy. Yeah.
Need to get home.
Easy.
And she said,
"Want to get home?"
And she said, "Why don't you?" The key is to get them to beg you to stay. And she said, "Why don't you just stay down there to give him a chance?"
I won't.
Not staying unless you need me to for him. She goes, "Why don't you stay down there another day and let him get a hunt in?" Well, if that's what you want, and then that's what I'm gonna do. So he ended up not being able to get down there like that night. So then I kind of got that thing where I was kind of like down there by myself. I got a little scared. You know, when you get left down there by yourself. And I went out and did a morning hunt by myself. And
by yourself?
Oh yeah, I was like in the dark.
Aren't you too old for that?
No, it was okay.
He's gonna be out.
Saw Big Five again.
Yeah.
And
been by yourself and load
He's
him
still
up.
walking around.
I nearly took Big Five. I said, but I tell you one thing, if you want me to stay, then I'm gonna stay.
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
My love.
For you, I'm going to stay.
And then
That's it.
Camp House Rick lived another day. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mental. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy, for a brand new hour.
Rick, thank you. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the family.
So we were talking about facts, and we got an interview coming up today on climate change for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Greg just handed us, the latest. The gloom and doomers have just basically said we're all but done, and we're talking
Come out
about
of the UN.
we were talking about that where we live. It's hot, and it's always hot in September. It's just another month of summer where we live.
It's hot.
And so these temperatures are going to be really, really hot again this weekend in late September and going into October. And
but it is cooler at night.
It has gotten cooler at night. It really has.
Yeah.
Like swimming pool temperatures have dropped way off because of the nighttime.
Yeah.
When I leave way before daylight, it's felt a lot better.
Yeah. There was a time when the dark felt just like the light, just without the ball of fire. But anyway, so Span undoubtedly is getting beat up about this. So he put out how many times we've had these similar temperatures throughout.
Oh boy!
Well,
in October.
Yeah, in
Not
October.
Even September. In October.
And of course we have to only go from the 1800s because before that we didn't We didn't keep up with any weather.
Rick, according to Span's tweet this morning, since 1897, it has been 90 degrees in the month of October in Birmingham, Alabama, 28 times. So if we want to make it easier to figure, you can knock a couple of those off, and it's been 26 times. Well, that's still got 2,000 in it, so never mind. Let's just say 28 times since 1897. So, just the dumb math on that is a quarter of the time. 25% of the time, you're going to have 90-degree temperatures in October based on the last 115, 16, some odd years.
Yeah.
So that a quarter of the time. So it's not that big a deal, really. I mean, it's going to happen a quarter of the time.
It's uncomfortable. I wish it wasn't hot because I'm tired of it. But
his tweet,
it's not gloom and doom into the world.
Right. And like his tweet pointed out, a lot of these dates were in the early part of the 20th century, which, we were not all that developed industry-wise then.
And you know why?
I mean, it was the early days of it, but, I would say most of it kicked in around the 1940s when we had World War II.
Well, I think we would probably, why Bubba can't give you or Span can't give you more temperatures beyond, before this, because we didn't keep any weather records.
Right. Well, they weren't very accurate. I mean, I think people back then were worried about growing stuff. And,
yeah, they were.
They knew it was going to be hot in summer, cold in the winter. They didn't really, break it down.
Yeah.
They didn't have thermometers. They knew, hey, man, it's hot out here.
Right. So that's.
Oh, boy, it's hot.
It's hot. And how about, so undoubtedly, there really hasn't been a change as far as pointing to this weather involving climate. Because, again, weather and climate aren't the same thing. But if you want to look at the weather history of warm and hot temperature in the 90s in October, you'll find it 28 times since the mid-1800s or late 1800s.
Yeah, 1897.
Yeah. So there you go. All right, so here we go. This Year America, just to keep it. Thank you. This is once again, I just sense this is another company that has been radically successful, and they've been pressured to try to create a market that does not exist. Now, see, we see this, or to exist any level that they're going to do well with it. And remember, businesses out there, let me just warn you, how many more businesses have to be destroyed by them feeling pressured to go after a market that's not big at all? And now we see the toy giant Mattel. Okay, Mattel is going to launch gender-neutral dolls. Now, I'm sure there's some people out there that say, hey, good, I'm going to get one. But do you really think there's going to be a run on these dolls like, say, Barbie? Do we really think there's a huge market of people who said, I tell you what I'm waiting on, is the gender-neutral dolls for toys to get for my kids? I mean, I know there's some.
Can't wait.
I know there's some. I'm talking about, I'm sitting down, I'm an investor in your company, or I'm a stockholder in your company, and you come into the room to talk to the stockholders about the new things coming out, right? And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, man, I tell you what, our stock.
Christmas right around the corner.
Christmas right around the corner. Tell us what you got. All right, first we want to talk about, we're going to do gender-neutral dolls. I'm sorry, because here's what I thought you said, because please tell me that I'm not invested in gender-neutral dolls. Are you kidding me? Now, look, if there's some place that wants to try to help kids who the society's convinced them that they don't know what gender they are, and you want to try to help them, that's fine. But, hey, we're running a toy line here that's looking to make a profit.
It ain't going to be the next Tickle Me Elmo, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, how about this? You want some gender-neutral dolls, and give them to a counselor. But I tell you what, I don't know about we're going to start stocking the
we're
shelves.
We're going to be lined up outside the door.
And so it is Mattel's Creatable World. And they believe it's the first line of gender-neutral dolls, and it's a series of customizable figures believed to be the first of their kind. Yeah, I'll tell you why they're the first of their kind. Nobody else would do it.
Well, Rick, I got to disagree. Have you ever seen Kim with no pants on? Gender-neutral.
Well, you're right, Greg. Thank you for that vivid example.
Just saying.
Yeah, you're right. He did seem to dress as a man, but it's a good point. It's an uncomfortable point, but it's a good one.
Well, I think it needs to be pointed out.
Bubba, toys are a reflection of culture, and as the world continues to celebrate the positive impact of inclusivity, we felt it was time to create a doll line free of labels. said Kim Colmone, who is Senior Vice President and soon to be former Senior. That's right, baby. 30 years today we have done the Rick and Bubba Show, and we now enter into year 31. 30 years behind us, the 30th anniversary. All the 30th anniversary gear can be found. There'll be some others we'll add as the year goes on. We'll celebrate all year. But you can find those at rickandbubba.com under the store. So check those today. I've got one of those on, the new 30 years and still kicking shirt. Got the coffee mug, got the playing cards, got the socks, got the lunchbox. All kinds of cool things you can find there. We'll do phone calls this hour to get it started. Speedy goes to the phones. You want to join us? We'd love to chat with you. 629-WE-BE-BIG. That's 629-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy will be standing by. The gang all here for another hour. Happy anniversary, Bubba. Oh, 30 years. I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, back at you.
Happy 30th year, big boy. Or 30 years behind us.
I know.
All right, so
I'd lay that.
So we were discussing trying to go to the phones and talk with everybody. We haven't heard from you guys in a while. We haven't chatted. We talked about a lot of things. So any comments you want to make now, you can. 629-WE-BE-BIG. But you know, this constant battle during hunting, and then I start thinking about, I guess, fishing too, with Camp House Rick versus Civilized Rick, and people don't know what I mean, and they're like, "What do you mean? It's two different Ricks." So Adler has gathered a couple of pictures, and to kind of give, because sometimes a picture will speak. If you want to, here are the two Ricks. I mean, you see them right there. There's a distinct difference.
There's Mountain Man.
Can you tell? Notice I'm hugging one of Greg's grandkids.
That's my granddaughter.
One of my little nieces, a great niece over there. By the way, I'm loving being Great Uncle Rick. I'm having a blast.
Oh, they're having a ball.
They've got a name for me, Funcle, Funkle.
Because
I'm
having
so much fun.
Yeah,
I know.
It scared me for
Well,
that.
that's the reason why I spelled it first. It was almost like I had to step into it.
Thank you.
But do you see the difference there? Does that sum it up a little bit?
First of all, you're a little scary over in the mountain.
Over here, civilized.
Mountain Man.
Look, civilized Rick has his hair perfect. He's got his little sweater on, his little glasses.
Did you bribe Aaron?
He's hugging children.
Yeah.
And then over here you see that there's hard to get anything else on that guy's mind.
Rick, that's life below zero.
Yeah, right.
You ever seen
Yeah.
that show?
So there it is. To the phones we go.
My goodness.
Right, great. But remember, the problem is what Sherry's trying to do is it goes back to the Great Seinfeld episode. She's trying to get Camp House Rick and Civilized Rick to live together, and they can't.
That's tough.
Camp House,
coexist.
Civilized Rick will kill Camp House Rick.
Yeah.
I'm gone.
And vice versa.
Yeah, you're right.
Sure.
Jeff in Alabama. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's up, fellas? Quick
Hi.
question for you. I've been listening to all y'all's great stories about hunting over the break, which is phenomenal. Rick, I just sent you an email. I hope you got your spouts for your deer feeders. So I hope Gary brought those to the farm so you can get that fixed back up.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah, thanks.
I'm torn. So yesterday I found out that I won an all-expense-paid trip to Texas to hunt a 200-inch whitetail.
Hey.
And the problem is,
And what's the deal?
Well, I've got a beautiful elk hanging on my wall that I was lucky enough to take last year in Colorado at 450 some odd yards in about a 25-mile-an-hour crosswind. It's something to be proud of. Does it diminish the animals hanging on the wall if you got to tell your buddies that beautiful 200-inch whitetail right there come off of a ranch in Texas, which is presumably a high fence, even though it's an extremely large high fence?
Yeah,
I'm torn.
Yeah, I don't think so because we've hunted Texas before, and it's a different kind of hunting. I don't know whether you'll be still hunting or riding in the high racks. We did the high racks, which was a different dynamic because when you get ready to shoot, if you see one that is a shooter, everybody's watching you. I mean, you've got the peanut gallery, and it's almost freehand shooting. You can prop, on the rack, but it's not like sitting in a blind or a ladder stand with having that good of a prop.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
Yeah, but anyway, a 200-inch deer. Remember, like you just said, you said it yourself. I mean, in Texas, you're talking about tens of thousands of acres. You're not talking about there in a pen. I mean, at all. And so it's a different it's a different experience.
I say go.
I think you should go. I don't think there's any shame in that at all.
I do too.
Man, I feel so much better.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. And thanks for calling. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We go to Christmas Rhonda. Christmas Rhonda, welcome.
Big time of year for her.
It is. You were missed on the crest this year.
Oh, listen, I miss it so much.
Yeah.
And I have driven by because I come up and teach piano still, Rick.
Oh, good.
And I started to stop and say, oh, my goodness, Rick, you disappointed me. Your lights didn't go up this year.
I know.
But I understand why now. So
yeah, well, we were afraid that the crest may accuse us of being the cranks, and you could. There's only one. And I told Bubba this already, and we said it on there. But there was one neighbor. You take that one neighbor out, everybody else was gravely disappointed. I think the neighbor right across the street from me, probably is glad we didn't do the lights this year.
Don't you know?
But because they probably can't sleep without some sort of blind. But yeah, it was and the people that got your house, I mean, they put up some nice stuff. They're not as into it apparently as you were.
No.
But it was still nice. And
Rhonda, did you light the lake up?
I did, and I was expecting you to come by. I did it just
oh wow,
for
you had it down on the lake, Bubba. You should have gone and seen that.
Well, usually it's when I'm there, it's work now, and
Right.
But Rhonda, I'm not even exactly sure where you live at exactly. So you'll have to email me, and I'll come by.
I will. You go to Chuck's, don't you?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you don't have to give it on the air if you want to.
Yeah,
email
I'm
me.
not. I'm not going to. But I'm just telling you, if you go to Chuck's, it's easy.
Okay. All right. Well, Rhonda, it's
So
good.
next time you go to Chuck's.
You definitely left. You definitely left behind. I tried to step up and fill that gap, and this year we just didn't do it. Yesterday we took all the Christmas decorations down, and I'm gonna tell you what.
That is a sad day.
That is We got up, drank our coffee, ate breakfast, and we were finished at like 6:30 p.m. last night, dealing with all that. It's fun. Let's continue. Let's go to McCalla. Memory, is that the name? Memory, go ahead.
Yeah, it is. Hey, y'all. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I just want to tell y'all, thank y'all for everything. I've been a long-time listener. I was on the on the Rick and Bubba Survivor Island.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's been a while.
25 years ago, yeah.
That's a
Listen to y'all
memory.
every morning, and it is a memory. And let me tell y'all, I'm still a little salty over it, but it's okay.
That was we did real Survivor until I believe medical teams told us we had to stop.
everything down.
That's been a long time ago. Yeah. Let's go to Robert in South Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Memories.
Good morning. Congratulations, and I'm sure glad you're back.
Thank you.
'Cause I have missed y'all.
Thank you.
In listening to all of the way back stories, the one thing I didn't hear that I would love to know more about is what did Gary do that made Sherry mad?
Ooh.
Because he seems to be scared of that woman, and I'm sure there's a really good reason.
There is a good reason. There is a tree behind the little farmhouse that is a black walnut. There's no telling how old this tree is. I mean, it is a beautiful ancient tree, and Sherry Burgess loves that tree. And the black walnuts, their bottom limbs a lot of times will grow out and just be a little bit off the ground, and they spread out in these beautiful deals. Well, Gary, without asking Sherry or me, decided it was hard to get a lawnmower under this beautiful historic black walnut, and just took a chainsaw and cut off one of the limbs. And that's a day that Gary nor I ever want to relive.
Mm.
And every single time that my beautiful wife goes to our place there and she walks around the back of her house, I just go 3, 2. I cannot believe that Gary just lopped that limb off. I cannot believe it. He ruined that tree.
You have to hear it again.
And it just starts back up again. And so the greatest line on that one, as I've said on there before, but you may have missed it, Robert, is Gary called me. He said, "Hey, I'm in trouble with Sherry." And I said, "What's happened?" "Well, I cut a limb off that black walnut." And I said, "Well, how mad is she?" "I'm gonna have to get me another pair of jeans. She didn't eat the butt end out of these."
That's so funny.
Yeah, and that was Yep. So that goes on and on.
It continues.
Yep. We'll be back. 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More stories from our time away, and we'll continue to chat with you as we celebrate our 30th anniversary of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Vice President of Mattel Fashion Doll Design.
See, now the picture they're showing, it's that half shot. What are the?
You can take them, and you get one. Say you got one that we would call, and I'm just going to use something we all familiar with, Barbie. See here?
Yeah.
You can take the hair off.
Okay.
And now Barbie identifies as a male, and it's not Barbie, but I'm just using that as an example of what the doll kind of looks like.
So it comes. You can make it whichever you want.
Right.
If you want to make
have
a butchy looking haircut, you can do that.
Thank you, Greg. I will go back to this.
I hate to ask this. I mean, how many things can you take on and off of that?
Thank you, Bubba.
Well, back to my point earlier, I thought they were halfway there anyway.
Right.
Well, if you look at how we identify gender, aren't all dolls gender neutral?
I thought so.
So now let's go to this story. So we have these people that are impersonating FedEx employees, and they bind a family with tape, and of course the other grabs the home safe before they make off with $125,000 worth of cash and jewelry that was stashed inside the safe. So this is their.
I mean, they're dressed like FedEx guys.
They're moving way too fast. You should have known it wasn't them,
Greg. All right, so this is them.
But look at the tape job on that box. That should have.
That's not a good tape.
No,
yeah, that's not a FedEx tape job there. But I mean, look
at the outfit. I mean, the uniform looks like the real deal.
Right, and then I guess so. Then the next thing we see,
wow, look at that,
is they've got the family and they're tying them up.
When they start taping you, that's never good.
No, am I the only one that's a little shocked that this couple has a safe in there with over $125,000?
Somebody knew
worth of stuff in it.
You know,
and what this they have a camera in their den too.
Yeah,
that's kind of strange.
So all the security system in the world didn't do you much good if you let the fake FedEx people in your house, right?
Yeah, you open the door.
So now but you do have them on video.
Animal Kingdom.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking.
This show that comes on TV is about his crime family, and they did stuff, I guess, all the time.
Really? Is that the thing called Animal Kingdom? I heard you say. I've heard people.
That's a
mention
rough
it.
ride.
It's rough.
We're not recommending you go watch that.
Oh, okay, so that's rough.
Are you amazed
but
too?
They do.
How,
they pull off these heists like
and
that.
how many people have cameras now, doorbell cameras and all that, where you can see all this
Hey,
footage?
you're
I
on
mean,
camera everywhere now.
It seems like a lot of the robberies we have, they have footage now.
Not sure why they need one right there, but
All right, FedEx is letting you know that they're
Rick.
Oh my goodness.
There she goes hopping like a bunny.
FedEx lets you know that they should have an ID badge on, and a lot of times you might you're online and all that should be giving you the stuff that you need.
In a lot of cases too, you can go and get an app from them and UPS, and you get notification if you have a delivery coming that
Right.
day. They'll even tell you kind of what time it is,
Yeah, they
who
do.
it's from,
They
and all
do.
that.
I'm starting to feel like the victims are actually in on this.
Greg,
I'm with
Greg.
I'm with you. There's something strange about this.
I can't put my finger on it.
I know.
Well, they're very calm for one thing.
They are.
Yeah. Why aren't you kicking and screaming right there?
Well, I guess they don't want to get killed.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
but
Something
still,
just feels like we're not getting.
Your body language is not.
I don't know.
You're resistive. Even if you sit
No,
there, you're
I
not.
know it.
Gonna,
Nobody looks like they're scared.
You're right. I'm kind of interested in what they're watching on TV. All right, so
the camera for the
What's Powell
den,
doing?
the camera for the setup in the den is perfect.
I know.
Everybody's in frame. Everything. You know what I mean? Usually, when you have these security things, they're not exactly the perfect shot.
I'm getting
you know
the
what I
same
mean?
feeling I did when the homeless man bought that lady some gas.
But Greg, what's the angle here? What's the take?
I don't know, Rick. Give me a
Insurance?
minute. I'm going to have to work on it.
Is it insurance?
I don't know.
And
what's the
again,
take?
you're looking at a fairly small apartment.
Well, obviously
And
they had to know that the money was there.
Wait a minute, was that a porch fire that I just saw?
You're talking about a PP.
I don't know what that
It looked,
was.
it looked like he attacked the FedEx guy.
They're how did they know they had a safe? One, how did they know they had that much in it they could get?
It just
two?
didn't look like they were threatening anybody, and the people didn't look like they were being threatened. It's
I
like,
wanna
hey,
know-
sit down. Let me
Okay,
take you
let
out.
me give you.
Well, what's the angle?
What's
though?
the angle?
I don't know.
Insurance?
Well, look, let's
They
go
lost
back.
the stuff
Let's go back
themselves?
to the naked guy on the tarmac this morning. When they captured him, he's face down. You know, it's in a more defensive position. They look like they're just, hey, go ahead and
And
tie
even
me
the
up.
guys doing the tape, usually if you're taping somebody up, you're trying to scare them.
And
like,
you
don't move.
He didn't put their hands behind them. Do you notice that? They're taped in front of them.
All right, did these people, is it their place? Or are they house sitting for someone else and maybe they're in on it? I don't know. Something ain't right.
There's a lot of bars on the windows, it looks like, the outside shop.
Look at that guy. I'm just getting my tape out. Hey, pal,
Look,
what's up? Here, let me tell
the
you.
lady almost put her legs out together so he could tape. Did you see that?
Well, I would, if somebody's got me and saying, hey, look.
Something doesn't look right.
But they're not what they threaten you with, Hams. They didn't even showing a weapon.
Well, that's how they get you.
21 minutes past the hour, 30th anniversary edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, back from the big year ender and then our time off at the end of the year, which is tradition here. Hope you enjoyed the Rick and Bubba Best Of shows and the Rick and Bubba replays while we were away. Wednesday Bible study back today as well. We'll be back in 2 Corinthians, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel for the live opportunity. Then it'll be archived soon after. Video archive will be on our YouTube channel, audio archive on our podcast channel. Also, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD, Rough Patch, is now available on all streaming services, not just the hard copies, but also available on all streaming services. So you can grab that if you haven't already. So looking back, Bubba, so we did a tremendous amount, Sherry and I did, of hosting. We kind of hosting. You said you did too.
Yep.
Thank
we
you.
had several get-togethers, and it was a lot of fun.
If you and Betty, if we'd not had the rotation on y'all hosting the Rick and Bubba Christmas party, we would have been hosting the Christmas party after Thanksgiving, then the Christmas party, then Christmas Eve, all in the same deal, and then we hosted New Year's Day as well. Look, let me tell all of you out there, I'm going to work on it. A lot of you are like. You never posted in documents on goodies the sausage ball recipe. We want your mama's cornbread recipe. We want chocolate biscuit recipe. All this great. And look, and I'll add to it. We did Dad's tenderloin on New Year's Day.
Oh, really?
And it was perfection. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so we did a lot of hosting. Mm-hmm. And anytime you're hosting. There's a tremendous amount of pressure, and the pressure it puts on husbands.
There's pressure when you go somewhere, but there's pressure when you host.
Oh, the
too,
hosting,
and then you got to have everything right. And
I'll almost take the travel over the hosting.
Oh, most definitely.
The hosting is awful, and so one of the things that happened was, I guess I got to handle this.
Let me ask you this while you're thinking through that. Is there a time limit that says, okay, what is the time? This is how I do it, because we host.
Okay. It's a good question.
One of the families. And my thought is, if I got to drive more than 2 hours, I'd rather host.
I will agree with that.
Is there is the number that's where y'all land?
That's my number.
Two's a good
I'll drive an hour and a half.
See, in my mind, I'm thinking I would rather drive an hour and a half and not host.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
An hour is not too bad. At 2 hours, do you stay the night?
No.
At
2
what
hours
point
is the.
At what point do you stay
It's about
the
a
night?
6 hour cutoff.
Oh, 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we usually stay 3 to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. But 6 is the max.
How long?
Because they're going to be ready for us to go too.
If you're popping in and out and you're visiting, you're going to a family function.
Yes.
You're one of these days. What do you think is leaving too quick?
Less than 3 hours.
Yeah, that's
on a big day like Christmas.
Yeah.
Well, like for
Thanksgiving.
Well, like for Thanksgiving, we travel over to basically Starkville, Mississippi, Sturgis, which is a little over 2. It's right at 2.
Mm-hmm.
We try to wake up, and I tell the family this hurts on the front, but on the back end, we'll be glad. We try to get there as quick as we can, probably around 9 or so.
Go early, come home back early.
And that's leaving at 6, or maybe sometimes 9:30. But then we eat and then leave right at dinner time to get back at a decent time. But that's pretty much the entire
Let me
day.
flip that now. Back to the hosting.
Yeah.
See, I don't like, and this happened to us on New Year's Day, but ball games played a role.
Yep.
I don't like when we're hosting and I hear that food is ready to go at noon. That's quick.
That is
okay.
That's quick.
Yeah,
I kind of like 2 o'clock.
We do the mid afternoon.
Yeah, I like 2 o'clock, and because you're up, you've had your coffee. Next thing you know, you're like, "Well, good night. Everybody's gonna be here."
Oh, I have to eat at noon, though, Rick. I have to.
Well, I know that.
Get off there.
Yeah.
I'm already waiting an hour. At
Sure.
that point.
Yeah. But we do. But so anyway, so what also comes with hosting is errands. Lots and lots and lots of errands.
Yeah. Because you go by and.
Well, y'all know that one of the things that I struggle with, and as Sherry has said many, many years ago, and this is her phrase she uses when I do it, you're doing that thing you do. and that is, I don't like to take over people's businesses, airports, little league tournaments, fill in the blank. But I just end up taking them over if I think they're being run inefficiently. Okay, and it's like I can't keep myself from doing it.
You have to. Right?
But what Sherry says, the problem with you though is because of the way you do things, you rebel rouse. You get people drafting with you, and she goes and you turn places into a little bit of a chaotic situation. And I said I don't mean to, and I tried to let it go, so I won't say where I was. I had to run an errand. Now because of the holidays, this place featured. I'm placing an order or I'm picking up something I've already called in. Now, we're not getting meals, we're getting products, okay? Things you need. And so Sherry said, "Oh, I hate to do this to you. You never want to hear that."
No.
She said, "But we don't have enough of fill in the blank. And you're going to have to go by." I said, "Sherry, I thought we had all we need there. I can't go now. This is the rush now.
Yeah.
Now everybody wants
You
it.
got me out in it.
I hope you're not at a shop that does butchering or a honey baked ham. Because either one of those is a nightmare.
Look, if police are called in just to direct traffic in and out,
we're passing
it's
out
bad.
vests.
Yeah.
So I walk in to a place that may be like that.
Okay.
I walk into a place that may be like that, and I uncontrollably text to Sherry, total chaos. And
madhouse.
I said, "This is a madhouse." Well, there's 2 registers operating, okay? And I realized pretty quick it could be done better. Okay?
Oh, no, you didn't try to help them out.
We're colliding with people who are picking up orders and people who are placing orders. I think that should be 2 different registers.
Yes.
All over here is placing new orders. All over here are pickups. But they weren't doing that. And it was causing mass confusion. And all of a sudden, one woman was sitting there. She goes, "Well, I was told to leave this register and then pay over here." And the guy looks at her and says, "Ma'am, you should have just stayed where you are." And all of a sudden it happened. All of a sudden I heard myself.
Oh, you could.
I said, "We're all confused in here." We're all very confused. Look,
said that?
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, as Sherry predicted, somebody, "That's right."
There's a bunch of
here they
hello.
go.
And I said,
What the bearded guy said.
Look, and
Yeah, I'm with him.
And of course, this is supposed to be civilized, Rick.
Camp
But now,
House Rick.
I raised my hand. I said, "May I make a suggestion?"
You did?
I did. I said, "May I make a suggestion? I think all pickup people should be over here.
You went that far.
And all people placing new orders should be here. I think it should be 2 different locations." Makes a lot of sense. That's right. My gosh, can't y'all get your act together? And finally, the guy says, "Sir, we're doing the best we can." He almost gets in tears. I said, "I'm sorry." Well, you ought to listen to what he says. Makes a hell of a lot of sense. and I was like, and then I could just hear, in the back of my head,
Happy New Year.
Yes, Sherry going, "You're doing that thing you did."
Yeah, you're doing it again.
And then now everybody panics because people begin to demand they do it my way.
It could have been so much easier.
And I was like, I think it's a better way. And then I become apologetic a little bit. I'm sorry because now it's total
the
pandemonium.
rude Tourette's came out.
Yeah,
in you.
yeah.
I said, this guy's right.
I said it just could be done. Can I get back there? And like the guy said, "No, you can't come back here." And I said, "I can have this thing operating super efficiently if you just give me." That's right. And then he looks at me with tears. "I'll tell you what, this guy ought to be running this place." We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Loving every minute of it. There it is, Lover Boy.
Lover Boy.
Loving every minute of it, Busby.
That's a good one there. That's a
Love
little
it.
toe tapper.
25 big ones, and we're loving every minute of it. See there? You like it, don't you?
That's funny.
I like our 25 big ones, don't you?
I do that. It's grown on me.
Right.
I liked it when I heard it, but it's grown on me even more.
All right, I need to ask this question. Now, I know, Bubba, where you are because I know you because I know.
Rick, I vote no.
Anytime a band has something that crosses over and becomes a huge hit, you love it.
Oh, Rick.
So
Look, I love highly manufactured pop music.
So
Everybody knows that.
I'm going to ask you, Greg.
And South Korean dance music.
But I'm going to ask you, Greg. Of course, when we were young, when
Loverboy put out loving every minute of it.
Boom, boom, boom,
we
boom.
thought it was great. We even played it in our band. But when you hear it now, is that a band that do you not feel as good about it as you did?
Yes, I don't hate it, but
Right.
I don't think it's near as good as I thought it was.
Right. I
Like,
enjoy
I do that with certain
Well, I
movies. I
don't-
do that with certain. I mean, the Loverboy catalog is a good catalog. They got some hits.
Yeah,
but
I won't turn them down. If they come on the radio or something.
yeah.
But
saw 'em
they're
live.
not.
They were very good live.
They're not in my.
Yeah.
They're not in my Styx Foreigner area.
No,
that's
no.
a
I
higher
agree
that's
with
a higher existence in my book.
They're below that.
But in my opinion,
But I didn't mind that at all. Rick could have let the whole thing go, and it'd have been good.
Well, that's
to
what I'm
me.
talking about. In my opinion, though, and when you decided to walk into Loverboy's neighborhood,
right?
That's the song you're looking for.
Yeah,
mean,
I
you're-
did
you're-
not.
you're-
I never
you're-
went to see him in concert,
Oh,
and
I
I
did.
probably could have because I know some friends that went, and
Yeah.
it didn't. It wasn't like, oh, I got to go do.
It was
that.
really
But-
good.
I mean, you're not going to be a turn me loose guy. He's going to be a loving every minute of it guy.
But I like Turn Me Loose too.
Turn Me Loose is I'm that guy.
Yeah, turn me loose.
The
to me.
original. That's their
walking.
first hit.
How are we on working for the weekend?
I don't like it.
I'm good with that. All of those are little toe tappers.
Let me tell you what's that. Any song that we played in our cover band, it's not that I don't like it, but I don't want to hear it because I
played
got
too much.
tired of it.
Yeah, we played working
And
for the
Working for
weekend.
the Weekend was one of those.
And loving every minute of it.
Yeah. So
See, I kind of put them in my category with Jay Giles' band, kind of in that same area.
I can see that.
Of course, I just got a text from Ryan Greenwood. He's correct. The Kids Hot Tonight may be their best one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
That's a good
that's a
one.
dandy.
I agree with you.
Ryan, I
Good
forgot
call
about that.
there, Louisville.
Ryan, I've never seen you so dialed into the show. Ryan, you are so dialed into the show
It's
right
the
now.
rope he's hanging
He
to.
basically throughout
What's he
the
doing
show.
up?
Look, how about this? Throughout the show, now he'll text me and say, "Hey, that sounds good." Stuff like that. I'm like,
I know.
how are you that?
He's already
into
made fun
it?
of my clothes today.
Oh yeah, he made fun of a commercial I did the other day. I'm like, are you that into it? I've never had you so. You weren't this into it when you worked here. But it's cool.
But he's correct. The Kid Is Hot Tonight may be my favorite Loverboy song.
Can I tell you what I think's going on with Ryan? And I think he'll text us because he is listening. You know what I mean? Is I think Ryan, he's clinging to what was familiar.
Yeah.
He's living in a new city.
Yeah, and he ain't got no friends.
He's in a foreign land.
Right. And
Yeah, he's in a foreign
He's
land.
clinging to us because we're familiar.
Guys, I showed an out of focus shot for less than 1 second. He texted me, "Hey, you know what helps if you focus the camera before we put it on?"
He's become the
What's
producer.
going on?
You know what? He's become like our boss from afar. He's
Hey,
like,
tighten it up, boys.
Hey, he's big brother. He's watching and listening. Hey, that sounds good. One time he was getting on me about something I didn't even know what it was. And he had to explain it to me. It was some comment I made during Candid Co commercial. I'm like, something about closed mouth pictures. I don't know. I think I said it wrong or something.
Yo, you talking about the critic?
No, that's it. He's not the boss. He's become a Rick and Bubba show critic.
So
he sits there and goes, "This is not their best work.
This is not
Greg,
up to standard."
Greg, now let me tell you. Now, right here, see, this is what makes them great.
There it is.
Now, over here, this is not them.
Rick fumbled
Let's see,
on that one.
What is today? Friday. My last text from Ryan was Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
He said, and he sent me an article about how many things were in Star Trek that have actually come to real life now. We actually have them. And I thought that was kind of cool. Thanks, Ryan.
What kind of times he got on his hands right now?
Well, Rick, the Dolphins are horrible, so
Okay.
he's not worried about them.
That's right. He's giving up on
Oh,
them.
he's looking to next year.
Yeah.
He's moved on. He's getting his stuff about that, hey, we're rebuilding, and that's somehow getting him through it. I'm not mad this year. It doesn't matter because we're rebuilding.
we're
Get all
rebuilding.
these draft picks. We traded Minka Fitzpatrick, got a bunch of stuff.
So anyway, Ryan, good to hear you out of Louisville again today. Look. He said I moved there, and they take you off there. But he's high tech. He's got it.
I know. He got it covered.
All right. So we'll come back. There's much to unpack today. We got a lot to talk about.
I just got a text from Ryan said, whatever you do, don't let Greg sit down.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Relief factor. I'm telling you. A couple things happened while we were on the vacation. I told my wife a couple things. I said, all right, you're going to be on Field of Greens in 2024, and you're going to be on relief factor. Because she dabbles in them, but she's not committed to them like I am. And I said, I'm seeing a world of difference, and I need to see you get committed this year. So far, so good. And she said, you know what, you're right. So relief factor, some of you have been thinking about this, and you're hearing all these emails and people that are getting great response. And I don't know what you're waiting on. I don't know if you just want to keep the pain. Maybe the pain's something you love. Or, why don't you right now join the over 1 million people, and I'm in this number, who have tried Relief Factor, the Quick Start Kit, for $19.95, and you know that around 70% of all who have tried it saw so much relief, they're still on it, and I'm one of those. So make the move now, okay? Hopefully this is the answer for you, and it's all natural. This is not a drug. This is not something you got to worry about addictive properties. You got to worry about bad side effects. It's 4 botanicals that we've always known played a key role in the body's inflammatory response. So go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4 and then the word relief and get that quick start pack. And let's hear your great testimony involving Relief Factor. So, Speedy, you said you ran into a similar situation. You know, anytime you're getting close to these holidays and these holiday meals and people coming over and when you hear, oh, no, we don't have fill in the blank. You know, when it comes to our chocolate biscuits, the fear always is we don't have evaporated milk. Oh, no.
Right.
You know, and so with you, how did it become Mexican?
Well, like last year, you know, we were the traditional, hey, we're going to have really what we had for Thanksgiving again on Christmas. And the
I love those people.
Yeah. And the boys had been screaming and others in the family, hey, let's change this up. Because on Thanksgiving, we really, Johnette and Reg, they host and they do an amazing job. I mean, it's a table full of food.
Yeah.
So they're like, let's change it up. So last year, everybody voted on lasagna. And Terry loved that because she's like, oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
But, you know, let's knock that out. We have a tradition where we do gumbo on Christmas Eve. My sister comes in and
Interesting.
Yeah, and cooks a family recipe of gumbo.
I didn't know had a family recipe.
Oh
gumbo.
yeah. Mama, my dad's mom had a recipe that was handed down, and ooh, it's nice.
Go for it, baby.
And so on Christmas this year, we decided a taco bar. Let's do taco
Interesting.
bar.
Interesting.
And so we're like, okay, let's knock it out.
I'd never mind a taco bar.
Yeah, why not?
You know,
And-
Santa never ate tacos.
Yeah, no, he did.
The whole beard.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know what we'll do next year, but we'll change it up. We might go back to something, but I have no idea. But we're kind of like you. We do a mid-morning big breakfast, and then we don't eat at noon. We eat more like midday for the big meal. And so it got to be right around close to eating, around 3. And I get a text from Terry in the same house. I can see her, and that's never good. And she's like, hey, emergency. And I'm like, oh, no. She said, and I'm just sitting here going to read it. She says, can you run and grab some soft taco shells, some soft tortillas? And like, you know, for like fajita type shells.
And when is this?
At 3 on Christmas Day.
Oh my goodness!
And she said, you know, now let's back up a little bit. A week before Christmas, Terry got really sick. I don't know if it was the flu or something, but she was down for days, which kind of threw us all out of whack on the preparation of hosting and everything. And she got well about the Thursday before Christmas, so it all timed out great. But she was. I could get how this might be missed. Everything else was great. We had everything laid out, queso, dip. We had it all done. But just this. And not everybody wanted a soft taco, but she wanted that option if, you know, some went taco bowls.
You like crispy
and all
tacos.
that.
You made that very clear.
Yeah,
at the Christmas party.
I do. And so I'm like, ugh, baby. This year, all the retail and grocery stores, they said we're closed on Christmas.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
sometimes they'll open up or they'll stay open a certain amount of time. This year, I don't think. Well, no, so and so grocery store says they're open. I think they're lying to you, babe. But I'll go. So here I'm the lone wolf. Here I go. I'm going out on my just roads are empty. Okay, and I
tumbleweed blows through.
and I make the turn to this big grocery store parking lot. Not one thing.
Not a soul.
Just one car. Somebody apparently left. They were meeting or whatever. That's it in the parking lot. So I text her. Strike one. And so before I knew it, I'm walking in convenience stores like they have soft tortillas.
Right.
They do not. I walked into Walgreens. Surprisingly, they did, but they were out.
Right.
Yeah,
Really?
they have like this taco pack.
I didn't know that. Did y'all know that?
No, I did not.
So I'm driving home, and I told Terry, I was like, hey, why don't you text one of the ladies, you know, that you're all friends with? I'll run by and grab some. We'll give them back to them. You know, if
You're going to borrow them now?
And she's like, no, I'm not doing that. And then I thought, wait a minute. We live on the Cove. We've talked about that, and we have a men's prayer group called the Cove Prayer Group, and it's a text message of about 6 to 7 guys, and we meet once a month and just catch up, pray for each other, and talk and tell stories and all this. And I texted the group and I said, to anyone that's home, I'm in a dire situation. I need soft tortillas. Does anybody have any?
That's somebody getting after it.
Yeah,
that is.
Well, I want to come through for
resourceful.
Terry.
It is.
And shout out to Shannon, who lives down the street a little bit.
Oh, boy,
He goes, I'm in. I got him. I said, you're my Christmas miracle, buddy. I said, I will be outside your house in a few minutes waving at you. So so I go and I hated to disturb their Christmas day.
You turned it upside down.
It looked like they were having a great family moment. The kitchen was active and everything else. And he comes out of the pantry and he's got an unopened pack of like 20.
20?
Oh, yeah. And I'm like, the mission kind. It's the soft tortillas.
But you haven't paid him back yet.
Well, we bought some, and then Terry wants to make cookies for me to walk down, too. So I guess I spoiled that for Shannon. But I walked back into the house, guys, and literally, if someone could have picked me up and carried me in, which I was really
kind of like a greater feeling,
like a Rudy moment
when you've been sent out on one of those things and you walk in. I have soft tacos.
Yeah. Oh, if there was a fog machine that could have been at the door, now I'd have had to kick a dog or two out of the way. And
it's like a weigh-in at a Bassmasters or something.
Oh, I love it.
And so I bust up in there, and she looks up, and Johnette looks, and Lynn, and was like, what do you have there? And I was like, I got some soft tacos.
Yeah, return.
And after everybody stopped clapping, we had a great taco bar. But yeah, I found myself for about 30 minutes being just old lonesome, out and about, riding around, and
it's weird when you're out there on
for
Christmas
some
Day.
silly reason, I kept trying things I knew weren't open, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
I did the empty parking lot turnaround, and I just kept trying. And some of the bigger brand stores, but I had remembered this year they like, hey, we're closed. There were signs on the door.
Then you start doing things that are outrageous, like going into driving up to a beauty salon.
Yeah,
like they're gonna have soft tacos.
Yeah, they don't do that.
And they're definitely not open.
Amanda claims that they did that last year too.
I don't know. I
didn't remember that.
I know that one of our go-tos, because I've had to go to the grocery store a couple of times on Christmas Day, just on little things that they might need more of or whatever. They would like be open till 12 or 1, and they were open for a few hours. Not this year.
I know. It seems like anytime there's a Sunday in the mix, either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, it messes things up too. And then this time with Christmas Day on a Monday, a lot of restaurants are closed on Monday anyway. So, some were open, some were not. Most of the all-American ones are closed.
Yeah.
No, but now some of the foreign ones you can get into.
Yeah, and then we try to, in our minds, go, it's all right. We don't need any. And I'm thinking, well, we kind of do. And so let's really exhaust all effort. I don't want to mess anybody up, but if they're home and they got some, throw them at me, and I'll repay you.
If you're not going to use them.
If you're not using them.
Probably not.
And probably most aren't on Christmas Day. But it was a great taco bar. And I wanted to make sure I was looking to see, please tell me somebody's using one.
No, that's good. Well, now you start watching everybody eating soft tacos.
Yeah. I need everybody to eat one.
Make it worth it.
Did anybody get anything cool for Christmas or anything like that? We don't really do that. I mean, Sherry and I don't get gifts really for Christmas.
No.
So
I got like some new shoes from the kids and stuff like that.
Well,
I got some DeWalt tools and stuff.
Sure.
Fill in the gaps.
Was that the ones that were sent here?
No, these were others that I had on my list because I actually put on my list some of the things we had here.
Well, can I say this?
You have a list?
Should I talk about this, Greg? Wave me off if I shouldn't have.
Yeah, we pass each other a list about Thanksgiving.
Yeah, wave me off if I shouldn't mention this. Should we not acknowledge the most honest Rick and Bubba listener in the country?
Oh, we can discuss that.
Yeah, they got the package and was honest about it.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah. So the last day,
did you hear about this, Bubba?
No.
The last day, the Friday, I'm doing best
You're not gonna
of.
believe this.
It was You
want to come back?
Yeah, we can.
It deserves its own segment.
Yeah, it deserves its own segment. There is a Rick and Bubba listener that should be commended today.
It really should.
Yeah.
I didn't know these kind of people still existed.
Gave me hope for our country.
It did me a little bit too.
Instead of over greeting, I over emailed him.
So I made the mistake last night of watching the news to try to get caught up before I went back to work. Then I realized, no, we're done. No, this country's over. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They should stand all that.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back for a brand new hour. He's rocking mic number 2. 25 years strong. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being here also.
Coming up this hour, Dr. Lou does visit with us. So we're getting ready for another weekend coming up, and there's a lot going on. And you guys know, and we've talked to the empty nest thing, and we all have done it at different times. And Sherry and I is our first year to be at home with no children, and we've been working through that. It's been at times an emotional roller coaster, dealing with Mom a little bit. And so this weekend she has been excited because this weekend we will call it the Tour of Sons. And it will begin today.
Tour Day Sun.
It'll begin today as we go to Virginia to see Boomer, Blake, our oldest son. He is in the Sound of Music there at some resort and in Virginia where they do it in an amphitheater with the mountains behind them. You even have to ride a ski lift down to get to your seat. So we're going to go have dinner with him there at the resort and then watch him. Then we will come back. And then we will go to Auburn, and I know you're going there too, Bubba, because you have kids there, to see one of the sons that is going to Auburn, and then they're playing Mississippi State, which is where the other son goes, so he's coming to Auburn. And then I'll get into that just in a moment because I had to do a little bit of dad duty on that yesterday. So first of all, let's land on what we're doing today because it's funny. Now, those of you that have been following this deal is over the years is that Boomer is an actor, and it really gets into the mode, whether your kid is an aspiring musician, it's the same deal, meaning they're constantly looking for a tour or a gig, and they go from one gig to another gig. And he has an agency, and, I mean, we literally may get a text from him, and it happened, watch Swamp Murders tonight. I'm in this episode. and Sherry and I will sit there, and you remember I talked about this on the air, and I looked around and I said, Sherry, I have terrible news for you. I think he's the murderer.
Yeah,
and she's like, why were you saying that? I said, we ain't seen him yet.
Yeah.
And I said, yes.
And what's the name of it?
Swamp Murders, and he's in one of those episodes. He's been in episode 9 of Ozark, where he gets hit over the head
with a bottle.
With a beer bottle as a Missouri football fan.
Yeah. That's a nice series, by the way.
So I would not watch anything other than Blake's scene. But anyway, so and then we might hear
what channel and what time is Swamp. I'm Rick. I know this is crazy, but I don't regularly tune into Swamp Murders.
But that was years ago.
All I can tell you is it's in syndication and it may show up on one of those cable channels you don't know the name of.
So I just got to find it.
Yeah,
it's usually on TNT.
Yeah, and I don't know what episode he was in. I don't remember. But
I'm gonna try to.
But I don't want to give it away when he comes on the scene.
But it's tonight.
Hey, when he comes on, no, not tonight. It's just it just
that was a couple years.
That was. I'm sorry.
I was talking about the various things, and you remember we might get from Boomer. Hey,
I was ready to tune in.
The new Zaxby's commercial that's out. That's my hand that grabs a fry.
Right, I remember.
You remember when we talked to him?
Hand model.
He made $500. I said, "How was your day?" He said, "Here was my day." Okay, pick up the fry, back to 1. Pick up the fry, back to 1. Pick up the fry again, back to 1. Thank you very much. And so it's his hand, and he might walk through a scene.
Yeah.
You know, he may be all this. He was in some of these investigative series where at one point he's one of the policemen. I mean, you just don't ever know. So
Bubba's tuning in tonight to Swamp Murders.
Yeah, I was ready to see it.
Yeah. So this is
Ricky also wants to see the 2010 national championship game.
I started to say, isn't this the second time he's been on there?
Right. So listen to this. Now this one you can find. This one you can find probably in a Walgreens somewhere. Because he goes to New York, and he's got, I guess it's the thing he has after what we're going to see tonight. And he's in New York, and he's in Walgreens, and look at this picture. He looks, and he sees himself in the Snickers NFL poster. That's him that looks like he's wearing what looks like a Florida Gator uniform.
The white jersey.
Now, the next picture will show you up close. I pulled in the next one where you can actually see him. See, this was something he said that his agency sent him to on a random day. He did these photo shoots in this. He had no idea when they would be up and when they would be used. He said he did this like a year ago, and he's in a Walgreens in New York, and he looks over and he sees these two football players
How
going.
How can he tell that's him?
Well, he remembers the shoot.
He knows he did that.
He knows he did it, and he remembered the uniform and everything. He leans in. He goes, I think that's me. And he looks in, and he's like, yeah, that's me. So that's Blake on the Snickers NFL official candy sponsor of the NFL. If you see this poster like at a drugstore, the guy. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, our 30th anniversary. Thanks to all of you who are emailing, texting, putting stuff on social media. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up next hour. Also, want to say thanks to Edgar's Bakery. Today, they included in our breakfast that we get from them every day a anniversary cake.
Thank you.
So thank you, Edgar's, for that. Okay, so also other things to be aware of. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. So that starts back today after 3 weeks off. And then a couple of things happening. I'll be at Ridgecrest Baptist Church, Dothan, Alabama, coming up on the 11th of January, their second year of the manchurch.com discipleship strategy. And I'll be kicking that off. And also don't forget Speedy on the 19th of January. He'll be part of the Morgan Academy Deer Hunt. In the Black Belt region of Alabama. That's a hunt that they do to raise money for that academy. And Speedy is going to be one of the celebrity guests there, enjoying that. So that's on the 19th.
Thank you for giving, Speedy.
Thank you for your sacrificial
No problem.
commitment.
When I was asked, I was like, do what now? Fish fry, live music, speak a little bit, and hunt? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Sure, I'm in.
Sure, I'm in. So catch Speedy if you're going to that. All right, so we were talking about the 12 working days of Christmas. Wow, what an extravaganza that was. So when we were all getting together and hunting together a little bit over the break, Greg and Speedy kept talking about, well, I'll tell you one thing, we got the most honest Rick and Bubba listener out there, and I was like, what are y'all talking about? And they started telling me what happened. So talk about what happened.
Well, it's really funny because I almost, you know how sometimes you leave work and there's days you catch up and check email throughout the day, and then there's days that you're like, okay, I'm out, I'm busy doing other things. And I don't care. We
Stuff
had
like
River and Terry had come by actually the studio I was hosting, and then we were going to do some fun stuff and run around. It was just towards the end of the week before Christmas, and I checked my phone as I was getting out of the car to go into a store, and it was from one of the winners of the 12 working days of Christmas. And he said, Speedy, hey, I called in and won the laptop last Thursday on the 14th.
That's big.
He said, it's awesome, man. I received my prize today.
Oh, yeah.
However, there was a DJI drone in the same box. He said, I
really got a good prize today.
He said, I found.
Congratulations.
Of course, my first thought was, that stupid Greg, what'd he do?
Yeah.
But then I read further, and it said, I found another label already filled out, but in the box going to the winner of the DJI drone who lives in Illinois. If this is his drone, I will gladly box it back up and send it to the local shipping place store that we used, and they can send it on to the guy. Well, I responded, and because I didn't have the winners, I said, I'm not in a place to verify that is the correct person it should go to, but give me just a second. So an hour or two passed, and I replied back, and I said, yeah, that's the label that's in the box is exactly who it should go to.
Somebody got to shove them all in there.
So this guy,
prize and label,
Justin Caldwell, thank you, buddy. Shout out to you. On his own, he emailed in, because if there's already a shipment filled out, there's no way, because you the shipping place would have said, hey man, I don't know where it went.
Can't track it when it was never scanned.
And he taped the box back up and took it up to the local place, and then they kind of retracked it, I guess, and sent it on, and the guy got his drone.
Well, the biggest story here is this guy could have kept that drone, and no one would have ever known.
Nope.
Right. No one would have ever known.
There's no way to track it.
There's no way to track it, and he could have just kept it to himself, and no one would have ever known, and he did the right thing and got it to the person who actually won it.
Thank you for being very honest. Maybe that's why you won the laptop.
Yeah, true.
Could be.
And maybe God was trying to test him.
Yeah,
how about the person who won the drone had no idea? They just got their drone. They thought, well, that's nice. They didn't know that they came close to not getting it.
Yeah, if you were the drone winner in Illinois, you almost didn't get your drone.
It's funny.
Which that would have been such a handle for all of us.
And listen to this. Wow, he threw a hottie toddy in there. That hurts. But
right.
My last correspondence with him, he said, I almost totally missed it until I started opening the laptop and noticed the other label fell out. And then I started looking back more into the packaging and noticed there was another gift in there. But he said, we love y'all. Thanks for what you do for the kingdom, blah, blah, blah. And then he put a little hottie toddy in there.
Sorry about that. Of course, they look good against Penn State.
They did.
How about they did here?
They did.
Another cool moment, I got to meet the winner of the Bromberg's pendant that we gave away. That was worth around $2,200. They were actually local and came in person during one of my best of days, walked out to the lobby, and he was tickled to death, man.
Yeah,
he
we
was
didn't
so
want to
happy.
ship that's a biggie.
No, that was a real big one, but that one got handed off. So
how that happened? So did the person who is running the shipping, like, did they just
jam two things in one box?
You know when you do something, you don't know why you do it.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Even though they had the label.
They
two different labels.
probably had all that they could see.
Oh, of course they did.
Yeah,
you know,
there's probably a
I
bunch on the
ran into
counter.
like our mail person, like leaving the house one morning at 4. I didn't know if they were early or late. You know,
Right,
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
That was a that was a moment of honesty. I still remember when you brought it up. We were standing up there, of course, you know where the tower used to be.
Yeah.
And checking out that, and you were like, "Hey, let me tell you about the most honest listener we got out there." And of course,
Are the guy anchors still in good shape?
Yeah. You don't want to trip over one of them.
Do you think the guy contemplated it all? Hey,
Might
which
need
one of
another
these do I
one out
like
there,
the
Rick.
best? And send him the other one.
I will say this. I think I feel real strong that I would not have kept both gifts, but I might have taken the one I like the best.
Yeah, they're okay. And is that really that wrong?
Is that
Because it was random.
right?
Right.
You know, because
You can plead ignorance on that point. I thought,
and I would have kept the laptop because I use that more. I don't use drones, but
Yeah.
I don't do anything with drones. So I would have kept the laptop, and like I was supposed to as the winner. I don't know why I think I won a laptop, but because that would never happen to me. Never,
I've never won a sticker gun.
ever.
any circumstance.
Yeah.
I also caught myself over the break, and I know we all do this because we have Moultrie Mobile. You know, especially when the rut's going on and we're all into the hunting season.
Oh, I check my pictures about every 15 minutes.
Have you ever like been asked about it? Are you looking at deer pictures again? And you like, just looking at some of our family memories from the from Christmas.
grandkids.
What are you looking over, dog? Just pictures of you, baby. Some of the pictures of all this past week, you know, and all that. So,
Is that what those deer
right?
pictures?
Yeah, I learned
wrong
again.
with deer pictures.
I learned again too that we made the mistake. We played a lot of board games. We played board
Did
games
you?
one day. And one of them is that game Headbands, where you have the have the thing on your forehead.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know why Sherry and I we do husband and wife really, really well. I think we did parenting pretty good. We cannot be on teams with each other. We don't compete well together. We don't work all that well together. You know, the taking down and putting up of decoration stuff, if I'm involved, I'm always end up, you know, not enjoying the supervisor. You know what I mean? And she doesn't enjoy me. She claims being a smart aleck about everything. And, you know, so we tried to be on the same team, and it's always, you know, I feel like my hints are good. I mean, it's I think I'm doing pretty well there. By the way, got beaten Clue for the first time in a long time. I normally don't lose at Clue.
You normally set everybody up.
I know, but I didn't. Well, it got away from me. We had a lot of people playing this time. Makes it harder.
Oh boy!
And surprisingly, our sister won.
Really?
Yeah. How about that? And she snuck in there with the win. Didn't see that coming.
She appreciates the way you described that.
Yeah,
just
Rick,
now.
you're very surprised. You figured it out.
Did she let you know about it?
Well, I'm just saying that's usually a game that I've got everybody boxed out pretty good. Usually Brody's my biggest competition. Yeah. And she slipped in there.
Came from nowhere.
Did you lose your touch, or did they up their game?
I think she just did a good job of sitting there paying attention.
And the cards just didn't fall your way.
No, they didn't. All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
White jersey, looks like Florida's uniform to
It
me,
does.
is going up for the ball with another player. Blake's the one in the white jersey.
Now, who
Definitely Burgess thighs.
Yes, they're the Burgess
who
guys.
is number 81? Did
I
he
don't
say?
know. They're just actors, both of them. And what they are, both former players. So what like
Well, that's what I'm saying. I thought he may have played like Blake did somewhere.
maybe.
I think that's Frank Jones.
No, it probably was a guy that played somewhere because I tell you what's funny. Blake refers to this stuff because he does a lot of this.
Speedy ain't here today.
I think it's Jordan Jefferson at LSU.
Yeah, it could be, but you know what I'm talking about? How these former players that get these kind of gigs are former athletes. He refers to it. The part of his life he calls the life of a fake football player. And like if you've seen, like it was I think it was 2 years ago, Peyton Manning when he still played for the Broncos did a It was some insurance company.
Yeah.
And so Peyton Manning is really in his Broncos uniform, but the other Broncos running around the field are fake football players, and Blake was one of those.
Right.
So he's done a lot of that kind of stuff. But it was just funny. He said, I'm in a Walgreens in New York randomly, and I look over, and I'm like, hey,
that is funny.
So that's what they did with that photo.
I don't know if he made the catch.
It looked like he's about to come up with it.
I'd like to know how they shot that.
Yeah.
I mean, they just throw you a ball and let y'all go up for it?
Yeah.
And just keep taking shots till they get one they love?
He has literally sent me photos before where there's various uniforms laying in a dressing room, and he puts on one and goes and does these shoots, puts on another one, does that. Look, who do you think? I don't know. I don't think he gets it. It looks like 81 gets it. 81's got both hands on it. Blake's trying to pull it back over.
Yeah, it's going to be close, though. That's a good shot.
We'll see.
That's an incomplete pass.
Is it? Nobody comes down.
Nobody comes
He's
down.
going to rake it down.
Dr. Lou.
Richard and Bill, the fall season is officially here.
Yes.
Which means it is cooled down to a brisk 98 degrees here in Alabama.
Wow. Light jacket.
Guys, it's so hot outside that Coach Bill Burgess just asked for a Chinese hand fan.
Oh, no.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, Coach Burgess, you don't need hand fan.
No.
You know, Coach Billy Burgess, it's fall season when the leaves are falling off of the trees. You don't need that. You need a pumpkin spice latte.
Oh.
My goodness.
That's pretty good, Bubba.
It's very good.
Of course, he's in trouble.
You
but
are a reader among readers. Your readership skills, Billy Burgess. Okay, sorry.
Okay, you're right.
Send the emails directly to Dr. Lou.
Speaking of Chinese, who's hungry for some football?
Yeah!
Rick and Bubba, it's been several weeks since I visited, and since then a whole lot has happened. First on the docket, how about Will Muschamp and the South Carolina Gamecocks? Looking forward about this. Guys, it's not looking good for Cocky Country as they have stumbled out of the gate to a 1-3 record, losing to North Carolina, Alabama, and Missouri. Head coach Will Muschamp is undoubtedly on the hot seat, guys. But despite the pressure, he has remained calm, telling me, and I quote, there goes my bleeper. I was supposed to say some other stuff in there, but I guess my phone just cut off.
there goes that.
There goes that.
Yeah, right.
Rick and Bubba, South Carolina isn't the only team that has gotten off to a rough start in 2019. There is trouble on the horizon in Fayetteville, Arkansas, guys. The Razorbacks are dead last in the SEC West. Have you've seen this, guys?
Yeah.
They just lost to San Jose State. With the Hawk fan base calling on the immediate termination of Coach Chad Morris, Razorback superfan Bill Clinton has chimed in on Twitter, saying he and Hillary would be happy to handle the hit job and cover up free of charge. Hashtag Epstein.
Lou.
Woo! Dead suing. Woo! Hog hit job Razorbacks. Guys, this story is a few weeks old, but did you see where head coach of the Liberty Flames, Hugh Freeze, coached the opener from a press box while laying in a hospital bed? Did you hear this, guys?
We saw it.
Such a bizarre sight. Well, guys, I've got good news. Coach Freeze told me this week that he is back to full strength.
Oh, really?
He's back to full strength, but that he could not have done it without his therapist, Cinnamon and Nikki, motivating him to a full recovery.
No, you did not.
Oh, goodness.
Bad Lou. Bad Lou.
That's terrible.
Lou.
Cinnamon and
Lovely ladies, always willing to go above and beyond.
Lou. Bad Lou.
Speaking of ladies, did you guys hear that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers made history? That's right, Rick and Bubba. The Bucks recently became the first team in NFL history to have 2 female full-time assistant coaches. This true story.
Really?
In unrelated news, Anthony Brown has booked a tryout in Tampa.
Oh, there we go. He may come back to the NFL.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back, baby. Celebrating 30 years today, complete and done. And now we're in year 31. And you can get all the new 30th anniversary stuff at rickandbubba.com under the store. So check that while it's there. This is limited time stuff. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm wearing one of the shirts now. Got some other cool 30th anniversary swag there. Check that out as we are celebrating that milestone today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsey, and Eddie Van Adler. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us as we begin year number 31.
Year number 31, 30 years done. Bubba, we have a couple of stories. This mattress guy,
he's always making these big bets. He's a big Texas supporter. If you're a team that plays in Texas, he loves you, and he likes to get out there and bet on you, and he's proud of it. Mattress Mac does not shy away from putting his money where his mouth is, especially when it comes to his beloved sports teams from Texas. A few days before the Longhorns and the Huskies played in the Sugar Bowl, the well-known furniture salesman decided to place a $1 million wager on the Longhorns to win the national championship.
Here we go. And so that's out.
They say he's an avid supporter of the Astros, and he was likely incentivized by the idea that Texas could compete for the national title inside Texas at our NRG Stadium in Houston. That's where the national championship game is. Be like a home game. He said, on Friday night, I drove to Louisiana to bet on my phone, he told Sports. I have an enormous passion for UT football.
But you know what's interesting? There's a picture of him in here with the Houston Cougars hat and jacket on.
I think he supports any of them. Apparently, the Cowboys and the Longhorns are probably the favorite. But how about that? We always have a story about him betting.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. If Texas had pulled off the comeback in the Sugar Bowl, and he would have received a hefty $2.7 million profit.
Wow.
Now that is if they had just won the Sugar Bowl. If they would have won the championship game the next week, he would have got $3.7 million.
Wow.
So,
there you go.
He has lost, Rick. Now get this, because we always cover his bet, and I think most of the time I remember us covering him, he's lost money, right?
It seems like it.
So far, he has lost about $10.25 million in sports wagers in the past 3 years.
Well, I've always heard, unless he's got some sort of gambling addiction, then that's different. Don't ever gamble money you can't afford to lose. So apparently he either has an addiction or he can lose it. That's why I never bet. I don't have any money I can't afford to lose.
Well, I couldn't help but think, though, say with Texas in this case, and I understand he's betting, he's wanting to make money with it. But if he had just given that money to the Texas NIL program,
right?
I mean, that could have made a real difference. That's the difference in you coming here or not. By the way, speaking of Texas, what are they going to do with the quarterback situation? Because the guy they've got is really good.
Really good.
And did you see the picture of him on media day where everyone was around Arch Manning? I mean, everybody, and nobody's at his thing. Now I know that was not reflective of the whole time, I'm sure.
Well, they were saying because Arch Manning, he had not
he'd not been to the media, and the Ewers had been there like a day before, right?
And it was the only day that you could talk to the freshman. You hadn't been able to talk to him all year, and he was back home in New Orleans, all that together.
Right.
So.
But it does lend the question, because Ewers is a great quarterback, by the way. We saw he was under pressure, and he has really performed. I think he's worthy of the high acclaims that came with him. Remember, he's the one that went to Ohio State and signed
he got out of high school early.
Right, and then transferred back to Texas. But for Arch Manning, where do you land in this? Because this guy's got another year. Is he coming back?
But now Arch will be a redshirt freshman next year, so he's still got plenty of time left too.
And the backup, he transferred.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
Because I thought he was ahead of Manning at one point.
He entered he was ahead of him, and he entered the portal and was not with the team during the game.
Can I ask you
this?
Which
again is screwed up.
I know. Did you see? You had to be paying attention to catch this. So was it halftime or was it in between games? I can't remember. But anyway, they recognize the team of college players that do good things. Okay, whatever that was called.
There were 4 people on it.
Right, where they talk about how they invest in their community. A lot of them have a pet charity they support or whatever, and they declare them like an all-American team of good works.
It's kind of like the
deeds.
Walter Payton Award for the pros.
Yes,
yeah.
And I look, and the ones that were not in bowl games or were available that night, they brought them out. It must have been halftime. They brought them out to the stadium of the Texas-Washington game. Well, one of the guys who got the Good Deed Award was an Oklahoma Sooner, and he's standing out there, and they're talking about all these wonderful works they do, and he's doing the horns down,
really?
holding it up in the air, standing on the middle of the field, and Texas fans are just losing their minds. And he's because Oklahoma beat them.
That's funny.
And he's giving the horns down while they're talking about all these good works. All these
this young man,
and you can hear the crowd. You can hear the crowd reacting too. By the way, they did not like it at all. Because at first I looked and I thought, what is he doing? Then I was like, wait a minute, he's doing horns down.
Yeah.
And,
while receiving his
award.
Yeah, they'll be in the SEC. That's
Greg, you
weird.
don't like when they recognize these college players for doing good things?
Well, like I say, it's just hard to find them. But yeah,
Right.
2 things.
Anybody do anything good this year?
While we're back on college football, 2 things. And I know I'm trying to bring you into the Pat McAfee world, Rick. But 2 things
So
he
you
did.
keep trying.
I know 2 things he did on College Game Day this past. I guess it was a few days ago that would have owned you. He's turned into this guy. I mean, Reese is in this monologue about Jalen Milroe and why he wears a certain bracelet or something and what it means. And have y'all seen this clip, by the way?
I have not.
And it's not when Reese explains it, it's not what Pat McAfee and Joey Galloway, they think he's about to say something that's very inappropriate based off of what's on his Jalen Milroe's phrase or whatever
so
he
was
does.
going to take it and make it.
And it wasn't this at all.
I saw it.
And McAfee interrupted him, and it was so funny because if you just watch it, you'll know what McAfee was thinking. That he thought Reese was going to say. Many times when you just like you did the uncle thing a minute ago, I thought at first you were about to say something else, and so that's what was going on. But they're supposed to be the professionals that don't interrupt Reese. They just let him go. And they didn't. Then there was another moment where they were doing, I guess, practice for the flyover, and a stealth bomber was coming through, and McAfee in the middle of it, he's like, "What the hell is that?"
So he's Greg.
He's Greg.
He's Greg.
McAfee is Greg.
Yeah, don't
put that.
You're going to start wearing the tank?
It is.
2024? You're going to start wearing a tank?
Start wearing a tank. Buff up a little.
Of course, you probably end up having lunch with him.
2 funny moments. We'll talk about that.
We need to talk about that next.
No, we can. But
I'm all in on
100%.
Okay.
Has to
100%.
happen.
But I was thinking like later on in the week, but that's fine. We can do it whenever
No,
you
we
want
got to because that's too funny.
It is funny.
Yeah. So,
but just 2 moments that I thought if Rick's watching this, he would say, "That's funny."
so you want me because I've kind of closed the door on Pat McAfee.
I
Do
know,
you want me
and
to
I
open
want
it
you to.
back
I
up?
want you to
You
just
should.
Let me
crack
ask you
it.
this.
Crack the door.
Okay.
Let me
I
ask
have
you
to be in
this
the mood
because
for it.
he came in and he came in hot. Okay.
I mean, smoking hot.
Yeah. and he started out
Flaming.
in tank tops and all that, but now he's doing coat and tie. It seems like
Is
there's
he?
a little
No,
remodeling.
it's
going
only
on.
it depends on where he's at.
Just
Bubba.
depends on.
If
Well,
he's college game, college game day. He's
was.
polished up a little
Yeah.
bit.
His show he's not.
No.
Now, to your point, when he started college game day, he did do a little bit of that,
Right.
but they've polished him up a little bit on college game day.
you can tell there's a little rebranding going
His
on
show,
there.
you're not going to get
But
the rebranding.
but Herb,
No.
I think maybe my son Hunter told me, said Herb Street said because there was talk of getting rid of him, and and Herb Street said if he goes, I go.
Really?
Now, did
yeah.
he say that?
No, I don't know, but I did
saw that
see
quote.
It wouldn't shock me.
Kirk Herbstreit and Pat McAfee did a
They
full
feed-
segment
they feed-
on Lee Corso and kind of got on us all.
Oh yeah, said he is going to do it as long as he can. And
Rick, he
y'all
said
need
his
it.
cognitive skills are there. It's the stroke that got him.
You can tell, by the way.
But he said he's talking to him off air and what he has to say. He said his mind is still sharp. It's just sometimes he can't.
He'll be
he
putting
can't
that
get it
mascot head
out.
on backwards.
Hey, you can tell McAfee
I
owns Herb
appreciate
Street.
your loyalty, but
Owns him.
I mean,
It's time to go.
there's a presentation issue.
The Lee
there.
Corso thing is getting sad.
Yeah,
now.
but Herbstreit was praising McAfee about how much
telling
he's added to the
Well,
show.
and he owns him. You can tell when he's saying something, it owns Herb Street.
Okay,
Because
so
I think
that
Herbstreit
helps.
wants to say it, but he's
I knew
too
it was. That's why I
polished.
said it. Trying to sell you, Rick.
His show is fun. Well, it's
We
funny.
it is funny. We come back. Helmsey takes an unexpected lunch.
Oh, it's really, I can't believe it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about the LSU Tigers, guys?
Oh,
how about the LSU
How about
Tigers?
them
I
Tigers?
need some more noise. See, this is where I'm missing Speedy.
Yeah.
You act like Speedy. Give me some complimentary. There you go.
No!
How about the LSU Tigers? The LSU Tigers look impressive. Their offense has been unstoppable, and fans are optimistic that this may be the year that they've been waiting for, guys.
Watch it.
To add to the party in Baton Rouge, the university is now allowing alcohol sales in Tiger Stadium. You heard this.
Really?
LSU officials hope that by the fourth quarter, now everyone will sound like Coach O.
What are you talking about? Go Tigers.
LSU fans may be getting sloppy, but they're not the only ones.
Oh, really?
Guys, what is going on with Carolina Panthers quarterback Cam Newton and his cross-dressing? You've heard, you've seen this. He has been wearing some ambiguous attire as of late, leaving many wondering about his mental state. But I'm here to tell you that everything is fine, guys. Cam Newton is fine. He just told me that he simply hired Ethel from the bingo hall as his new stylist. Oh, goodness gracious.
Before, you used to dress as a man. Now you dress like Whitney Houston from The Bodyguard.
That's good.
That is good.
That's real good.
In all seriousness, Joe Biden has defended Cam, saying that he can identify as a female quarterback if that's what he feels like.
That's right. If he wants to do it, he can go right ahead.
So, talk about styling and profiling. Guys, did y'all hear the news about Texas Longhorn ambassador Matthew McConaughey becoming a film professor at the University of Texas?
We did.
We all know this guy loves Texas football and mentoring the young men on the team, but apparently Mr. McConaughey also enjoys influencing the impressionable young ladies as well. Guys, he told me, and I quote, "That's what I love about these college girls. I get older, they stay the same age." Daisy confused?
Oh,
yeah. Nobody.
Dave, you're right.
Goodness gracious. What is wrong with this studio this morning?
I never saw that movie.
Let me tell you something. I'm about to get over there and beat the drums for the last 3 minutes.
Look, even the young college kid knew got that
was
one.
a good movie.
Good gracious.
We're missing our overgreeter.
I know it.
Yeah.
Dang it.
This really shines light on the fact.
You don't realize how much energy he brings you.
I mean,
Speaking of girls,
a lot of dirt in the hole.
Speaking of girls, how about the influx of young ladies appearing on the football field? Not sure if you've heard about this, but 2 female place kickers have made headlines recently in our home state on the gridiron. They're out there kicking the ball around Hewitt, Trustville High School, Homewood High School. Kudos to these young ladies. Well, guys, I went and caught up with their coaches, who could not comment because they were in the doghouse for trying to correct the ladies' kicking technique.
They weren't speaking to him.
Serious business. It turns out that both ladies wanted to be quarterbacks, but they couldn't even drive down the field without getting distracted.
Oh,
Lou, bad host.
What? One more, guys. Both coaches did mention that these ladies have been super steady with their mental toughness until the end of the month. Oh, good grief.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute.
I wish I was moving today.
They said one time a month they put them on the kickoff team.
That's
You're right. That would have been targeting.
good gracious.
That was on the sideline.
Right.
Please email speedy@rickandbubba.com for any complaints. Guys, speaking of Speedy, we miss him today, or at least I do. I really. I tell you what, I missed him, and I wrote that I missed him on here, but I miss him even more than when I wrote this. I love that bald-headed brother and wish that he was with us today instead of moving into his new house. But congratulations.
Sure.
And, to honor Speedy, I want to conclude this segment by updating your audience on the incredible impact that he has had as the UAB Blazer football.
Working
hype
them
man.
into a frenzy, I mean.
Guys, these updates are courtesy of an official press release from UAB Athletic Director Mark Ingram entitled "Winning with Wilburn." Okay, so these are five. They've actually got 5 reasons why they're winning with Wilburn.
Okay.
Number 5, the
Enjoying the 30th anniversary cake from Edgar's. Thank you so much for that today. Thanks for all your well wishes today. Another thing that I know you love every year, Bubba, and we'll jump into this Helmsey story, and I'm hitting them now, is, and I love it too, everybody now sending Rick and Bubba gifts they got for Christmas. And here's somebody that got the 30th anniversary glass that was part of our 30th anniversary deal. Those all sold out, of course. But here's a throwback. Talking about 30 years, they also got the book from 2006, Rick and Bubba's Expert Guide.
Yeah, I saw that.
They got that too. So that's kind of cool. And they had a CD in it as well. Those books did. All right, so we all had strange things happen while we were away. Helmsey, when you threw the text at all of us, I was like, I must not be reading this right.
I knew, and that's why when I sent it to you, you and I were texting about something else too, and so I thought I would throw it to you and just get your reaction.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it.
Well, and I called Speedy the minute because I know he loves stuff like this. But we've always talked about our unique situation in here, and when we leave here, sometimes you just never know.
You never know.
You never know here, and then you truly do not know when you leave here. And so I was hosting the best of, and I was in the 8 o'clock hour, and I got a text from a friend of mine. And he will text me a lot, and when he's in Birmingham, and he comes to Birmingham maybe once every couple weeks, every 3 weeks, and we cross paths a lot. It's Greg Seitz from Jacksonville State.
Sure.
And so, and I never am able to. I'm never able to usually go to lunch with him. That's what he's asking. You want to go to lunch? And so, I thought the minute I saw that text, I thought, you know what? Today is a day I can actually pull that off. And I immediately text back and said, hey, yes, absolutely. Tell me where you want to meet, what time. We'll make it happen. And so I finish up the best of, and I told him, I said, I'll text you when I leave. I got to go pick up a prescription for Amanda, and then I'll be that way. And I knew what area town he was in, so it was very easy and convenient for me, close to my house. And he said, well, I'm having my vehicle serviced, and so should have the vehicle serviced by then, but if not, just come by and get me and we'll go. And I said, okay. And he said, you know the area better than I do, so you pick a place, which I can't stand doing that. I hate when somebody tells me to pick a place. So, I
know you'll be shocked. I prefer to pick it.
I had a place.
Because in my mind, I already see me sitting there ordering. You know?
Yeah. I had a place in mind, and it was a Mexican restaurant about 2 miles from where he was at.
I got a new one by the house I'm pulling for.
And so we text a couple times. I said, hey, 5 minutes out. Do you need me to get you? And he said, yes, come by and pick me up. I said, okay. And so I pull up, and he gets in, and he said, hey, this is where it gets just interesting. And this is where it makes a turn that I was not expecting.
Yeah. You think you're just picking him up and going to eat?
I think I'm picking Greg up, and we're going to have lunch, and then we'll have some time together, and then I'll take him back. He'll get his car. He'll go back to Jacksonville. And he said, if you, we got to go pick Eli Gold up.
Eli Gold.
And I said, what? And he goes, yeah, he's going to lunch with us.
So Eli Gold is going to lunch with you.
I said, okay. I said, where does Eli live? Oh, he's just right down the street. Turns out this whole time he lives like 2.5 miles from me.
You never visited Eli Gold?
No.
And you live close to him?
And so I'm like, okay, this is weird, but I'm definitely game. Like, this is a legend. I would love this. So here I go. We get in the car. We get to Eli's house, and Eli comes out, and you can't put Eli in the back seat. So Greg sits in the back. We're in my truck, by the way. I'm driving. So I get out. I help Eli into the front seat, and so here we go. And Eli Gold's riding shotgun in my truck. And listen to this. Listen, it gets better.
The voice of Alabama, the former voice of NASCAR.
Yes. I heard a throwback race from the 80s. They were replaying on NASCAR. I could hear him.
I love it. Yeah.
So So he's like a regular at the Mexican place that I picked out, which was good.
Well, anywhere Eli goes, he's a regular.
So
he comes in. It's like, hey, I mean, you're with the community.
He was so excited.
I need a table for 3.
He was so excited that we were going to this particular restaurant.
Okay.
And so we sat down for, it was probably over 2 hours.
What?
Honestly. I mean, I could sit there and listen to him tell stories all day long.
Did you even offer a story?
No, I told one. Do you know what story I told? I told the time that he and Stan White were doing that press conference here.
Yeah.
And Greg's, we knew that Greg's phone would go off in this meeting, and Speedy called him or texted him and made it go off while he was talking.
And in the middle of Eli talking, you hear joy.
But he told so many wonderful stories,
and that was an awesome
I was
station.
loving it, and it informed me of things I didn't know either about sports teams. We can get into that later. But he would be perfect for a Rick and Bubba University.
Oh, yeah,
that has got to be a podcast. And
his
he's
whole
up for
NASCAR
it.
story and how he got involved with
I couldn't
that.
believe that, by the way. And just little things about how he would, I won't do it justice, but like how he got into doing this as a kid. Like he would go to Yankees games and sit in the upper deck and nobody around him, and he would call the games.
Yeah.
And just little things like that. But so that we finish up, we're headed home, and then we go.
You missing something?
I know, I'm going to tell it. So at one point, and I left something out on purpose. There was one point. No, I'm going to tell that too. At one point, I think Vern Lundquist was going to join us.
That's not true.
And the bassist for Toby Keith.
No.
Serious business. I'm not exaggerating this.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
on their little podcast Zoom call they did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I loved the time that I had with Eli. It was fantastic and
unexpected.
It was very unexpected, and but then when we got to his house, I'm like, so I'm helping him get into his house, and it was just a very interesting day. It took a weird turn early, and I loved every minute of it. But all I could think about was, so Vern Lundquist and the bassist from Toby Keith could have been here too, but they were doing something I think later on that night. They just hadn't got there yet.
Interesting. Yeah. So is Eli still calling Alabama games now?
No, he
Limited,
did.
right?
He's very limited on what he's doing there.
He did the radio call for
he's finished his cancer treatment.
He is.
Right?
He is. I mean, he's sharp as a tack. Man, goodness gracious, it was so much fun.
So how's he get around physically?
He probably wishes he moved around a little better. He's carrying a cane, and I had to help it. There was one moment, and this is just part of it, Rick. There was one moment when we were leaving the restaurant that I'm holding Eli's cane. I don't know if you call walking stick, whatever it is, and I've got his right arm up under me, helping me get in my truck. He wasn't expecting to get in a big Dodge Ram that day.
Okay.
And so,
what was tougher, putting him in your truck or putting me in the Jeep after I pulled my growing
The tougher was having to tell my athletic director, you got to ride in the back seat.
Well, but he knew that.
He didn't.
Nobody rides in the
drive, I guess.
Nobody rides in the front if Eli's there.
I know.
Nobody puts Eli in the back seat.
How many's riding? That'd be 3.
It was 2 hours of joy for me. It really was.
It sounds
awesome.
like
it was awesome. Well, some of the stories, guys, are just he needs to be on RBU.
Okay. Have we
It's a
done
must.
that already?
No, not with him. No.
Rick,
we can.
I don't know. There's been a lot of RBUs.
There has.
We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. 629 We Be Big. 629 We Be Big when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And why UAB Blazers are winning with Wilburn, the football team has been highly motivated this season, thanks to Calvin's pregame locker room reading of Larry the Leaf.
Winning with Wilburn.
Number four reason they're winning with Wilburn. The Blazer marketing team has saved significant funding on team entrance logistics, as Calvin's nervous pregame habit has doubled as the team's smoke machine. Oh, me. Oh, I miss you, Calvin.
Winning with Wilburn.
Guys, the number 3 reason why UAB is winning with Wilburn, the over-aggressive greeter team has reached its most annoying level in the history of Legion Field.
Welcome to Legion Field. Whoa, man, how you doing?
We're so glad to have you.
to see you.
We're so glad to have you here. Please find a seed. There's not many of them.
There you went. You got a hedge on you today, Lou. How about winning with Wilburn?
Winning with Wilburn, number 2 from the press release. The Dine and Dash competition was historic as hundreds of fans ate a chili dog and made it to the nearest gas station without soiling themselves.
They're winning with Wilburn.
Remember the Titans.
Right.
And lastly,
Remember the Titans.
Remember the Titans. And lastly, the number 1 reason why the UAB Blazers are winning with Wilburn. Wilburn Wallet Day was a huge success as 10,000 UAB fans intentionally left their wallets at home last week, forcing naive, unsuspecting friends to pay for tickets and concessions.
I hate he missed that. Winning with Wilburn. There he is. Lou, you missed Speedy today, didn't you?
Guys, I miss Speedy, but you know what? I love you guys, even if you are asleep.
We got much to cover going forward. Don't forget, coming up this weekend, make a program note. It is Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, episode 2. Research that he is part of on behalf of Congress and he with NASA, and he has been studying with other scientists the impact and the level of impact human beings may or may not be having concerning global warming and climate change. And that conversation will be in depth, and it'll be available for you. They'll publish that Saturday, 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Central Time. So be sure and catch that while you're out and about this weekend. Helmsey's here.
It'll be a good one.
The real Greg Burgess is here, and Eddie Van Adler and the Hash Brown Hero also here. And so we'll get into phone calls coming up next segment. So if you want to start dialing those up, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And as you heard, there's Bubba. Bubba is here for another hour.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience. Rick, I don't know if you saw, the NFL has just released information on the Super Bowl halftime. Did you see that?
I did.
Jennifer Lopez and Shakira.
So basically,
Shakira.
So basically, if you know enough about these two and their videos, the NFL's just announced they've put together a strip show for halftime.
They better put shock absorbers on the stage. A lot of shaking.
I mean, that is my goodness. They said that will. Let me just tell you something. That will be. As Greg, I think Greg just said it best. There'll be a lot of shaking going on.
Yeah,
Rick,
to quote the great Jerry Lee Lewis.
The 2020 Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show, of course, will be at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, and it will definitely be a hot event, no doubt about it. And I think we're assured again that the home team will not get to host the Super Bowl.
No.
The Vikings got close, but
they did.
Once again, no cigar.
Maybe they'll end up Miami.
Of course, they got rid of the quarterback they had. Good move.
Yeah,
but
that seems to
work out. That's an uninspiring halftime show announcement.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, you'll see more skin at this halftime show, probably as much as back as when Janet Jackson did. So there'll be a lot of skin here.
Well, Janet was trying to sneak up on you. These two won't.
No,
there
won't be any sneak up on you.
These two will come out of they'll come out of that gate like we've released someone during bull riding.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Running the bull.
Yeah. It will be. So they
are the first ones under the New Deal, right? With Rock Nation. Remember?
Yeah. Tell me. I remember what that was.
That's right. They brought him on to do something.
That's what's his name?
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
Oh, right.
And,
right.
They had brought them on because they were already having performers say they wouldn't perform.
Phone Troll, first one of 2024. All 10 lines are available. You can reach us now, and here's the number, 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG, still on that number. Our Max WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsey on the phones. And he will line you up and get you an opportunity to chat with us. And there's plenty of lines available. While you are calling and getting ready to go and chat for the first time in a couple of weeks with a lot of you, we've only done a few segments here or there, simplysafebubba.com. Want to remind you about that. Go to simplysafebubba.com. Now, unfortunately, more than ever, you need to be sure that your property is secure. 24/7 burglar busting protection. We've wrapped up the 2023, started that new year. So now maybe you thought about, hey, I'd like to see things a little more secure at my property. This is the best in the business. Go to simplysafebubba.com right now. It is comprehensive protection, advanced sensors, not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, other threats to your place. And you know what? They can even, with the brand new technology, they can, on that live guard protection, they can actually see, speak, and confront intruders. Yes. So get that now by going to simplysafebubba.com. We're going to save you 20% on a new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. There is no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe.
Now, Rick, is it true they tell the burglar hit the road, Jack, and don't come back?
No more, no more, no more, no more. That is correct. To the phones we go. If you want to join us, you can too. John in Tuscaloosa. 30 seconds, Johnny. Go right ahead.
So about 12 years ago, I was working at the university. I'm driving back across campus on a Friday before a home game in my little state car, and I see a giant SUV coming right at me. They cross over into my lane, and now I'm looking head on into the grill of this SUV. And I think, well, that guy looks really familiar. And luckily, at the last second, they realized they were in my lane, swerved back over. And as our driver windows pass, I think, well, that.
Who was it?
It's a phone throw. I mean,
I forgot it. I forgot we had a timer going. I was listening to the story.
I know.
You ain't gonna believe who it was.
I was following your direction. I was like, is he going to or is he not? So I just let it ride because I get criticized for being too nice.
Debbie in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Debbie, go ahead.
I do.
You are too nice.
That's why I was taken away from him.
I have a comment. I am an avid Auburn fan, and I have never, ever pulled for Alabama. Well, I did this time, and I told my family, I said, you see what happens when I pull for them, so I'm not going to pull for them anymore.
Well, I mean, did you enjoy them losing, though, as an Auburn fan?
No, I was pulling for them this time.
Right.
That's, you know.
Man, you brought that Auburn stuff on them. I bet they wish you hadn't pulled for them, too.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Just for you,
Go
Speedy,
Maryland.
and just as a test, I quit watching the Chief games to be sure it wasn't me. And so they're still struggling without me.
It's either you or Taylor Swift, one of you.
Lines are available at 629 We Be Big.
Or they're depleted line because they've paid so much for a quarterback.
That's probably
tight end.
yeah.
Yep.
Let's catch up with you.
We go to someone going by Loyal Fan in Tuscaloosa. Loyal Fan, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. How are y'all doing today?
We're great. We're great.
I'm the guy who sent y'all the cake this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
You're so very welcome. I'm started listening to you guys back in 2000. My son is a listener, and my granddaughter, who's 3, is now a listener. And we thank y'all for what y'all do.
No, thank you.
Hey, that's fantastic.
I mean, really,
Very kind.
Very kind. Now, Greg's type 2 diabetes does not thank you.
It's fine. Control.
But Bubba got him a slice over there.
Yep.
Small slice, just a sliver.
Very
Just a-
small.
Buttercream
just a
icing's
sliver.
hard to beat.
Very fair and
Just
honest
a
slice.
sliver.
Just a sliver. You could see through it.
Just a little dollop.
Wouldn't even stay together. It was so thin.
WLAY, Chris in Florence, Alabama. Chris, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Happy New Year, Bacon.
Thank
and
you.
Greg.
You too.
Golly, you got till Friday.
I was watching the NBC Sunday night game, and guess who is going to be a part of the Olympic coverage for the NBC folks this year?
Who?
Snoop Dogg.
No.
I saw they had their big thing.
Yeah.
On Olympic
Yes.
coverage? What? What is this new thing where we think Snoop Dogg should do everything?
Wait, let me ask you. Are you serious?
Yeah, I had him doing some funny interviews with some of the athletes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's better.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, as long as he ain't trying to call like an event.
But didn't he and Martha Stewart do something?
Yeah. They dated a little.
Hey, y'all watch out. He's got a toothpick in his hand.
Uh-oh.
Watch
Here
out.
comes toothpick.
Watch out.
Greg, how'd your little family trip to the beach go?
We had a good trip. It was awesome.
Were you pleasant?
Oh yeah, I love it there. I hated Chandler and Riley and the kids didn't get to come because they had a stomach virus run through the house the day before we were leaving. Thank goodness it didn't happen while we were there.
By the way, I found not one but two of Pistol Pace's dinosaurs at the house.
Oh, I will be sure to return them. But you asked earlier, I wouldn't think of that. I guess that was, you said again, a good gift. Our gift was we take the kids to the beach and all that, so that was a good one.
How did you like me joining in to try to help Lisa work through the fact that that her other kid in that family couldn't go, and I kept trying to keep a positive
You were
spin
very
on it?
encouraging.
Yeah, I thought I was pretty encouraging.
Yeah, we did. We hated that, but
because all I could think about, I was trying to look after you because you've been planning this and things like this happen.
They do.
Little,
When you
little
plan
kids will
something
get sick.
a
Little
year
kids will
ahead.
get sick in a second.
Oh, they will.
Let me ask you a question because I saw
Especially
some of her
this time of
pictures of y'all on the beach. So you hit it and it looked like it was sunny, right? What's the temperature of the water?
Luckily,
is it so cold you can't even stroll through it?
Day
or what?
one, it was cold, and then it warmed up to about 60.
Yeah.
And once it does that, you can wade out in the water and everything.
Fine.
And even get sunburned.
No
Don't
big
watch it.
lines anywhere.
No big
Look like
lines.
Joe Biden got a little sun on him.
Sitting on the beach just like you like it.
Yeah, Lisa said she wanted a family tradition thing. So last year, we the first time we went, then we went this year, and we've already booked for next year. So it's fun.
So
I
what,
like
are
it
you
down
leaving
there.
after Chris? What do you do?
Yeah, we go down there for New Year's Day, even New Year's Day.
Did you know with Speedy, he started a tradition with his kids? You heard about it?
What's that?
Y'all bring me your dogs.
Hey,
it's called dog meat.
Hey, there was about a 5-day run where we had. Well, first of all, you got our two that we have. Then you got JC's home for college, so his little Cuddy is here. Then you got Tyler and Mabry were going to take a trip, so they needed somebody to house sit their dog. So they.
In other words, they said the phrase, "What about the dog?"
Yeah, they did. They said, "What about?" But brilliantly, Tyler comes over and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know what to do," and he's openly talking about the scheduling trouble they have with their dog. And I've got
What about the dog?
Landon and Gracie, they're going to keep it for 2 days, but that's the last 2 days. Man, for the first 3, I don't know what we're going to do. And he just kept saying it.
That's good.
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
good.
thinking to myself, man, we've got a house full.
How many total dogs did you have at one time? 6? You said 6.
Yeah.
6 dogs.
You had 6 dogs.
That's a
here's-
pound.
Here's the problem.
A lot of barking,
that
a lot of butt smelling.
And you
That's how
try to
they-
teach them not to smell yours.
I know, sure.
But the front of the
At least
yard
so
is fenced,
aggressively.
and the side. But because we have the Pet Stop underground fencing for ours, the back isn't, because we wanted to see the berm and all that in the back. So, but with dogs that aren't that way, you got to go out with them because they'll run off
they're gone.
and they're gone.
No.
And it has been.
Now,
Speedy,
what
I'm-
about
I'm
the
sorry
dog
to hear that.
the entire break?
No, I have.
I'm sorry to hear that.
To two of my kids, I've tried so hard to help them. Both Brooks Big Love Burgess and James Broderick, young Broderick, both have mentioned to me in their adult life, I think about getting a dog. I said, I'm telling you, put it off. I said, listen to me right now. And I did this first time. I said, okay, so I'll give you a scenario. And I said, so what are you going to do with the dog? And they just sit there and look at me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, the phrase, what are we going to do about the dog, will now come over your life.
Mm-hmm.
And the simplest things.
Yeah.
Hey, I said, right now you're young and you're free. You can be spontaneous. You know what takes away being spontaneous?
Responsibility.
Hey, what are we going to do with the dog?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, what about the dog?
Yeah.
Hey, I think about doing that. And I hit it because he's going to Gorosky's other son, Drew's getting married. So they're all going to Breckenridge for some guy getaway like that. And I said, okay, so if you had a dog right now, what would you do?
Yeah.
Right. And should be calling you.
I said,
Rick.
you going to put him on a plane with you?
Exactly.
You take him to Breckenridge?
Yeah. At
For
one
years.
time, I thought I lived in a vet building. I'm
For
like, so
years.
this is their house.
We had to deal with the dog with Chloe.
Mm-hmm.
Now the two I have, Lisa's sister Pat and her husband Perry, they just would drive by every few days, then dump food in their bowl because they just run free.
Yeah, so that's different. That's different.
Oh, yeah.
That's an
'Cause
easy
I've
answer.
been in the other situation for many years, and you're right. You've got to come up with a plan.
Look, when I finally
you
became
do.
when I became an empty nester and wasn't doing it for the kids anymore and found a good home for my dog, it's the greatest decision I've ever made.
Oh.
I mean, you talk about free.
Oh, and look, it started with JC. Well, maybe Cuddy should just. What? What? Is he staying here? What?
I know.
No, hold on now.
Yeah, now.
Because when your kids
Speedy, you got to quickly learn to say, but we won't be here.
Right.
Where are you going?
Somewhere.
That trip we talked about.
We were just talking about it, and we're about to go. Where are you going? It's, your mom decided.
Right. Well, they open up in Daytona. They leave on a Wednesday, come back on a Sunday night. What about the dog?
Yeah. How you going to do that?
What about the dog?
What
about the dog? What about the dog?
What about the dog?
What about the dog? Because what's happening, so you got to be careful. We had dogs when our kids were at home for them anyway. When they become adults, you can't end up having their dogs again.
Hush, mighty.
It's always their dogs we end up with.
Cuddy is a cool little dog, though.
Is he?
Good. That's
Yeah.
a good thing because you're going to spend a lot of time with him. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At the Super Bowl. So they hired Jay-Z, who basically is the agent for a lot of them,
right,
to be in charge of the Super Bowl halftime show, kind of trying to, cut that off at the pass. So
Yeah,
to speak.
yeah. It's like, oh no, you're not turning us down. You're turning Jay-Z down.
Right.
Which was very smart, by the way.
Jay-Z, why can't you get anybody?
Right, and then JC had to go out and then defend why he was working with the NFL.
Oh, yeah, he had to do that.
which he did. But
called cash.
If you think about it, pretty smart. What the NFL did, they said, "Hey, you got a little weapon over there. We're going to take it right away from you."
Yeah.
And so everybody
Set it right down.
Everybody will be dealing with Jay-Z. And we were talking about the weirdness of this, and somehow this topic, considering these two artists and their lack of clothing, and shaking and gyrating. Did you see that? And I saw this, and people have sent me the story several times. That Colorado gets weirder by the day. They've of course legalized. They've legalized Mary Jane. The king's grass,
the long leaf hole.
Right, and you see people out there going, and so it is. It's on every corner. I've talked to somebody who's been to Colorado since then, and they say to try to find a place that people aren't smoking dope around you is almost impossible.
Hey, watch the gummies.
And how about now? They've doubled down, and they've also, for some reason, and there were hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on it. There were a group of women that have been petitioning Colorado for a while in this one area that they should be allowed to go topless.
Oh, why not?
And they have.
Well, who's against that?
And they have given in to them.
So they said, "Go ahead and go top."
And they said that the I think there was around 1,200 teenage boys outside cheering.
Yeah.
They
put their joint down to actually clap.
Yeah, they put out the ganja and said that sounds fantastic. And where were these people?
I'm gonna
Did you see that story?
I'm gonna make a prediction in the not too distant
So you
future.
were
We're gonna see stories that Colorado's tax revenue has dipped because nobody's working.
No, and they're or dressing.
No,
they did.
They're going to have nothing to work with.
So we fought. Went out and protested and fought for the right to be half naked.
There were people that were. Did you realize the fight for it? They said like the court cost and everything involving this about women who just want to take their shirts off and walk around was like over $600,000.
That, Rick,
and for everything that was going on, and so they finally.
Well, if you divide that by two,
here it is. This is some of the stuff. Well, thanks, Greg.
That's what they call it.
Thank you, Greg.
You don't have to read everything.
That's in the paper. That's in the paper.
We put that picture up, Greg, so we can see it.
So we didn't have to.
Yeah, we don't have
it's
to
in the headline.
You don't have to say it.
Yeah.
But you got. I mean, that's the name of the group.
Yeah, they said you know how harsh the winter can be in Colorado. They said that just made the winter even more dangerous.
Absolutely.
So
there's going to be a certain time of year you don't have to worry about this law.
Right. Yeah, really. I mean, it doesn't get kind of cold in Colorado.
But think about it, Rick. Think about if you say,
that wind's howling out there.
Rick, I've been doing some, what's the word I'm looking for? Activist work. I'm trying to, women, Rick, equal pay. Well, we need that. All this stuff. What did you get changed? Well, I got where they can walk around with no shirt on in Colorado.
Guys,
put a lot of effort and money in it. Got it done.
Can I tell it? I know I'm not talking to the sensible women, and I'm certainly not talking to the Proverbs 31 women. So y'all, I'm not talking to y'all.
Right.
I'm talking to this group of crazy women. Now women have always been crazy to a degree, okay, but we've got a group of crazy women right now. We can't follow your logic. At one moment, you're crying #MeToo, and in the very next moment, you want to take your shirt off and walk around in public. We don't know what to do with y'all. Yeah. You've got men so confused. We don't know how to act. I mean, what do you want us to do?
Rick, we're tired of this treatment by men. We'll show them. I tell you what, check it out.
Right.
That'll show you.
#MeToo. What does it mean? Does it mean I should look at you or not look? I'm confused.
Yeah, because you're hurting the Me Too movement with this.
So you want me to take you serious without your shirt on over in there at Walgreens? Seriously?
Yeah.
I mean,
they're checking the date on the milk.
Right. Hey, treat me with respect. Well, okay, we're trying to, but what is this? We're getting, and keep in mind, just like the halftime show we're going to see coming up at the Super Bowl. These two women will go somewhere and be part of the #MeToo movement.
Yeah.
But now when the beat starts at halftime of the Super Bowl, they're going to come out and put on a go-go show for you.
Blame it on the beat, Rick. Blame it on the beat.
And they're going to blame the beat, and they're going to shake, and they're going to wear the least amount of clothing that they can wear without being arrested or conceived.
All right.
Okay, and then they're going to turn around and then be at some protest doing #MeToo. Please don't look at us like we're we're objects.
Exactly.
But your whole halftime show will scream, "Look at me, I'm an object."
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I'm very confused.
It's a bit confusing.
Good thing they're not playing it in Denver. Can you imagine if they could go topless?
Well,
really show up.
let me tell you this: they're going to go. They're going to go as close to Denver as they can get.
Oh yeah.
You can bank on that. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, not the number. We thought we have it. We got that, but we don't. All right, so we've kind of been around. Adler, just wanted to chat with you before we discuss any other things where we go. You still have small children. I saw some of that action through Greg's grandchildren. How was the Adler's vacation and Christmas? And did y'all have a big time?
It was great. I did a lot of diapers and a lot of dishes. It was dishes and diapers.
D&D.
Yeah, a lot of D&D. When everybody's home all day, you stack up a lot of dishes.
Yes, you do.
And you stack up a lot of diapers.
Oh, yes, they go hand in hand. Is what they do.
Yes, they do.
I do have a story that I've kind of held. I probably should hold for tomorrow.
Okay. That's
Are
why
you keeping it close?
I was kicking the tires a little bit and seeing where you were. If you want to push one to tomorrow, that's perfectly fine.
When did Terry get sick, Speedy?
Probably maybe the Monday of before Christmas.
Okay, well then it wasn't me. Then I didn't have anything to do. You wouldn't be able to connect me to it, would you?
I don't know why.
Well,
you were sick. You came in and you were talking about you not feeling well.
Speedy, and then he got Terry sick.
Luckily,
so it was you.
Luckily, I want to make sure I'm talking about the past, so I'm not mojoing myself. I did not get sick during that time period.
Okay.
I'm just talking about what happened.
Yeah.
It was just her.
Okay.
And JC too had it as well.
Are you down, huh?
Oh man,
were you really?
It was rough stuff, guys.
Wow.
So you came in sick on the big year ender?
I thought I was fine.
Yeah.
I thought I was okay. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be all right. And then I went and went to my grandma's house.
Oh, let's go ahead and infect her.
I know. I was worried. I was putting up Christmas lights at her house because I'm so nice. I'm the best grandson.
Christmas
Other
cheer.
than you giving her a virus, everything else was fine.
And all week the last week of the show, I was unsure of myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, you're not sick. You can beat this. You're a
all
man.
right. You're okay.
You're a man.
You're 40.
Yeah, you're a man. You're 38. My grandma offered me a cookie, and I said no. And that's when I knew I was in trouble.
Oh,
I'm
my
like,
goodness.
oh, my stomach kind of hurts a little bit, Grandma. I think I'm okay. And
You turned down one of Grandma's cookies?
Yes. And in my mind, I'm like, I just turned down one of Grandma's cookies. This is bad.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Mm.
So then I had to go to an evening with Santa at my kid's daycare.
So you got a whole city sick.
Yeah,
You
so
got infected Santa.
Typhoid Adler.
and I'm at evening with Santa, and it sucks. Okay, it is not for
Long
me.
evening.
It is not for me.
Right.
In fact, nothing is. Once you have kids, that nobody told me that.
No.
I wasn't
right out of the way.
informed.
You're right.
Or you
I
thought
wasn't
you had
informed that all our vacations are going to be for them now,
Everything is.
and not me.
Right.
Nobody
No
told
more
me
Dragon's Tail.
that. Yes.
Funny.
So I'm at the evening with Santa, and I have a terrible look on my face because I feel horrible. I feel like
pale.
I'm going to die.
Daddy's pale.
I'm a ghost. I'm a shell of a man.
Right, yeah.
And Aaron's got this look. Aaron's looking at me like, what? Look, I know this isn't a blast, but why
thought
are
you
you
had
being
a
so
bad
ill
attitude.
about? Look, I'm so dead. I feel like I'm dying.
You barely survived Granny's.
You're like, look, I know you don't want to go to evening with Santa, but my goodness,
What kind
you
of
don't have to
symptoms
be.
we talking about?
I was just like a ghost man, you
Right.
know, like hey, when you try to laugh and you try to smile and you feel
like you're in a dream?
like you don't have
Oh,
a
I got
soul.
chills.
Yeah, I don't have a soul because I can't feel joy and laughter. So I'm a ghost man.
Can't get your breath to smell good.
Yeah, I have this taste in my mouth like metal or something.
I'm not so sure of myself.
And so I get home from that. Well, I make it all the way through Santa, And,
Infesting kids and St. Nick, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm like not talking to people. I'm trying to not hug people, not shake hands.
All right, so you're at that point, you think you're in enough trouble, you've stopped doing those kind of things?
I've been living that way for 3 years now because
Okay.
I never know when I'm going to get destroyed by one of my kids.
Right.
And in fact, the golden ticket seats, I'm giving them air bumps and everything. You know, I'm like, I don't know what I'm carrying.
I will say last year, probably, no exaggeration, 30% of the year, you were giving me fist bumps saying, I'm not sure about myself.
Yeah, and so I'm supposed to go to Dollywood. We're supposed to drive.
I remember that, yeah.
We're supposed to drive on Saturday morning. We're going to drive to Dollywood.
Because I sent out the, hey, I know it's last minute, let's try to hunt. And you were like, I'm Dollywood.
So that was the
now
plan.
I'm thankful you didn't come.
I know. So
Yeah, thank goodness.
So Saturday we're supposed to leave, and I'm like, man, I don't feel good. We get home. We're trying to get the kids to bed.
You made it through Dollywood?
No, sorry.
Okay.
This is Santa evening with Santa night. Still that same night. Day of the show, the last day of the show, big year ender. I get home, and I just lose it, and I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Oh no.
And I'm
north or south or both?
North. First north.
Oh no, that's when you know you're sick.
You know it.
Yeah.
Exactly what
South may just been something you ate.
Right. South could have been.
South
hey,
just could be a bad day.
Yeah.
that rare steak was really rare, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's north.
Oh, wow, you're officially sick now.
When you realize how dirty your toilet is, that's not good.
And so, oh gosh. And so now I am just going to the toilet,
nonstop,
Ralphing, getting back in bed.
Feeling.
That's exactly what.
Terrible feeling.
And this goes on and on. This goes on for hours. I'm now. It's midnight. I'm hugging the toilet. I'm hallucinating. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Dolly Parton, hold me, Dolly, please. I need some comfort.
You're not the first person to say that.
You know, I'm thinking I'm supposed to drive to Hollywood tomorrow.
Right. Oh no. Not possible.
I get back in bed, get up,
Pretty
and
long
I'm
trip.
shivering, and I'm
It's over.
My
You're
stomach.
out.
I feel like I've been stabbed in the stomach.
You're out.
It's another time, 2:00. Bam, back in the bathroom. Dolly, hold me, Dolly, hold me.
Right.
Let me snuggle.
Just suffocate me, Dolly, please. Just suffocate
All
me
right,
to death.
now you're quoting Porter Wagner. All right, so
Kill me now. And then at 4:04 in the morning,
4:04.
Saturday,
Also known as the witching hour.
I, a 38-year-old man,
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh, I know.
No,
what
you
happened.
didn't.
No.
Oh no.
I wake up.
No.
Oh no.
It's like it's like I've been shot by a paintball gun in my crack. I pooped the bed.
Oh no. Like
Oh my gosh, I wouldn't have told that. Why would you tell that?
Wow.
Pooped the bed.
Wow. Assisted living stuff.
Pow! Like I've been shot by a paintball gun.
Oh,
Bam!
How about that clean
I
up?
thought he was going for wet the bed.
Don't
Even
diaper.
worse than I thought.
4:04.
So
And I look at myself. I'm like, wow. So it's 4:04. I'm 38 years old. I pooped the bed.
that if you do that, you know that you're sick.
Oh,
You're
you're
sick.
bad
It woke
sick.
up. It woke me up.
Did you dream you were
like
doing it,
it
or did
was
you just
like
do it?
Somebody came with a paintball gun and said, right in the old cow. And I woke up and I'm like, wow. So it feels like I got shot by a
trips
paintball
off.
gun in the crack.
Wow. So I shouldn't ask you how Dollywood was.
So
So now trips off.
Hold on, I saw pictures. Though.
So
You made it.
I hate to, when my wife wakes up, I said to her, hey, sorry, I won't be making it to Dollywood today. I probably need a day. So we waited a day and cut a day off of our cabin trip, but we still made it to Dollywood.
You did?
Still, yeah, we just waited an extra day because I had pooped the bed.
Right.
As a
That'll shut Dollywood
grown
down.
man.
By the
yeah.
way, if I get upset about you not coming to the thing in the cabin and you tell me that, I said, you stay where you are.
Yeah. Take a day, buddy.
I'm
Take
38.
two.
I'm a man. I'm 38.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.